Sailing, Celestial Dragons in the chat group. Author, The Chicken is Merciful. Chapter 51. Wasn't the terrifying Shinigami time travel girl killed instantly? Good. Although she actually did not want her child to become a celestial dragon, she knew that she could not refuse the unreasonable and cruel celestial dragon in front of her. Rouge slowly closed his eyes and allowed Roy to lead him into the house. Thousands of meters high in the sky, Golden Lion's expression was very strange. Although he couldn't sense what was happening in the villa, he was also a normal man, so he naturally didn't understand what Ai wanted to do. It's just, aren't all those women pregnant? Thinking that Rouge is Roger's wife, Golden Lion couldn't help but sympathize with Roger. Isn't this hat a bit too tragic? Should I save that woman? The Golden Lion fell into deep thought and made a decision after a few minutes. Just wait and see. After all, he wanted to use Roger's wife to win over Roger and make him his ally. In this case, the worse Roger's wife is, the more important it proves that he is a lifesaver. So the wait lasted several hours. Damn, isn't it almost the end of the Dragon Man brat day? A few hours of waiting completely wore away all the patience of Golden Lion. Gee ha ha ha, you little celestial dragon, Losey is here. Don't let Losey scare you into tears. Pulling out the two matching swords Sakura-tan and Deadwood, the Golden Lion laughed arrogantly and jumped down from a height of 10,000 meters. It's so cool. This is Losey's ability. Losey is the most invincible pirate overlord. What Pluton Rayleigh, and the kid Kaido who ate the Phantom Beast fruit, can't be compared with Losey at all. Roger will know sooner or later that Losey is his best ally. Only Losey can save his wife. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, feeling the strong wind blowing against my face, Golden Lion felt extremely comfortable and relaxed. He is Paramecia Middle Lion Fruit. As a rare combat unit in the pirate world, it can be said that the sky is his home field. None of those who can fly with the help of Marine 6 styles, Moonwalk or Zone's abilities can fight him in the air. Even the Roger pirates who dominated the Grand Line were almost defeated due to his terrifying abilities. Golden Lion has already begun to imagine the pleasant scene of rescuing Roger's wife and letting Roger worship her. But just when Golden Lion fell into a wonderful fantasy, a cold voice belonging to a woman suddenly sounded in Golden Lion's ears. So you are here. I wonder why I haven't found you. Old Lion, who is talking to Losey. What is it like to hear people talking at an altitude of 10,000 meters? Anyway, Golden Lion, who owned Lion Fruit, was really shocked. Without any hesitation, and regardless of who was speaking, Conqueror's Haki completed the wrapping of the weapon in an instant. Death to Losey. The Golden Lion's waist and arm muscles bulged high, and he turned around and waved his arms with all his strength, trying to kill the speaker on the spot. But the opponent's speed was faster than him, and it was a light-like slash. Laugh. A beautiful stream of light pierced the sky. This is undoubtedly a true light speed slash, a terrifying speed that even Soul Society's flash goddess Yoruichi cannot keep up with. Even Roy, who has a powerful body after merging the enhanced version of Sage Body, and then opened the 8 Inner Gates formation, has amazing speed. He also needs the blessing of the bug-like treasure Phantom Hercules belt in order to successfully counterattack without being instantly killed by it at the speed of light. Click. Under the stunned gaze of the Golden Lion, his two famous swords entangled with Conqueror's Haki seemed to be made of paper and were easily cut into two pieces by the stream of light. But that wasn't the most unacceptable thing for him. What he couldn't accept the most was, with the opponent's terrifying slashing speed and power, he had no time to use armament Haki to defend himself, and he would undoubtedly be severely injured in an instant. You might even be killed instantly. But the opponent let him go and deliberately changed the direction of the attack. It's like facing a dispensable little character. Golden Lion remained silent and looked to the side with cold eyes. It was a beautiful girl with a cold appearance. Even though she was wearing a not-so-gorgeous black undershirt and white feather fabric, it was still difficult to hide her stunning appearance. Coupled with the fierce aura exuding from her body, there is no doubt that she is a heroic beauty who kills both men and women. It is different from him, a lion fruit user, flying in the air. This heroic beauty is currently stepping on the void with her feet, as if walking on flat ground, which is very strange. But Golden Lion doesn't care about these appearances at all. No matter how beautiful the woman is, it has nothing to do with him. He only cares about the strong. The hidden rat clearly chose to attack by surprise. Why not just kill Losey? The long golden hair like a lion danced in the air due to Ultimate's anger. The Golden Lion roared at the girl angrily. Arsehole. Are you deliberately humiliating Losey? Sorry, old man, I didn't mean to humiliate you. The Shinigami girl named Yamamoto Genryu'S whispered with an arrogant smile on her cold face. It was only after the attack that I remembered that your life is still useful and you should not die in my hands. So I could only force myself to change the direction of the attack. Uchiha Hamuki. I was just wondering why the violent woman didn't just kill the Golden Lion. Uchiha Hamuki. I just remembered that the Golden Lion is the target of His Highness Roy. He wants to kill him with his own hands to obtain the new noble phantasm. In the chat group, Uchiha Miki suddenly understood after hearing Yamamoto Genryu'S whispering explanation. Liu how? Well, Kina got the ability of direct death in the chat group before. But it is different from the Eye of Direct Death you mentioned in the Xinyu world. Her ability is more like Hephaestus. The world's Tokiomi'S will kill the enemy whenever it injures him. How? That's why she can't hurt the Golden Lion. Otherwise, even if it's just a little scratch, Roy will lose a precious phantom he's about to get. Tasakasura, brother Roy wants to thank Sister Kina for showing mercy. Jabril, shout, it's really troublesome, but this Golden Lion is too bad, isn't it? Obviously the Pluton really from before can still fight the Ice Girl. How? I mean, is it possible, just because she is too powerful as Shinigami's whisper? Hamuki, yes, that's the speed of light. And it's not like Kizaru, who can't control it at will. It's a Zanpakuto that can move and attack at the speed of light in the true sense. Hamuki, to be honest, if it weren't for a monster like Mr. Roy who came out of the group, the violent woman who traveled through the Shinigami world would probably be the strongest person in the chat group. As several people in the chat group analyzed it, the others realized how terrifying Yamamoto Genryu's Aikinu, who was easily defeated by Roy, was. At the same time, they also understood that it was completely logical for Yamamoto Genryu's to be merciful to Golden Lion. Otherwise, with light speed slashing plus direct death, Golden Lion will 100% be killed instantly. But Golden Lion himself could not accept that his life was spared by a little girl. In his opinion, this was an undoubted humiliation. You actually treat me as a waste that can be killed at any time? Little girl, you will pay a heavy price for your arrogance. Catching the broken blades of the two famous swords with both hands, the Golden Lion roared and flew towards Yamamoto Genryu's Karuha. Lion middle. Kami Arakiri. Zheng. Conqueror's haki is wrapped around the two broken blades, with violent black thunder and lightning looming on them. This is similar to One Piece Roger's God's Avoidance / as the same level as Roger. He is also one of the few top swordsmen in the world. This sword can be said to be a perfect fusion of Golden Lion's swordsmanship and Conqueror's haki. Ordinary weak people are not even qualified to see his slashing. Golden Lion is confident that his sword can easily split the sea and cut off the mountains. Defeating the mysterious girl in front of him was naturally no problem. As for his awkward posture when he was almost killed instantly, it was just because he was careless and was attacked by the opponent. Yes, that's it. He was just careless and was attacked. Otherwise, how could she be just a little girl who is only about 20 years old at most and have the ability to defeat his Golden Lion? He is the overlord who conquered the sky. He is a flying pirate. Golden Lion. Clang. The crisp sound of metal collision awakened Golden Lion from his dream. The reaction force of the blade made his palms tingle. Looking at the two green-white fingers blocking the front of his blade, the corners of Golden Lion's mouth twitched slightly, and the children stared in disbelief. He must be dreaming, right? How could anyone in this world use his fingers to catch his own slash that could cut through mountains and seas? The woman in front of me can't even use armament haki, let alone Conqueror's haki. How could such a thing happen in the world? Could it be that his past strength was all an illusion? Or is it that he has actually fallen under an illusion, and the woman in front of him is actually demon fruit power who is good at using illusions? Are you awake from the dream of the strong, Golden Lion? Ignoring the panicked Golden Lion, Yamamoto Genryu's Aikina said in a pitiful tone, the world is very big, your vision is too narrow, you are just a frog in the well. Lozi doesn't believe your nonsense. The world can't be that big. First, he was almost killed instantly but was deliberately let go. Then he was caught with two fingers by his midsection slash. Golden Lion, whose self-confidence had somewhat collapsed, roared like crazy and began to activate Lion Fruit's abilities with all its strength. Buzz. Tens of thousands of meters high in the sky, an island in the sky breaks through the clouds. Go to hell, kid. This is the real power of the Lozi flying pirate Golden Lion. The Golden Lion is like an arrogant Lion King. With a wave of his hand, the island that covers the sky and the sun comes crashing down on Yamamoto Genryu's King like the top of Mount Tai. You old thing still haven't accepted reality after all. Not caring about Golden Lion's attack on him, Yamamoto Genryu's whispered and smiled helplessly. The next second, the black Ryatsu that broke through the sky burst out from her body, like a sharp sword thrust into the sky. Hao'S 99, completely ignoring the island above him that was about to hit him, Yamamoto Genryu's whispered in a low voice, "You long will be destroyed." With a terrifying roar that shook the earth, her amazing Ryatsu transformed into a five-headed dragon in reality. Just like the legendary world-destroying beast, it filled the entire vast sky. Under the rampage of the Ryatsu dragon, the fallen island was easily torn into pieces in an instant and turned into rubble scattered all over the sky. The Golden Lion himself was helpless under the arrogant impact of the Ryatsu dragon, and fell into the sky with both hands. His eyes turned white and he completely lost consciousness. Well, grabbing the fallen Golden Lion's clothes, Yamamoto Genryu's whispered softly and sighed, "It is really difficult to control the power of stepping on ants without crushing them to death. I always felt that Aizen was pretending. Now it seems that it really makes sense." Hamuki, that's right. You can kill instantly, but it's really a lot of trouble to find a way to catch them alive. Hamuki, but 5 swirling dragons of destruction, the strongest Hado, shouting, "Shinigami Violent Girl is quite handsome." 11. Tasakasura, congratulations to Sister Kinu. I can't even compete with you in legend. Uchiha Hamuki, speaking of the violent girl, your improvement in strength is too scary, right? I guess even Aizen is no match for you. Yamamoto Genryu's whispered, Aizen. His lethality is definitely not as good as mine, but to be honest, I have no choice but to use his Kyoku Suigetsu attacks without distinction, but my Bankai's attack range is too large and has a direct death effect. Liu Hao, you can't free yourself at will. After all, you seem to have a good relationship with Soul Society. Yamamoto Genryu's whispered, that's right. Yamamoto Genryu's whispered, Adnirona middle. Roy, aren't you and that pregnant woman over yet? Roy, well, I haven't had enough fun yet. Forget it. After all, her physical fitness is only a little stronger than ordinary people. If she continues, she will really die. Walking out of the villa refreshed, Roy stretched, looked up into the sky, and spoke in the chat group. Aren't you coming down from the sky? I don't have the ability to fly. You can't let me liberate Chaos Dragon Leviathan and come up to you? TSK. I hope this guy Shiki can get me a satisfactory noble phantasm. Uchiha Hamuki. The next step will be His Highness Roy's home court, right? Uchiha Hamuki. Speaking of which, Golden Lion is a lion fruit user. Will it have a flying ability? It feels a bit tasteless. Jabril. It doesn't seem to be as useful as 4.5, and my wings can't fly, but it doesn't affect me at all in hunting those sky races at high altitudes. Tasakasura, but Brother Roy would be very handsome if he could fly, right? Besides, flying has always been a dream of human beings. It's very convenient. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, yes, even if the noble phantasm is useless, as long as it can give people the ability to fly, it is enough. This can be regarded as filling the gap of the world's noble man, a small weakness of the body. Liu Hao, I said. Your vision is too shallow. In the chat group, Yamamoto Genryu's icon has turned off the live broadcast. Ace Des, who is fighting Pluton really over there, completely forgot about it. The bored people could only talk about the noble phantasm that Roy was about to get. In the eyes of Uchiha Hamuki and others, Roy has mastered physical skills similar to Moonwalk, and also has the flying Chaos Dragon Leviathan. He can already be regarded as an air combat unit and does not need the so-called real flight at all. Not to mention, he also has other extremely powerful noble phantasms. For example, I am the Master of Life and Death is a unique barrier treasure that can make enemies age and weaken, and even immortals cannot escape. There is also the noble phantasm Divine Evasion that Roy likes to use. Once released, it can perform the ultimate slash that ignores space, distance, and time. With these noble phantasms, what will happen even if the enemy has amazing flying abilities? Yamamoto Genryu's whispers that this Shinigami can fly, right? Even the Golden Lion will be easily killed by her in battle. Her Zanpei Kuto Bankai, named the Blade of the Sky's ending streaming light, can even reach the true speed of light. And then so what? After Roy released the cheating noble phantasm God's Avoidance, Yamamoto Genryu's icon was still killed instantly by it. Chapter 52 God of the Sky. Rebellious Marine, Broken Noble Phantasm. Please customize. Yamamoto Genryu's Ikaruha, who can fly and attack at the speed of light, was indeed defeated miserably at the hands of Roy. But does Roy really need the ability to fly? At least Liu Hao, a god killer, doesn't think so. Liu Hao. Besides, this is not a simple question of can you fly? Have you forgotten that what Roy got is a noble phantasm? That is not weaker than the power of the god killer. Uchiha Hamuki. Yes, Uchiha Hamuki. But maybe His Highness Roy is unlucky and draws a rubbish noble phantasm. It's like being in an underwater prison. Sakura Tataka. Kasumigaoka. Ah, I was bullied by Mr. World Nobleman not long ago for provoking him. How long has it been since he healed his scar? Have you forgotten the pain? Uchiha Hamuki. Damn it. I feel so sad and angry when I talk about this. Uchiha Hamuki. Roy-sama, please give back my Kushina. Ever since she was forcefully kissed by you, all she can think about now is you, and my wife has transformed into your shape so easily. Roy, Yamamoto Genryu's whispered, you idiot, you deserve it. Kasumigaoka, who asked you to step on two? No, there are several boats. The world's nobles are all better than you. At least they are frank scumbags. Tasakasura, yes, Miki-san went too far before. Even little Sakura's mother and sister were your targets. Uchiha Hamuki, I'm wrong, don't scold me anymore. In the world of pirates, Roy raised his eyebrows slightly. The topic in the chat group suddenly transitioned from the noble phantasm he was about to obtain to bullying Uchiha Hamuki, a traveler from the Aokiji world. The whole process was incredibly smooth. He didn't engage in the conversation. After all, the bullying in the Aokiji world is bad enough, and the photo of Kushina's first kiss is still hanging in the chat group. A wave of energy appeared from the sky. Roy raised his head slightly and found that the portable golden lion was walking in the air, and Yamamoto Genryu's whispered as if walking on the ground. That's Golden Lion. Who is this strange woman? She actually defeated the 17 legendary pirates. Golden Lion. Not far away, Stussy, who had been waiting outside the villa for several hours, suddenly shrank. Counting Asts, who fought with Rayleigh before, this was the second mysterious strong man she had seen today. Is the hidden power of the world government really so terrifying? Even she, a CPO member, has never heard of the existence of these people. Or is this actually the private power of Saint Roy that even the world government doesn't know about? Thinking of this, Stussy couldn't help but feel more in awe of Roy. Flying freely and walking on flat ground in the air is indeed a good ability. He didn't know the messy thoughts in Stussy's mind. Looking at the graceful appearance of the Shinigami girl strolling in the garden, Roy, who originally didn't care much about flying, became a little yearned for it. Thinking about how I could only use the moonwalk to ascend to the sky or stand on the back of Leviathan, I couldn't really say that I was handsome no matter how I applied the filter. Roy couldn't help but look forward to what kind of precious phantom Golden Lion, the famous flying pirate in the pirate world, could bring to him. For you, Yamamoto Genryu's whispered and threw the Golden Lion towards Roy. Boom. By chance, the rudder on Golden Lion's forehead hit the ground. Golden Lion, who had fainted, screamed and woke up, covering his head in pain. But the inside of his body, which had been run over by the Ryatsu dragon, was already riddled with holes, so he could only roll on the ground. You did it on purpose, right? Roy was speechless as he looked at Yamamoto Genryu's and whispered. Yes. Yamamoto Genryu's whispered and said, who made this old guy scold me just now? Of course I want to retaliate against him. With that said, he kicked the Golden Lion, who was still screaming on the ground, hard, and said, hurry up and blast this old thing with gold coins, and see what kind of treasure you can get. Well, thank you for showing mercy to him. Roy didn't show any pretense and thanked the Shinigami girl. Then he looked down at the Golden Lion, and a gorgeous golden sword slowly appeared in his hand. The noble phantasm God's refuge. Roger? The moment God's avoidance appeared, he seemed to feel that extremely familiar aura. Golden Lion's eyes, which were already a little confused, suddenly regained their clarity. He raised his head and looked blankly at Roy and the golden sword in his hand. Dragon brat, what did you do to Roger? He obviously didn't know the concept of noble phantasm at all, and he didn't know that Roger had died in Roy's hands a long time ago. But Golden Lion still seemed to know the truth. Roaring angrily, this is undoubtedly Roger's aura. Is it a new technological method from the World Government Academy of Sciences? Those doctors helped you make Roger into a sword? Damn it. No way. Forgive, you bastards. God's avoidance dash. Roy was not interested in listening to the old man's howl as a defeated dog, and he couldn't avoid the imaginary blow even though he was using the noble phantasm in his hand. Using the fantasy treasure created from Roger's legend to end Golden Lion is his last show of respect, for Golden Lion is a legendary strongman. Laugh. The Golden Lion was split into two halves with a sword, and his body fell to the ground helplessly. Blood surged from the wounds on both sides of his body, and in the blink of an eye, it gathered under him into a pool of blood, with bones and internal organs scattered all over the floor. Did he still die in Roger's hands in the end? Lozi is satisfied. Lying in a pool of blood, Golden Lion, who was completely awake before his death, muttered to himself angrily, Roger, Lozi is here to find you. Even in hell, you must also become Lozi's ally. Roy Saint. Is the Golden Lion dead like this? Stussy asked with a complicated expression. Even if you die, God can't save you. Roy casually. Kaido, go and bring Rouge here. Yes. Roy Saint. After calming down his emotions, he bowed and saluted gracefully, and Stussy turned around and walked towards the villa. Although this old guy's strength is not as good as before, his courage is still amazing. Looking at Golden Lion's completely lifeless body and feeling the legendary power pouring into his body, Roy actually admired Golden Lion in his heart. At least he himself should not be able to face death with such a calm attitude. Roy has a very clear view of himself. He is just an ordinary layman. He likes beautiful women, money and enjoyment. He is afraid of aging and death. That's why Roy wants to become stronger, and stronger again. Even with his current strength, breaking through the pirate world is not a problem at all. Even the terrifying power of the so-called Mother Fire created by Vegapunk can destroy a country with one blow and cause shock to the world. For Roy, wanting to do the same thing is nothing more than liberating a noble phantasm called thunder that tears the stars. But it's not enough. There are countless terrifying existences in countless worlds that can destroy planets or even create the world with a single thought. If one day a strong man of this level enters the chat group, will he have to be obedient in front of the other party and become the other party's little brother? What a joke. He became strong to enjoy happiness and to stand above others forever. If you are controlled by others and cannot even control your own destiny, then what's the point of living a puppet-like life no matter how comfortable it is? Buzz, an aura like a mountain and like thunder erupted from Roy's body, like a sharp sword shooting straight into the sky. The clouds 10,000 meters high in the sky were dispersed, revealing a clear sky. Ryatsu, or the newly acquired noble phantasm after killing the golden lion? No. Probably neither. Yamamoto Genryu's eye whispered for a moment, then came back to his senses. This is supposed to be Conqueror's Haki exclusive to the One Piece world. As a celestial dragon, Roy certainly has this qualification. It's just now that I'm awakening. The qualifications of a king? Boring. It's not because I have this qualification that I can become a strong man, but because I stand above everyone else. I have this qualification as a matter of course. Roy was not at all complacent after awakening Conqueror's Haki. Immerse yourself in it and focus all your attention on the treasure you just obtained. I have Hao'S. Level 1. Type, Anti-Personnel Noble Phantasm. Killing Lion Fruit. Golden Lion is a fantasy weapon created with the life legend of the flying pirate and the divine power of the hand of Hermes. Horus is the god of the sky. His right eye represents the power of the sun, and his left eye represents the power of the moon. But at this time, the level of this noble phantasm was too low, so it only retained part of its power as the god of the sky. The sky is your home ground, and you can walk on the ground as if in the sky. Wherever you look, God cannot fly without your permission. You are protected by the god of the sky, and no ranged attack can harm you. I kind of doubt whether I'm really cheating. Looking at the introduction to the new noble phantasm, Roy had a rare expression of surprise on his face. It's just a flight that allows you to walk on flat ground. It's understandable to prohibit others from flying. This is actually not a very powerful ability. But what is the last one? Being protected by God. Any long-range attack cannot cause harm to yourself. To be honest, this is a bit scary. Sword Chi, Liu Hao'S powerful dragon roaring tiger roaring technique. Yamamoto Genryu's eyes bank eye the end of the sky and the blade of light, etc., should all be considered long-range attacks. So you can use your face to resist these powerful moves. Roy called him a good guy from the bottom of his heart. Even he wanted to call himself a bad guy. What's wrong? Yamamoto Genryu's eye whispered and looked at Roy in surprise. Is it because the noble phantasm obtained by killing the golden lion is weak? Very weak? Roy looked very strange. If this can be considered weak, then other people in the chat group should probably find a piece of tofu to kill them. But seeing his expression, the Shinigami girl confirmed her suspicion. Roy was really unlucky and got a rubbish noble phantasm. It's okay, Roy. The strong should bravely face the cruelty of the world. Raising his porcelain white palm and patting Roy's shoulder hard, Yamamoto Genryu's eye comforted him with a carefree voice. It's just a bad luck. You are already strong enough. Although that guy Uchiha Miki will definitely laugh at you. But you can also go to the Aokiji world to challenge her. No. That's not what I actually meant. Forget it. See for yourself. Not too lazy to explain, Roy simply sent the information about the Eye of Horus to the chat group. Uchiha Miki is the new noble phantasm finally here? Let me see it quickly. Liu Hao, Demon Eye? It shouldn't be said to be the Divine Eye. After the star-destroying divine thunder from God dear Zeus last time, is it the god of the sky again? Tasakasura, Roin is like the darling of the gods. Uchiha Miki, I'll go. What is this? The ability to fly and no fly is just that, but there is also the protection of remote attacks cannot cause damage your highness. Roy, you are really cheating more and more. Liu Hao, it's okay. It's just immune to damage from long-range attacks. It's more simple than 570, and it's not immune to all damage. Uchiha Miki. It seems to make sense. Uchiha Miki, if you think about it carefully, most of my Suzu, I technique, and 8 inner gates formation are not long-range attacks. It seems that Roy-sama's powerful new noble phantasm is very useful to me. It's useless, Jibril : but it seems to be useful to me. Game Life World. Jibril, who was as beautiful as an angel, was floating in the air in a daze. As a powerful fighter ranked very high in the chat group, his personality is also one of the best, cruel and bellicose. Jibril has been looking forward to a hearty battle with Roy. But what is this noble phantasm all about? You must know that the Flugel itself is a flexible aerial combat unit, and most of the attacks they are good at a long range. For example, the Sky Strike can evaporate the planet's sea with one blow, and the Divine Strike can be released jointly by the Flugel to kill the gods. These are undoubtedly long-range moves. This so-called Eye of Horus can restrain her in all aspects. At this time, Asts, who had been silent since just now, suddenly appeared in the chat group. Aces, is it a new noble phantasm? It's very strong. I thought that as I became stronger, I could close the distance between you and me. But now it seems that the gap is even wider. Uchiha Miki, Queen Sister has the air group. Has she already defeated Pluton Rayleigh? Asts, no, I already had the advantage, but he was rescued. Asts, it was a masked mysterious woman who did it. You bastard, you dared to interrupt my fight. South Blue, on the endless broken ice field, Asts's face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. The strange woman saved Rayleigh. Roy and Yamamoto Genryu's eye looked at each other softly. As time travelers who had watched One Piece, the two knew the identity of the woman instantly. It seems that you lost an opportunity to obtain the noble phantasm. Yamamoto Genryu's eye whispered and grinned. Are you going to hunt him down? I can provide free help. No need, just go to Saibadi Archipelago and catch them all at once. Roy shook his head. Ding. Your precious phantom come, demigod, has been damaged and broken. The phone bug and chat group notifications sounded at the same time, interrupting Roy's words. Huh? Hanzo is dead? Didn't I ask him to return to Rain Shinobi Village? Did Uzumaki Nagato kill him with a Rinnegan? Roy couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when he didn't react. The roar of the Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel rang out from the phone that was picked up subconsciously. Roy, Vice Admiral Garp, Aokiji Vice Admiral and Ake Ainu Admiral are fighting. Please send someone to stop it. Stop the three of them. Ake Ainu Admiral is already injured. Chapter 53, No Flying. Marines should prepare an extra coffin. Please customize. Thank you. South Blue, some island. Similar to Est's battlefield. The entire island and the nearby sea area had turned into a land of ice and snow, and the air was filled with icy cold air. And on this ice sheet, three figures were colliding like lightning. Great eruption. Fistbone impact. Boom. The hot magma fist was shattered by Garp's fist trapped around armament Haki, and Ake Ainu himself was exploded by the punch, turning into magma all over the sky. But for Logia, it wasn't even an injury. Garp, you actually dared to disobey Saint Roy's order and want to save the wife of the Pirate King? You colluded with pirates. You are a marine in vain. The magma immediately condensed into a human form, and a large amount of hot magma surged out of the body like a volcano erupting. Ake Ainu roared and rushed towards Garp. But at this moment, the biting cold air hit. Ice Age. Click, click, sting. The magma was covered in ice, kicking up a lot of water vapor, and Ake Ainu himself was frozen into an ice sculpture. If it's 1v1, this is definitely nothing. After being amplified by the strengthening necklace given by Roy, it only takes a moment to break free from the pheasant's freezing. But what he is facing now is two people. Garp is the strongest among them. Ake Ainu kid, take one strike from me, fall to the bottom of the sea. Garp roared, grabbing the frozen Ake Ainu and slamming it down to the ground. Boom. There was an earth-shaking loud noise. The island shook violently as if it had been shaken, and large cracks began to appear around the island. Ake Ainu himself was smashed through the island by Garp's attack and fell into the ground. Seikeizuki. Mr. Garp did not betray. As a Logia user, he knew that Ake Ainu would not be defeated so easily. Aokiji explained loudly with a painful expression, One Piece's wife is innocent. Mr. Garp just did what he thought was right. You have fallen, pheasants. Amidst the loud roar like a volcanic eruption, Ake Ainu, whose face was covered in blood, stepped on the lava and rushed out of the ground. The expression on his face was distorted by extreme anger, and Ake Ainu shouted coldly, the pirate's family is not innocent either. What Saint Roy did is the right thing to do. You who are so merciful are letting the tiger go back to the mountain, which will only cause more tragedies. What kind of bullshit is this? Garp was also completely irritated by Ake Ainu, and his muscles bulged as high as a military god. Is it justice for the celestial dragons to bully a poor pregnant woman? I must wake you up today, and then I will deal with that celestial dragon brat. Boom. Ice, magma and ultimate power continued to erupt on the island, eventually destroying the entire island. However, this group of people had no intention of stopping, but continued to fight on the sea frozen by Aokiji. Far away. It's so scary, I can't even get close. Looking at this terrifying battlefield that he could not intervene in, Yasha hung up the phone and prayed in his heart. Roy, you must send someone here quickly. Otherwise, something will really happen. Ake Ainu, Garp and Aokiji are fighting. Looking at Roy who hung up the phone, Yamamoto Genryu's whispered with a strange expression, this is something that has never happened in the original One Piece. It seems that the plot of One Piece has changed a lot because of you. That's normal. If I continuously destroy Panin Island and the Rose Kingdom, I'm afraid I'm the maddest in the world in Garp's eyes, right? Roy smiled casually, but there was a chill in his eyes. But this old guy is really impatient. I don't know what kind of treasure he can let me get. Do you need my help? Yamamoto Genryu's asked casually. Can. Roy nodded and said, invite us in the group to go together. Rayleigh ran away. She probably didn't have all the fun. It's so darling. Even the battle-mad queen likes it. It seems that your XP system does have a wide variety of types. Yamamoto Genryu's chuckled softly, and then winked behind Roy. What about the little girlfriend you just met? Why don't you feel sorry for her after being tortured so miserably? Not far away, Stussy had already walked out holding Rouge, who had changed into new clothes and was completely dizzy from exhaustion. Looking at the exhausted pregnant woman paralyzed in Stussy's arms, the Shinigami girl couldn't help but sigh in her heart how much of a scumbag Roy was. It's really explosive enough. This scumbag can actually show off. Send her back to the Holy Land first. Stussy apostrophe. Roy told Stussy, then contact Vegapunk and ask him to research a potion that will definitely give birth to a daughter and give it to Rouge. Stussy was stunned in place, thinking that she heard wrongly. Didn't you hear what I said to this woman during the live broadcast in the world? Roy looked at Stussy in surprise. Listen. I heard it. I understand. Stussy stumbled in response, but felt another shiver in his heart. She did hear it, but she thought Roy was joking with Rouge. If a son is born, he will be strangled to death. If you give birth to a daughter, You can call her Nailonoangu. So that's not a joke. Does Mr. Roy hate his son so much? He only likes his daughter? Do you want to ask Dr. Vegapunk for a few doses of this potion? After all, she had been with Roy so many times without any protection, so she might have gotten pregnant, right? As long as you understand it, go quickly. Waving his hand, he sent away Stussy, who was full of messy thoughts. Roy then entered the chat group. Roy, attests, are you not injured? Asts, slight injury, it will not affect my combat history. Roy, that's good, you wait though for Kinu and I, will be there soon. Asts, okay. Roy, at Uakahamuki, picture, the chat group just sent me a reminder, saying that it was the noble phantasm I left in the Haokiji world before, and that Golden Hanzo is dead. If you have time, go to Rain Shinobi village and help me find out what's going on, and I can give you a devil fruit later. Uakahamuki, devil fruit? I want a slippery fruit. Giving it to a girl will definitely win her heart. Uakahamuki. But Hanzo actually died? After being strengthened by your noble phantasm. He at least has super cage level strength, right? Can Uzumaki Nagato kill him? Or is it Uchiha Madara who moved? Roy, it's possible. Anyway, go and have a look. This thing is really strange. Uchiha okay, I just happened to drop by to meet Sister Conan. He, my angel Conan. Uchiha who was full of beautiful sisters and beautiful sisters, readily accepted Roy's employment. As for whether there would be any danger in this mission, she didn't care at all. Just kidding. She has Mangekyo Sharingan and 8 inner gates formation. Even if Uchiha Madara comes out, she can still compete with her. We are going to meet up with Asts now and then go to Akainu, right? After exiting the group chat, Yamamoto Genryu's whispered and looked at Roy eagerly. You can fly now. Do you want to compare your speed with me? Aren't you bound to lose? Roy looked at the Shinigami girl in front of him like an idiot. My strength and speed are definitely superior to those of my opponents. It's not like you don't know this. Of course I know. Yamamoto Genryu's whispered and rolled his eyes. So you don't choose the Hercules belt, and I don't use Zanpei Kuto's Shikai and Bankai. We all rely on other abilities. How about it? Roy's expression became even weirder. Are you sure you can use all other abilities? That's right. Having sealed Roy's most powerful speed-type noble phantasm, Yamamoto Genryu's whispered that he would never lose. Of course, it doesn't matter if you really lose. She originally just wanted to see how fast Roy could fly with his new flying ability. Fine. Realizing that this woman had obviously forgotten some important settings, but since the other party was looking for abuse, Roy naturally wouldn't refuse. So, do you want to make some bets? Before the speed competition started, Roy looked at the Shinigami girl playfully. Don't want. The Shinigami girl rejected Roy without hesitation, and there was even a rare hint of panic on her usually calm and pretty face. Huh? Why are you reacting so loudly? Roy looked at her inexplicably, feeling that this reaction was really strange. Nothing. Let's get started. With a slight blush on her pretty face, Yamamoto Genryu's Aikina would not say that she was frightened by Roy's bet with Liu Ohao in the Haokiji world. I carved my name with a sword on my upper body. These two are so good at playing. Even in the modern society before she traveled through her previous life, this was definitely a very exciting way to play. Okay, if you don't want to bet, I won't bet. Roy shrugged and ordered, then let's get started. Swish. As Roy finished speaking, Yamamoto Genryu's whispering figure instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared out of thin air thousands of meters away in midair. Shunpo. As one of the basic skills of Shinigami, Yamamoto Genryu's Aikina has practiced it extremely well, and its use is almost no different from teleportation. Roy didn't move. Is he planning to catch up with me in a preemptive strike? Is he flying that fast? Standing steadily in the void, Yamamoto Genryu's whispered and turned his head to see Roy still standing there, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. The next second, she saw strange lines appearing in Roy's eyes. The right eye is the sun. The left eye is the moon. This is a precious phantom called the Eye of Horus, which is the power of the god of the sky. Hey. No way. Yamamoto Genryu's whispered and his face changed slightly. Of course she knew that Roy's newly acquired treasure was very powerful. Not only could it make him immune to long-range attacks like a cheat, but it could also prevent others from flying. But doesn't it count as flying if she uses Shunpo to step on the spirit sun in the air? Get down here. A strange light flashed in Roy's eyes, and the power of the Eye of Horus was activated. Amid Roy's gloating laughter, Yamamoto Genryu's whispered and suddenly lost the ability to fly, and his body fell uncontrollably into the sea. I can't understand. This is unscientific. I'm using my spirit to stand in the air. How can it be judged as flying? Flying in the air in Roy's arms, the Shinigami girl was soaked with depression written all over her face. Having lost her ability to fly, she had to rely on Roy to cross the ocean. Otherwise, would she have to swim over? This made Yamamoto Genryu's Aikina feel very depressed. After traveling to the Shinigami world and starting to practice for the first time, she was unable to fly. That feeling is very weird. It's like you can clearly feel your hands, but you can't use them. You can't even pick up the chopsticks in front of you. She never wants to experience it a second time in her life. Feeling the Shinigami girl's body in his arms, which was not soft but still felt good. Roy kept a gentle smile on his face and said nothing. This brief competition with Yamamoto Genryu's Aikina really allowed him to see the power of the Eye of Horus, a treasure. Even strong men like Yamamoto Genryu's Aikinu, who could open mountains and seas at will, could only watch themselves fall into the sea without any recourse. This no-fly effect is simply terrifying. Because the Shinigami girl in his arms was really comfortable, Roy's flying speed was not very fast. But South Blue is not big, so Asts didn't wait long to wait for the two of them. Roy Saint. I heard Aokiji Admiral was injured. Roy Saint. Vice Admiral Garp. He has a bad temper, but he is still loyal to the world government. HMPH. If you are loyal to the world government, why do you want to besiege Aokiji Admiral with Aokiji? Aren't those two people disobeying Saint Roy's order? As soon as Roy landed, Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider and Huo came up to him, arguing with each other. Apparently he knew about the ongoing war between Aokiji, Garp and Aokiji. You should lead the team directly back to naval headquarters and inform Buddha Sengoku to prepare the funeral for his good brother. Not annoyed by the rude attitude of the two Marine Vice Admirals in front of him, Roy said in an indifferent tone. Funeral? Ghost Spider and Huo were stunned at the same time. Of course they knew the hidden meaning of Roy's words, which was to kill Vice Admiral Garp directly. Suddenly, two completely different expressions appeared on their faces. Burning Mountains is panic. As a staunch supporter of the Buddha Sengoku faction, he certainly could not accept the death of Garp, which would make Marine lose a pillar of King Lee. But the Ghost Spider was ecstatic. He is a strong supporter of Aokiji. If Garp dies because he offended Roy, a celestial dragon, the power of Buddha Sengoku's faction will inevitably suffer a heavy blow. By then, Aokiji's chances of succeeding Marine Marshal will be greatly increased. Roy. That's not allowed. Vice Admiral Garp is Marine's hero. He has worked hard for Marine all his life. The honest-faced Huo begged Roy eagerly, not even noticing that the cigar he had been holding in his mouth fell to the ground. Hey, Huo, this is Saint Roy's order, don't think about it so much. On the side, Ghost Spider pulled Huo arm hard. He didn't want Huo to stop Roy's decision. But the next second, something terrible happened. Laugh. The Ghost Spider, whose face was sprayed with blood, opened his eyes in shock. He looked at Huo severed neck with dull eyes, and his mind went blank. Questioning the celestial dragons is a capital crime. Taking back the precious phantom that was still stained with blood, Roy's voice became colder and colder, making people shudder. As the Marine Vice Admiral, Huo died so easily. Even Ghost Spider, who has always disliked him, never thought that this would happen. Boom. Ghost Spider's knees weakened and he knelt down in front of Roy. At this time, he didn't dare to express his anger, for fear that the terrifying Tanlong man in front of him would also strike him with a sword. Too scary. That's Marine's elite Vice Admiral. He's the mainstay of Marine, and there are less than 20 in the entire naval headquarters. That was Marine's outstanding combat power that he spent a lot of resources and time to cultivate, but it was killed so easily like a piece of garbage. What a waste of natural resources. Don't be afraid, since you're Sakazuki's, you can be considered as my subordinate. Gently patting Ghost Spider's trembling shoulder, Roy's tone was very gentle. I just want to trouble you to prepare an extra coffin. Thank you for your hard work, Ghost Spider Vice Admiral. Chapter 54 Kizaru. It's so hard to be a worker. What? Huo was killed by Roy Saint. Garp wanted to save Rouge, but Aokiji stopped him, and the two of them fought. Aokiji also helped Garp fight Aokiji. Aokiji is already injured? Are you kidding? Saint Roy actually took that woman with similar frozen fruit ability to rescue Aokiji. Roy Saint also asked our Marine to prepare the coffin and funeral. Naval headquarters. After receiving a call from Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, the Marshal let out a series of exclamations. The faces of Buddha Sengoku, Vice Admiral Crane and Zephyr who were listening became increasingly uglier, as gloomy as if they could drip water. Huo is a gentle person and has a good relationship with them. I didn't expect that he would have such a tragic ending. Crack. The phone bug hangs up. Everyone, Marine is facing an unimaginable huge crisis. If it is not handled well, you can probably think of what that crazy and cruel Draco will do, right? Marshal Kong raised his head and glanced at everyone present, with an extremely serious and dignified expression on his face. It's so scary, Celestial Dragon. Kizaru held the teacup. His tone was still gloomy, and no emotion could be heard. Garp and Aokiji are in danger. Buddha Sengoku's face was full of worry for his best friend. That Roy Saint had mysterious and terrifying abilities, and he even had powerful subordinates who forced Pluton Rayleigh back. Even Huo was killed. This willful celestial dragon was I won't show mercy to Garp. What should we do? Aokiji is Marine's future, and Marine can't lose Garp. Zephyr couldn't help but ask excitedly. Stop Garp and Aokiji from fighting, then take Garp and Aokiji back to naval headquarters for confinement, and then release them after the storm has completely passed. Vice Admiral Crane quickly came up with a workable plan. Stop the fighting? That's in South Blue. It's too late. He paused mid-sentence, and Zephyr glanced thoughtfully at Kizaru. who was drinking tea lightly. Vice Admiral Kizaru and Buddha Sengoku also looked at Kizaru. "Well, what do you all see me doing?" Kizaru looked confused, but secretly complained in his heart. How could he not know what these big guys wanted him to do? But that's the celestial dragon Saint Roy. That Saint Roy who killed the Vice Admiral after a disagreement, destroyed the Rose Kingdom, and even a mysterious woman under his command could fight Pluton Rayleigh. If you interfere in the affairs of this big shot, will he really not be treated as an enemy and killed on the spot? Palooza Reno, there is no other way. Only your shining fruit can 510 reach South Blue in time. The palm wrapped around armament Haki slapped Kizaru's shoulder heavily. Marshal Kong said in a deep voice, "You don't need to face that Roy Saint. Your task is very simple. Stop Aokiji and the others from fighting, and then bring them back to the headquarters." "May I?" The corner of Kizaru's mouth twitched and he smiled dryly. "Can I refuse?" "Of course. You can't." Marshal Kong grinned with a ferocious smile. "If you refuse, I will immediately remove you from your position and then make you work as a seaman recruit cleaning toilets for the rest of your life." Kizaru : "It's so scary." "Fine." Who told him to be just a poor migrant worker? If he refuses Marshal Sora and doesn't rescue Garp and others, he won't be able to survive a naval headquarters in the future, right? Sigh. "I'm so envious of Sakazuki for being able to become an admiral so early. If only I could." Envying Akinu's good luck in his heart, Kizaru's whole body turned into a golden flash, and then disappeared into the conference room. Is it really okay for Palooza Reno to be alone? Seeing Kizaru leaving, Zephyr couldn't help but ask. Not only are they worried about Kizaru's unreliable character, but they are also worried about the safety of Kizaru, a disobedient student. Oh. Just let fate happen. Marshal Kong rubbed his temples painfully and sighed. Garp is really in crisis this time. That Roy Saint will not pamper him like the five elders. I only hope that he will turn the danger around this time. It can improve your memory, so don't be so impulsive all the time. South Blue. In the aftermath of the battle between Akainu and Aokiji, the nearby sea area has turned into a strange scene of half hot magma and half ice and snow. There are also a large number of lava and ice fragments scattered over a huge area of dozens of kilometers. Cool. Aokiji's mouth rose and fell rapidly, and he kept exhaling deadly cold air from his mouth. Opposite him, Akainu was covered in blood, just like a bloody man, looking very miserable. But the hot magma on his body did not weaken at all, and was even a little stronger than before. "I have given up trying to convince you, Sakazuki. You are hopeless and have completely become a slave to that draconian brat." Garp, who was also covered in blood and had several pieces of roasted meat on his body, stared at Akainu, with regret in his eyes, but more importantly, anger and dissatisfaction. "It doesn't matter what you say." Akainu glared at Garp fiercely and shouted coldly, "The descendants or sinners are sinners." "What nonsense. Wives are innocent and children are innocent. I will never agree with such nonsense in my life." Arsehole. With his eyes about to burst, Garp stepped on the broken ice and struck Akainu like a cannonball. At this moment, an astonishing cold air broke out from a distance. Kaka. Under the cold air of ultimate, everything visible to the naked eye, including the hot magma, was quickly frozen, and Garp was also frozen into an ice sculpture. But in just a moment, Garp broke through the ice. Aokiji? In the sky full of broken ice, he looked back. He thought it was Aokiji who betrayed him and attacked him. But what Garp saw was Aokiji, who was also frozen into an ice sculpture, and a blue-haired woman wearing a white military uniform. "Are you the woman who suppressed Rayleigh on the world broadcast?" Recognizing Ast's identity, Garp's eyes couldn't help but shrink. "When this woman arrives, it means ... that person has arrived too. Why bother going to such lengths?" Vice Admiral Garp. A man's voice sounded regretful, and two figures, a man and a woman, slowly emerged from the cold air. "Celestial Dragon, Saint Roy." Garp said Roy's name through gritted teeth. Garp looked at Roy with fierce eyes, as if he was impressed by him. But Akainu's face instantly showed an expression of surprise, as if he was seeing a relative. "Roy Street." He wanted to walk towards Roy, but Akainu's face changed slightly, his body staggered, and he fell to the ground in a panic. 1 against 2, facing the tacit attack from two strong men, Garp and Aokiji. Even with the noble phantasm strengthening necklace given to him by Roy, Akainu had almost no strength at this time and was relying on hard work. Roy's arrival seemed to make him relieved, but he couldn't hold it anymore. "Hamuki, I never thought I would see such an expression on Akainu's face in this life. It's so weird." Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S. Speaking of which, why does this Garp hate Mr. World Nobleman so much? In the chat group that just started the live broadcast, Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S looked confused. To her, Garp's hatred for Roy was simply inexplicable. "Hamuki, I think I understand a little bit." Hamuki, the death of Ace in the original work is ultimately a war between Marine and pirates, so no matter how angry Garp is, he still tries his best to suppress his emotions. Hamuki, but His Highness Roy is a celestial dragon. Not only did he want to capture Rouge, whom he wanted to protect, but he also used such a cruel method. It must be intolerable evil in Garp's eyes, right? Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, intolerable evil. Thinking of those innocent people who died tragically at Roy's hands not long ago, at least hundreds of thousands of them, and the poor pregnant woman who has most likely been bullied severely by Roy. Even though Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S has a filter for Roy, she has to admit that what Uchiha Miki said actually makes sense. Roy is simply the master of evil. South Blue, seeing Roy, the culprit, appear, but there is no one he wants to rescue. Garp couldn't help but clenched his fists and asked angrily, "Where is that girl Rouge? What did you do to Rouge?" "Don't worry, she's fine, and she will definitely live longer than you, an old guy." Roy blinked and smiled playfully. "I don't know if it's because of being pregnant, but she's really moist." Arsehole. Feeling deeply sorry for Roger, Garp's eyes almost burst out with blazing flames. He smashed the ice with a bang sound, and rushed towards Roy like a meteor. Mr. Garp. Aokiji, who had just escaped from the ice sculpture, saw that Garp actually wanted to attack the celestial dragons, and Aokiji subconsciously wanted to stop his crazy behavior. Zheng. A sweet sword sound sounded in Aokiji's ears. Under Aokiji's shocked gaze, the cold-blooded girl with black hair who was standing next to Roy just now had come to him at some point. When did she appear next to him? Why didn't I even notice it at all? This woman's speed is so terrifying. Is she a user with some kind of speed-related fruit ability? Don't move. Paralyzed. Looking at the character in front of him who he quite admired in his previous life, Yamamoto Genryu's Aikina put Zanpei Kuto on his neck and said with an indifferent expression, "Uchiha Miki, damn it." The violent Shinigami girl is acting cool again. Sakura Tasuka, Sister Karuha is indeed very handsome. Little Sakura wants to be such a confident and handsome person. Liu Ohao, should we kill Aokiji? It feels a bit pity. He has good potential and is still young. Killing him so early will most likely prevent Roy from getting a powerful noble phantasm. 11. Liu Ohao, this Vice Admiral Garp, on the other hand, is at the peak of his strength and reputation. If you kill him, you will most likely get a good noble phantasm. Uchiha Miki, what the leader sister said makes sense. Uchiha Miki, but that's all Mr. Roy's business. He can kill him if he wants. Let's just watch the show. Uchiha Miki, by the way, I'm almost at Range Shinobi Village. While completing the mission given by His Highness Roy, I was able to pick up Sister Conan along the way. It's really me. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S. It's really you, you idiot. Nakiri Erina, so what's going on now? Why am I the only one left in the cabin? Kasumigaoka, Mr. World Noble's little cook finally wakes up. Congratulations, you are now a boy. Nakiri Erina. Group live broadcast. Everyone looked at the Shinigami girl who was showing off with great interest and felt very relaxed. Not long ago, Yamamoto Genryu's Aikinu defeated the legendary pirate Golden Lion with a near-instant kill. She has proven her terrifying strength. In this huge world of pirates, no one is her opponent except Roy, the monster celestial dragon. It is impossible for Aokiji, who has not yet reached his peak of growth, to compare with her. Damn it! Get out of my way. Feeling the terrifying sword pressure on his neck, Aokiji's face turned extremely ugly. Ice Age. There was no hesitation, and he didn't care whether he would get hurt. An astonishing amount of cold air surged from Aokiji's body, rushing toward the black-haired girl in front of him, freezing everything in its path. Facing the ultimate Senhun, which was enough to freeze the sea, Yamamoto Genryu's Aikinu just smiled lightly and gently waved his sword arm. Boom. The terrifying sword pressure rolled down like a gravity wave, and the 10,000 meter ice sheet exploded and collapsed. The cold air released by Aokiji was easily washed away like paper. Even he himself was blown away by the pressure of the sword, and disappeared from the sight of several people along with the blizzard and frost that filled the sky. There is no need for armament haki to capture the Logia user entity, nor is there any need to perform Bankai or Shikai. Simply overwhelming others with strength is enough for Yamamoto to deal with Aokiji at this stage. So strong. Seeing such an exaggerated power displayed by such a strange woman whom he had never seen before, Akeinu's eyes widened as he fell to the ground. Is this woman the hidden power in Saint Roy's hands? Looking at Yamamoto Genryu's Aikina's young and shameless face, Akeinu couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in his heart. The other side. Garp, however, has no energy to pay attention to Aokiji, a junior. At this moment, all he could think about was giving the Draco brat named Roy a good punch in front of him, so that he could live up to Roger's instructions. The protagonist's grandfather has a somewhat similar reckless personality, which is annoying. Looking at the old thing that was almost rushing in front of him, a trace of impatience flashed in Roy's eyes. What does the life and death of Portkas de Rouge have to do with you? Do you really think of yourself as Roger's brother? Roger's really good brother Rayleigh has already run away long ago. Not one of his crew members came. Pay the price for the choice you made, Garp. Whether it's pain or sorrow, this is the price you have to bear. A gorgeous golden sword appeared in his hand, and Roy read out the true name of this treasure. God Avoidance Zheng. The golden sword light slashed out like a shooting star. This is a fantasy noble phantasm that ignores distance, time, defense, and space, and is sure to hit as long as it is swung. Even in the hands of Roy, who now owns many noble phantasms, it is definitely his favorite one. As long as it is swung out, The enemy is destined to have to use his body to resist the injuries caused by this sword. Unable to defend, unable to evade. As the saying goes, it is the ultimate slashing attack that even gods cannot avoid. It is the perfect embodiment of the word kill. Wow! Blood spurted out of Garp's mouth like it was free. A penetrating wound from his shoulder to his thigh almost cut his whole body into two pieces. Garp flew backwards at a faster speed than when he came in, and finally fell heavily on the ice. Superior. This aura, this swordsmanship, Roger. Like the golden lion, Garp endured the severe pain of his body being torn apart and looked at the gorgeous golden sword in Roy's hand in disbelief. This smell is so familiar. In his eyes, it was not a sword at all, but Roger himself. Uchiha Muki, PFFT. Even Garp recognized it. I wonder if Rouge will recognize it. Uchiha Muki. Speaking of which, if His Highness Roy works with Rouge while the noble phantasm is released, does that count as a crime? The evil Muki sister. Nakiri Erina, you. What are you talking about? Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, you are truly the most terrifying idiot in the chat group. With your level of filth, I would like to call you the strongest. In the chat group, Uchiha Muki uttered obscene words again, leaving everyone in the group speechless. She is obviously one of the most beautiful girls in the group, but why is she always so vulgar? Even Roy, an upright scumbag, is more lovable than her. Chapter 55 Ice Queen, Flash Kick, Aokiji Defectes. Update 9. Almost useless. Damn it. What kind of terrifying technology has the world government mastered? Not only did you do such an unforgivable thing to Rouge, a pregnant woman, but you actually made Roger into a sword? Garp covered the laceration on Yusung's front, roared angrily, and tried to take away the divine avoidance in Roy's hand. But the cold female voice sounded again. Binglan Admiral Army. Boom. Under the control of Asts, thousands of ice cavalry galloped and roared, like a large army passing through the border. Compared with before, these ice cavalry now look more lifelike, and even the weapons and armor on their bodies seem to have been upgraded to a higher level. In the previous battle with Pluton Rayleigh, the god of war power held by Asts determined her victory and once again gave her an all-round ability improvement. The Ice Queen's strength has become stronger again. Boom. Garp, who was already severely injured, was directly knocked out by the enhanced ice cavalry. After landing, he quickly turned into an ice sculpture under the terrifying freezing air. Almost seamlessly, Yamamoto raised her wrist towards the ice sculpture transformed by Garp and sang softly, Hado no 90 Black Coffin. When fighting Aokiji, she deliberately uses a sword press move that does not allow Zanpakuto Kuto to make direct contact with the enemy. Nowadays, to deal with Garp, high-level Hado like Black Coffin is used from a distance. Just because he was worried that his instant death ability could kill the enemy instantly with one sword, causing Roy to lose the opportunity to obtain a new noble phantasm, Yamamoto Genryu Zaiking was really well-intentioned. The strange dark energy turned into a huge coffin-like cube, and Garp, who was frozen into an ice sculpture by Asts, was imprisoned in it. The next second, the black energy turned into thousands of shadow blades, piercing the black coffin's heart from the inside out. Laugh. The black energy coffin dissipated, and Garp's blood-soaked figure fell to the ground mixed with countless broken ice. Not far away, Sleepy Dog had completely fallen into silence. He has always been very confident in his own strength, but now he is a little bit shaken. Could Vice Admiral Garp, who had almost forced himself into a desperate situation, be so fragile in the hands of others? Mr. Garp. In the distance, Aokiji, who had just returned to the battlefield, saw the extremely miserable appearance of the man he respected, and suddenly became angry. Frozen time capsule. With a sudden wave of his hand, a shockwave of extremely biting cold air hit Roy and others at high speed, and the void and ice along the way were frozen again. It's rare to encounter an enemy who uses ice to fight like me, so let me do it. After stopping Yamamoto Genryu Zaiking who wanted to take action, Asts took the initiative to stand up and looked at Aokiji in the distance with emotion. If she were the person she was before she got the chat group, even if she could freeze time and space with the power of Devil's Appearance, Demon's Essence, she might not be able to defeat this Logia frozen fruit user. But she is no longer who she once was. In her own world, she challenged the entire revolutionary army and more than a dozen Tagulone time and time again, using the power of the god of war to continuously strengthen herself. In the past few days after traveling to the pirate world, she had made 2 breakthroughs in a row and achieved a qualitative improvement. Steedspoon thanks chat for existing. Otherwise, she will definitely be like everyone else in her own world and remain a frog in a well all her life, never understanding how big the world is. The final blow will take care of you. Frozen Fruit Cesper. The high-pitched voice revealed unquestionable confidence. As a freezing ability user, Asts didn't think that he, who had become so much stronger, would not be as good as the Aokiji in front of him. The demon god appears The devil's essence Emperor-Hanshin. The ultimate cold air that could be clearly felt from tens of thousands of meters away spurted out of Asts' body, crashing towards Aokiji like a roaring tsunami. Wow, it was like two strands of cold air colliding together in midair. Kaka. Everything he looked at was frozen and turned into pieces of ice. New layers of ice continued to cover the previous layer of ice, and finally, in a very short period of time, a majestic iceberg was created that was over 1,000 meters high. Until then, the cold energy emitted by Aokiji was finally exhausted, but Hao'S coldness has not lost its edge. In Aokiji's surprised and disbelieving eyes, the terrifying coldness that crushed him instantly enveloped his whole body. He didn't even react, and his vision went dark and he lost consciousness, leaving only an ice sculpture in place. Uchiha Hamuki, the Queen's Sister 1. It's simply a historic moment. Liu Hao, calm down. No matter what, you are the one who has obtained the power of the God of War. Victory is inevitable. Jabril, HMPH. Although it's still far behind compared to me, it's still so-so, and it does deserve a compliment. Nakiri Erina, so powerful. This kind of power can completely destroy the entire Japan, right? Not long ago, Asts was evaluated by Uchiha Miki and others as being no match for Aokiji, the Logia middle frozen fruit ability user. Because Aokiji has stronger physical strength, even if Asts can freeze time and space, his attack on Aokiji is no different from scraping. But now, Asts has finally proven himself. The Ice Queen is no weaker than anyone else. 05. A pleasant groan came from her mouth, and the power of the God of War began to strengthen everything about her again. Physical fitness, Tegu strength. As long as she continues to fight and strengthen, sooner or later she will become the true Ice Goddess of War. This freezing power should not be as good as Hitsugaya Toshiro, who completely controlled Hiron Maru at his peak. But Asts's potential far exceeds that of any Shinigami, including me. Feeling that Asts's aura was getting stronger little by little, Yamamoto Genryu's Aikinu couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in his heart. Asts can continuously improve himself under the influence of the God of War power, with almost no upper limit. It's almost like a carbon copy of Aizen and Hogyoku. And although she also got the ability called Direct Death, which is called a bug, the attack after Bankai can even reach the speed of light. But her upper limit has almost been set. If it weren't for the chat group's ability to travel across the world, I'm afraid she would have tried Hollow to take herself a step further. Well, I'm not defeated yet, little girl. Not far away, Garp's weak voice woke Yamamoto out of his thoughts. The people in the pirate world are really bloody cows. You almost cut them in half with your sword using God's avoidance. You were frozen by Ace, and you were hit hard by me with Black Coffin, but you can still stand up? Seeing Garp's shaky figure, the Shinigami girl couldn't help but sigh at the monster-like physical fitness of this powerful man in the pirate world. Since you still want to continue fighting, then of course I will meet your request. Hado number 88. Flying Dragon Strikes Thieves and Sky-Shaking Thunder Cannon. During the Ryatsu riot, Black Hair danced wildly, chanting Kaido's words, and a huge beam of light like a laser thunder cannon shot out from the palm of Yamamoto Genryu's Aikinu. Sudden, a wretched and careless voice fell from the sky. Light speed kick. A golden flash of light fell from the sky and collided with the huge light pillar. Boom. The lasers and light beams exploded, and the deafening explosions resounded through the sky. The golden figure falling from the sky was directly knocked away by the aftermath of the explosion, and finally hit the mining iceberg caused by the battle between Asts and Aokiji. Boom. With violent vibrations like an earthquake, this huge iceberg that had just formed collapsed suddenly. Kasumigaoka. This is too exciting, isn't it? There are actually strong people entering the venue. Liu Hao, Flash. So fast. This should be the other Logia of Ice Admiral Kizaru you mentioned, right? While everyone was chatting, a figure with a wretched face and premature aging walked out of the ice ruins, with helplessness and sorrow written on his face. Kizaru. Roy looked at the troublemaker with a smile. Are you here to help Garp and disobey me? Porusalino. Ainu got up from the ground after recovering a little strength, stared at Kizaru with gritted teeth and shouted loudly, if you dare to disobey Roy like Aokiji, risk your life, I will make you into a barbecue today. I'm sorry, I don't dare to attack Roy Saint. I was too urgent just now to block that lady's move. Kizaru took 2 steps back helplessly, with an awkward smile on his face. HMPH. So what are you here for? Are you here to make soy sauce? Ainu snorted coldly and asked in a strong tone. Originally, I came to stop this battle and avoid marine civil war, but now. He glanced at Garp, who was covered in blood and panting, and Aokiji, who hadn't been able to break out of the ice yet. Take another look at the 2 powerful women and Roy who are staring at him eagerly. Kizaru couldn't help but sigh in his heart, feeling helpless and depressed. If he had come earlier, he might have been able to use his own strength to forcefully stop the battle, and then the big thing would have been reduced to a trivial matter. But now, it's obviously too late. What should we do about this matter? Marshal Sora-sama is simply driving Kizaru to his death. But there is no way, it's coming. For the sake of a stable and happy life for the rest of his life, Kizaru could only hold on and asked, Marshal Sora, let me ask for instructions. Roy Saint, can you spare the lives of Vice Admiral Garp and Aokiji? Vice Admiral? Yes and no, Roy said with a smile. 1? What do you mean? Roy Saint, Can you make it clearer? Unexpectedly, Roy refused him without hesitation. But Kizaru was still confused and couldn't quite understand Roy's words. Roy raised his hand and pointed at Aokiji. As long as you are willing to firmly support Sakazuki and Marine from now on, I can spare Aokiji's life. After the words fell, everyone present had different expressions. There was a flash of ecstasy and respect for Roy in Aokiji's eyes. He really didn't expect that Roy, a celestial dragon, would be thinking about him at this time. He was simply the most perfect boss. Kizaru looked even more sad. You must know that he is the most staunch fisherman, and asking him to fully support Aokiji, a radical, is not equivalent to asking him to give up his stable future life. Please give me flowers. Thinking that he would like to live a peaceful life in the future, but would have to follow Aokiji to chase pirates all over the world, Kizaru suddenly felt that his life was gloomy. And, what's more important is the hidden meaning behind Roy's words. Spare Aokiji? What about Garp? Hamuki. Garp is dead. Hamuki, whether it's for the new noble phantasm or because of his reaction to him. Even if he resists, His Highness Roy will not let him go. Asts, yes, but Aokiji is too young now. It would be a pity to kill him. Obviously Roy also thought of this. Asts, but even if we don't kill him, there must be a painful enough price. I guess Roy and I have the same idea. Jabril, why don't you break his legs and give them to me in red envelopes? I'm quite interested in the ability of elementalization. I can study it. Nakiri Erina, hit. And break your legs? Kasumigaoka. Normally, there are not many believers in this group. You'd better accept this as soon as possible, little cook. Nakiri Erina, don't call me that nickname. In the chat group, many people expressed their opinions. To sum up, Garp is definitely dead. However, Aokiji's current utilization value has not reached its maximum. It would be a pity to kill him, but he would also have to be punished with cancer. How about it, Kizaru? You definitely can't save Garp, but Aokiji's life is in your hands. Roy smiled playfully, waiting for Kizaru's reply. Sigh. Saint Roy, you are really scary. After a long silence, Kizaru sighed helplessly. What else could he do? Resist? Are you kidding me? I didn't see Garp, who is so strong, lying on the ground. Is Aokiji, a user with freezing abilities, frozen? If he dared to resist Roy, a celestial dragon, he would probably end up with an extremely miserable end. Sorry, Marshal Kong, and Sengoku Admiral. It's not that I don't work hard to save Vice Admiral Garp, but it's simply a dead end. So Kizaru turned to look at Aokiji, with a rare serious expression on his sad face. Sakazuki, I have to ask for your guidance from today on. Good. Aokiji's heart was surging, and his eyes looking at Roy became more enthusiastic and respectful. With the support of Roy, a Draconian, he feels more and more likely to become the youngest Marine Marshal in history. Sure enough, his decision to follow Roy, a celestial dragon, was the most correct decision he had ever made in these years. Arsehole. I didn't expect that even a brat like you, Paluzarino, would defect to the celestial dragons. Suddenly, Garp, covered in blood, stood up again, roared and tried to rush towards Roy and others. Humphrey, you are really stubborn. Asts looked unhappy, and his high-heeled military boots hit the ground with a thud. Suddenly, a terrifying cold air spurted out, freezing Garp into an ice sculpture again. Laugh. Roy cut off the ice sculpture Garp's neck with a sword, and blood flowed out like a fountain. The head that turned into an ice sculpture fell to the ground and turned into a pile of broken ice. The hero Vice Admiral, the grandfather of the protagonist of the original One Piece, died so easily. And the legendary power belonging to Garp was finally taken advantage of by Roy. Kizaru's eyes were dull. Although he had accepted that Garp would die, he never expected Roy to be so casual. That's the marine hero who defeated Rock's pirate and cornered Roger the Pirate King several times. How could such a big shot be killed so easily? It was as if he was killing a simple soldier. Why don't you do a public execution, to show off the power of the Shixia people? But he forgot. Does Roy still need to show his majesty now? In the World Live broadcast not long ago, Roy had just used the noble phantasm of thunder to blow up the Rose Kingdom to ashes. The terror of its power even caused the entire world to tremble. After waiting for a while, coupled with a push from Morgan's newspapers, there are probably not many people in the world of pirates who don't know the name of Roy, the celestial dragon. The next one is Aokiji. Shu and the others are right. People must accept punishment when they make mistakes, otherwise they will never grow up. Without immediately checking the new noble phantasm he got from killing Garp, Roy slowly walked up to Aokiji, who had turned into a nice sculpture. The death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. Just carry the pain and despair, continue to work hard to become stronger in the pirate world, and eventually become my noble phantasm. Muttering to himself, Roy smashed the ice with one punch, and then slashed at Aokiji with his sword. Aokiji, who had just regained his freedom, let out a shrill scream. His 2 ears and legs were cut off by Roy, and the blood sprayed from the wounds instantly dyed the ice red. Call Marshal Kong and tell him what happened here. After taking the precious phantom back, Roy suddenly felt refreshed and ordered with a slight smile. By the way, I told him that Vice Admiral Aokiji killed Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp in a sneak attack, defected to Marine, and offered a reward of 1.5 billion bli. It doesn't matter whether he lives or dies. Chapter 56 Meteor Throw, 10th update, completely paralyzed. Garp was dead, his head cut off by the celestial dragon sword. Aokiji's legs became disabled, and he took the blame for Garp's murder. He was forced to become a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion bli. Naval Headquarters, Conference Room. Boom. After hanging up Kizaru's phone, Marshal Kong smashed his desk with an angry punch. It's too much. The Tanlong people are really too much. Yes, Garp is not very obedient, like a stubborn donkey, but he will not end up like this. I never expected that it was just a trip to South Blue, and in just a few days, Garp would die so easily. Marshal Kong was almost angry to death. This is Marine's top combat power. I don't know how many battles with pirates depend on Garp. On the side, Buddha Sengoku's A's were dull, unable to accept this reality. Vice Admiral shed tears from the corners of his eyes and cried silently. Only Zephyr is slightly better, but it also seems to be several years older, smoking silently. Everyone has joined the army since they were teenagers, and after so many years they have become almost like family members. How could something like this happen? Brother Kong. Buddha Sengoku suddenly raised his head, gritted his teeth and glared at Marshal Sora. I'm going to avenge Garp. That celestial dragon is simply lawless. I snapped. A clear slap interrupted Buddha Sengoku's words. Are you crazy, Sengoku? Seeing Sengoku's face being beaten red and looking dull, the furious Marshal Sora roared, can you beat the blue-haired woman with ice, or can you beat the black-haired woman who is suspected of defeating Garp? Or do you think you can resist Roy Saint's terrifying black thunder? Huh? You are looking for death. Do you know that? Buddha Sengoku didn't speak, but his mood was much calmer than before. Oh, who would have thought that such a freak would appear in the Tanlong people? The Vice Admiral he on the side couldn't help but sigh. If you go to take revenge now, you can die easily, but Marine will definitely fall into the hands of Saka 257 Sky, and even become the personal secret of Roy Saint, the Celestial Dragon. June, are you willing to see this happen? Xio is right, we can't mess up our position, let alone let that Tanlong seize the opportunity to deal with us justifiably like Garp. Zephyr was also persuading Sengoku, but it could be heard from his hoarse voice that he was also very sad at this time. After all, it wasn't just Garp, his best friend, who died. Aokiji was forced to become a pirate and a disabled person, but his most beloved disciple could even be said to be his half-son. Draco Roy Saint. Zephyr clenched his fists, tensed his muscles, and remembered the name secretly in his heart. Bear it, unless you want to betray Marine and leave this place where you have worked your whole life. Although he felt extremely aggrieved, Marshal Kong still gritted his teeth and said, I remember that flying squirrel is nearby, right? Let him and Kizaru bring Garp's body back together, and I will hold a funeral for him myself. What about Aokiji? Zephyr asked subconsciously. Aokiji sneak attacked Garp, betrayed Marine, and is now a pirate. Of course, he will be rewarded as Saint Roy said. Without any hesitation, Marshal Sora decided Aokiji's fate. There is just a Logio Vice Admiral who has not yet reached the peak of growth. It is indeed an important combat power of Marine, but it will not matter even if one is missing. It can only be said that he is too stupid to really dare to offend the Tanlong people. If he just offended ordinary celestial dragons, Marine wouldn't be able to protect him. But what he offended was Roy, a monster with terrifying strength and extremely domineering style. Thinking of the Rose Kingdom that was blown to ashes by Roy's blow, with no scraps left, a trace of fear and a very faint longing appeared in Marshal Kong's heart. When he is promoted to the Commander-in-Chief of the World Government Army in the future, will he also have the opportunity to let his descendants become noble celestial dragons who control this terrifying power? Killed Garp, disabled Aokiji and kicked out Marine. After dealing with two annoying people in a row, Roy suddenly felt refreshed and even eating the food cooked by Erina felt much better. At this point, this chat group's mission of traveling through the pirate world is basically over. As long as Asts and others choose to return to their own world, they can begin to receive the rewards of this mission. But they were in no hurry. Erina fell in love with various ingredients in the pirate world and couldn't leave. Asts is grudged against the escaped Pluton Rayleigh. She felt that it was her mistake that caused the other party to be rescued, which prevented Roy from getting a new noble phantasm. Yamamoto Genryu's icon left Roy and his group and headed for the void alone. According to her own words, she planned to try her luck and see if she could intercept Tenno's Thunder Fruit. Even though she could reach the speed of light with the power of Sanpei Kuto, she has too many skills to overcome. Wouldn't anyone really dislike an ability like Thunder Fruit that is handsome, powerful, and has very high potential? As for Demon Fruit Power's huge weakness of being afraid of seawater, she already has a solution. To capture Rayleigh, of course go to the Saibadi archipelago. Just when Roy and his group were halfway there, Morgans, who had been arranged by Roy, finally started to exert his strength. Denryujin Roy-san's unique preferences, from a princess to the wife of the pirate king, holding the thunder that destroys the world, the strongest celestial dragon in the world, a man that even Whitebeard cannot compare with. The child of the pirate king may become a celestial dragon and reach adulthood day by day. Battle against Rayleigh. South Blue discovers the corpse of a suspected golden lion. How strong is the mysterious female subordinate of the celestial dragon Saint Roy? Frozen fruit ability user Marine Vice Admiral Aokiji, betrayed Marine and attacked his boss. Here Garp died in battle. A bounty of 1.5 billion bali was placed on his head. Pieces of news were sent around the world, most of them related to Roy. Talk about it. The deaths of Golden Lion and Garp, and Aokiji's betrayal should have been big news that would desolate the world. But because of Roy's existence, the appeal of all other news has dropped a lot, which makes Morgan's both painful and happy. And Roy is indeed famous. His affair between a man and a woman, his mysterious and powerful subordinates, and the world-destroying thunder that shocked the whole world made the world tremble. What's interesting is that there is no doubt that what Roy did was something that would only be done by a vicious villain. But around the world, people's evaluation of Roy is more positive. Men adored him because Roy is powerful, handsome, and haki. Even the legendary Pirate King's deputy captain is like a chicken and a dog in front of him, and he can't even defeat his subordinates. The deeds of destroying all the scum in the Rose Kingdom with one blow were even more crazy, and became a topic of conversation among people all over the world when they were drinking and bragging. As for women, it is easier to understand. Handsome in appearance, noble in birth, and powerful. With these countless advantages, Roy's bullying of Rouge was a manifestation of love in the eyes of those people. He blew up a whole country for me. He killed hundreds of thousands of people. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people are not as good as mine, so why do you say he doesn't love me? Not many women could resist this temptation, so Roy instantly became a big star in the pirate world. I don't know how many women want to kiss him and experience the pampering that Rouge can only experience. Saibadi Archipelago, Shaki's rip-off bar. Are these women crazy? That celestial dragon Roy is bullying Rouge. That's not love at all. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Rayleigh was so angry. After being rescued and knowing that Rouge was not dead, but had become Roy, a celestial dragon woman, he was in a better mood. But after seeing those people in the newspaper crazily praising Roy, his mentality suddenly exploded. Ask yourself, as a pirate, he has done hundreds of times less bad things than Roy. So why has Roy become a popular star? But he is a pirate that everyone shouts about. This is what is called if a man is not bad, a woman will not love him. Shaki smoked a cigarette comfortably. As the previous emperor of 9 snakes, she was still a bit young and of good looks and charm. To be honest, she didn't really have any interest in Roy. If it weren't for saving Rayleigh, the two of them probably wouldn't have had much interaction in their lives. At this time, there was a burst of chaotic exclamations outside. What's wrong? Rayleigh held the sword nervously, her muscles tense. Now he is a bit like a warrior. Well, seeing that his previous high-spirited look was completely gone, Shaki couldn't help but sigh. Of course she knew it wasn't Rayleigh's fault. I had just experienced a tragic defeat, and I saw in the newspaper that 2 old acquaintances, Golden Lion and Garp, died tragically in South Blue. Every idiot knows that it must be related to Roy and his 2 beautiful subordinates. Not to mention that he couldn't even protect his own captain's wife and children, allowing the other party to take the form of a celestial dragon. Rayleigh can still maintain enough fighting spirit, which is already quite good. It's Roy coming to Saibadi Archipelago. Walking to the door of the bar and listening, Shaki had a solemn expression on his face. Rayleigh suddenly pulled out his sword and looked even more nervous. Could it be that we were exposed? No. I didn't reveal my face when I rescued you, and Marine has long since lost my reward. How could he know about me? I don't know if he was comforting Rayleigh or himself, but Shaki was also a little nervous. How about I go out and take a look? Rather than sit back and wait for death, Shaki decided to take the initiative. But before she could get up, the biting cold air suddenly rushed in from outside the house. Crack! The cold freezes the air into blocks, turning it into a solid wall of ice. In the blink of an eye, the entire bar turned into a world of ice and snow. Damn it! It was actually exposed. When did the world government's intelligence system become so terrifying? After watching the world live broadcast, Zenki certainly knew who this cold air belonged to. Hao'S, who suppressed Rayleigh in a head-on battle, was nicknamed the Ice Queen by the newspapers. As for whether the source of the cold air could be Aokiji, Shaki certainly knew it was impossible. That guy hasn't shown up yet after being put a bounty on Marine's head. He's probably hiding in some dark corner recovering from his injuries. Sure enough, as the escape route from the bar was completely frozen, the queen-like Haki's voice immediately sounded. You are really as good at hiding as a rat in the gutter. I think you should stop calling me Pluton and change your name to Wang. The blue-haired woman wearing military boots walked in with a cold expression. The terrifying cold air emanating from her body made even Rayleigh and Pluton change their expressions. This woman has become much stronger. Sensing Hao'S aura, Rayleigh's eyes couldn't help but stare wide open, full of astonishment and disbelief. Is this woman a monster? This rate of progress is simply not what humans should have. Rayleigh, seemingly aware that Rayleigh was in a daze, Shaki, he shouted loudly, the 2 of us join forces and try to break out of the encirclement in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, when the Tanlong arrives, we will have no chance at all. Okay, I understand. Suddenly awakened by Shaki's words, Rayleigh immediately clenched his sword and was about to wrap around Conqueror's haki and use God's avoidance. But Roy's figure had already appeared at the door of the bar. Although nowadays, Roy no longer needs to care about Pluton Rayleigh's small role. But anyway, going to Wano happens to pass through the Saipadi archipelago, so it would be a good to get rid of this annoying bug. Maybe it can even increase the mission reward this time. Seeing Roy's familiar face, Pluton Rayleigh roared angrily, then immediately turned the sword in his hand and pointed it at Roy. God avoids. Rayleigh gathered all her strength and swung Conqueror's Haki's entangled air slash at Roy. However, Roy didn't dodge or avoid, and didn't even react. Is he crazy? Seeing Roy being so careless, Rayleigh was immediately ecstatic. This was his strongest sword that entangled Conqueror's Haki. Even if Roy was a Logia user, he would be killed on the spot if he was so powerful. But something unexpected happened. Zheng, a sword capable of splitting mountains and seas in half, failed to cause any harm to Roy after it fell on him. It was like scratching a child's itch. How can this be? Looking at Roy, who was unharmed, Rayleigh was completely dumbfounded. Shaki was even more frightened and stood there, not daring to move. Have you had enough fun? After patting the dust left on his shoulder by the sword just now, Roy slowly raised his head, revealing his eyes engraved with the divine patterns of the sun and moon. Eye of Horus. The existence of these eyes means that Roy is protected by the god of the sky, and no long-range attack can harm him. If you've had enough fun, then it's my turn to let you see the legacy of that guy Garp. It's also an incredible noble phantasm. Saying strange words that Rayleigh and the two couldn't understand at all. With the blessing of Hercules' belt, Roy's figure instantly appeared in front of Rayleigh and grabbed his hand tightly. What are you up to? Keenly aware that something was wrong, Rayleigh tried to break free from Roy or fight him off, but it was too late. Meteor throw dash. Reciting the true name of this noble phantasm, Roy grabbed Rayleigh's arm and threw it into the air like a shot put. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous sonic booms stimulated people's eardrums, and Rayleigh crashed through the frozen bar and flew straight into the air. 1.6 His speed is increasing rapidly every second, reaching the first cosmic speed in the blink of an eye, and rushing out of the planet directly. Then came the second cosmic speed. The third cosmic speed. Rayleigh, who was getting faster and faster, had turned into a ball of fire, just like a meteorite. It's just that the meteorite fell from the sky, but he was completely opposite, flying towards the outside of the planet. In the end, Rayleigh crashed into the sun at a weird speed that completely defied physical logic, and was destroyed in the tens of millions of degrees of heat. Where did you throw Rayleigh? How is he doing now? Lying on the ground, Shaki looked at Roy in horror. Her observation Haki can no longer sense Rayleigh's aura at all. Do you know the concept of a planet? Feeling that Shaki, the information player, was probably illiterate, Roy smiled and asked, he should have hit the sun by now. What do you think of him now? I see. Rayleigh. A sad smile appeared on his face. Based on what observation Haki had just noticed, Rayleigh was flying faster and faster. Shaki knew that Roy had indeed not deceived him. Pluton Rayleigh is dead. There is no doubt about this. Roy can already feel a new noble phantasm gathering in his body. Laugh. Blood spurted out from his neck. Shaki suddenly cut his own throat and fell to the ground completely lifeless. Obviously she knew what a miserable experience a pretty woman would have if she fell into Roy's hands, so she chose to commit suicide. This is the end of the week. Sad and powerless, stepping on the ice with high heels, Asts walked to Roy and sighed softly, maybe one day I will meet my end like this. Don't worry, it won't happen. Under Ast's surprised gaze, Roy gently held her hand, and the strange sun and moon pupils came into her eyes. Chapter 57 Liu Hao's views on mate selection. Sakuramat. Uekai Hamuki, have you arrived at Saipadi Archipelago? Roy, it's all over. Uekai Hamuki, so fast. Asts, if Roy and I can't deal with Pluton Rayleigh as soon as possible, it would be too serious a mistake. Uekai Hamuki, haha, that's right. After all, Queen Sister, your current strength is not what it used to be. Liu Hao, I'm curious about how Pluton Rayleigh died, and what kind of noble phantasm you got after killing him. Roy, I threw him into the sun in the tens of millions of degrees of heat. There was 100% no bones left. Uekai Hamuki, what are you talking about? Sakura Tasuka, throw it on the sun. Liu Hao, you already have this kind of strength now? No, the Hercules belt only allows your speed and strength to crush the enemy, but it can't be enhanced to that level, right? Jabril, indeed, throwing it into the sun is a bit difficult for even me to understand, considering I am a god-killing fluggle. Nakiri Erina, since I joined this chat group, I feel like I am learning more and more every day. Kasumigaoka Shiha, so Mr. World Nobleman, would you like to tell me how you did it? Uekai Hamuki, I feel that His Highness Roy may be bragging. He is not a Saiyan or One Punch Man. How could he have the strength to throw someone into the sun? In the chat group, everyone was obviously very interested in Roy throwing Pluton Rayleigh into the sun, because even Liu Hao, who usurped the power of the gods, and Jabril, who was a god-killing weapon, could not do such an incredible thing. Roy didn't bother to waste any more words and directly sent the screenshot of the noble phantasm he obtained to the chat group as before. Meteor throw. Type, Anti-personnel Noble Phantasm. Marine Vice Admiral Garp has honed physical skills and strength throughout his life, and is the best at attacking with throwing means in the pirate world. This legendary experience was taken away by the hand of Hermes and turned into a fantasy weapon. As long as you successfully catch the enemy, you can release the Noble Phantasm and throw the enemy to any place, unable to resist. The initial speed is the speed of sound, and the enemy's speed will continue to increase until it exceeds the speed of the third universe, sublight speed, and even the speed of light. Uekai Hamuki. Huh? Uekai Hamuki. When I ask a question, it doesn't mean that I have a problem, but that you have a problem. What kind of terrifying Noble Phantasm is this? The car can throw people into the sun with bare hands. Jabril, calm down. Isn't there a prerequisite for catching the enemy? Liu Hao, have you forgotten the Noble Phantasm called Hercules' Belt, owned by Roy? With this Noble Phantasm, even gods cannot avoid Roy's grasp. Jabril, it's true. A single Noble Phantasm looks better, but when combined, it's just like cheating. Tasakasura, congratulations to Brother Roy. You have obtained another extremely powerful Noble Phantasm. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S. Mr. World Nobleman is really getting stronger and stronger. In the everyday world, Kasumigaoka shook her long legs irritably. She has been working out in the gym recently, but even if her physical fitness is better, she still loses strength whenever she uses the power of Mangekyo Sharingan. After repeating it several times, she finally realized that it was impossible to become stronger through fitness, so she looked forward to the powerful and beautiful devil fruit that Roy had mentioned before. But has Roy forgotten? Seeing Roy chatting and laughing with everyone in the chat group, Kasumigaoka picked up one and took a few bites. I'll bite you to death. I'll bite you to death. Mr. Noble Man of the World who lets people go. In the chat group, Roy also handed out another Noble Phantasm he had just obtained. Infinite Sword Heart. Type, Noble Phantasm against oneself. Pluton really does not possess top-level talent, but the person he follows is the best swordsman in the world. So under the influence of his ears and eyes, he also mastered the strongest sword skills in the world. This legendary experience was sublimated under the hand of Hermes and turned into the weapon of fantasy. With this treasure, one can see through any sword technique at a glance, learn it, and then improve it. Uekai Hamuki, I'll go. I was shocked twice in one day. Uekai Hamuki, look. What is a dog care? This is a dog care. Liu Hao, you can master the skills that others have practiced for many years at a glance, and then sublimate them to become stronger. It is simply the power that can only be possessed by a sword god. Jabril, hey, luckily I don't use a sword. Tasakasura. There aren't many sword-wielding sisters in the group. Tasakasura, however, I see that there are many sword-wielding heroic spirits in the memory copy of the Moon World. If Brother Roy comes to my world to do missions in the future, I think he will be able to acquire many powerful sword skills. Kasumigaoka Shiha, but in the final analysis, swordsmanship is just the icing on the cake for the world's nobles, right? I feel that even if the swordsmanship is sublimated, it cannot match the strength of the Noble Phantasm. Uekai Hamuki, senpai, you are wrong about this. Kasumigaoka oh, Uekai Hamuki, there are still many very powerful swordsmanships in the world, especially in some high-level worlds. Their strength is not weaker than the Noble Phantasm or even stronger. However, we do not currently have such a world in our group. Uekai Hamuki, speaking of which, the one who is best at wielding a sword in the group is probably the violent Shinigami girl, right? Why does it feel like she hasn't spoken for a long time? Tasakasura, it is said that Sister Kinga separated from Brother Roy and went to Sky Island to look for something called Thunderfruit. Uekai Hamuki, shall I go? Thunderfruit? This woman has a wishful thinking. The speed of light Zanpei Kuto plus Logia Thunderfruit really let her find that she is not directly invincible. Roy, invincible? Uekai Hamuki, invincible except you, Roy-sama. Roy, that's pretty much it. Uekai Hamuki, at Yamamoto Genri Kinga, don't look for Shinigami. You can't find it. Why not spend the world enjoying the scenery of Otherworld? Yamamoto Genri Karuha, picture, Uekai idiot. How did you know I found Thunderfruit? Uekai Hamuki, I'll go, right? There are so many sky islands in the pirate world, and you found it so quickly. Looking at the golden fruits in the shape of thunder and lightning scattered in the pictures in the chat group, anyone can tell at a glance that they are abilities related to thunder. Tasakasura, Sister Kinu actually found it. Liu Hao, the power of thunder. Even in my world, the power of thunder is extremely powerful, not to mention that thunder fruit also has the ability to elementalize. Liu Hao, but I remember devil fruit has a weakness of being afraid of seawater, isn't it? Kinu, you already have Zanpei Kuto with the speed of light. It's unreasonable to add a fatal weakness to yourself out of thin air for the power of thunder, isn't it? Yamamoto Genri King. Don't worry, I will definitely be prepared. Why? Yamamoto Genri Karuha, exclusive red envelope for Liu Hao. Tasakasura, Sister Kinu gave the thunder fruit to Sister Liu Hao. Asks, what does this mean? Uekai Hamuki, although thunder fruit is very powerful, the leader sister is a god slayer, so she doesn't need such an ability with obvious weaknesses, right? Liu Hao : I received the red envelope. It is indeed Thunder Fruit. Liu Hao, at Yamamoto Yuan Uzai Kinu. What do you mean by this? Did you really give it to me? Yamamoto Genri Uzai Karuha, One Piece, Sky Island. Shinigami girl's cold and pretty face was filled with speechlessness. Even with such a fatal weakness as fear of seawater, Thunder Fruit is still powerful enough in all the worlds. Does she look like someone who has been taken advantage of, and would she let a treasure of this level be taken away from her? Yamamoto, let me tell you, including the leader of Liu Hao, have you forgotten the cheat you got when you first joined the chat group? Asks, well, is that what you're talking about? Sakura-chan remembers that she was strengthened. Liu Hao, it's a strengthening furnace. I almost forgot about this ability. Yuukai Hamuki, BFFT, I remembered it. It was the ability that was strengthened 7 times and broken 6 times. It's just like the cheating online game in my previous life. Tasakasura, I remember that Sister Liu Hao shattered the power obtained by killing a god during the strengthening process, and I felt sorry for Sister Liu Hao. Liu Hao : that it was just bad luck during that period. Liu Hao, so Kinu, do you want me to help you strengthen the Thunder Fruit? Yamamoto Genri Uzai Karuha, that's right. Asks, but the probability of failure in strengthening seems to be quite high, and if it fails, the Devil Fruit will be completely broken. Yamamoto Genri Uzai Karuha, it doesn't matter. I can't eat a Devil Fruit with a weakness anyway, so it's best if the strengthening is successful. It doesn't matter if it fails. Liu Hao, is that so? I understand. The world of God Killers, Lashan. Looking at the golden strange fruit in his hand, Liu Hao took a deep breath and shouted to the door, Yinga, get a basin of water for me. Before strengthening, she must wash her hands well, and she must be worthy of Yamamoto Motri Uzai King's trust in her. Yes, master. A panicked voice sounded, and soon Li Yingwe rushed in eagerly with a basin of water. Okay, you go down. Liu Hao waved his hand casually. Li Yingwe froze on the spot, dumbfounded on the spot. Oh my god, master didn't hit me today? In the past, she would have broken 2 of her ribs because she was too slow in delivering water. What's wrong? Why don't you go down? Seeing the dull look on his apprentice's face, Liu Hao couldn't help but frown slightly. A trace of impatience flashed across his beautiful face. I'm going down right away. Master. As if waking up from a dream, Li Yingwe hurriedly turned around and staggered away. It wasn't until he was completely away from Liu Hao that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Master's temper seems to have improved a lot. Li Yingwe fell into deep thought, and then his eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that the old master who is over 200 years old has finally reached the age of falling in love? The eagle is so bold. A voice like a thunder god roaring suddenly sounded. Under Li Yingwe's desperate and regretful gaze, a 100-meter-tall Vajra warrior was slapping him. Boom. There was a loud noise, and Li Yingwe, who was sent flying out, let out a miserable scream. Master, I don't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Master, how can you fall in love? It's absolutely impossible in this world. There is no man worthy of you. Master, this smooth-tongued brat ... should be beaten. The man who controlled Vajra gave him another slap and sent him flying completely. Liu Hao returned to his residence with a gloomy expression. But after sitting down, she still couldn't calm down for a long time. The nonsense words of her apprentice Li Yingwe just now were still echoing in her ears. A 200-year-old woman with a sallow face, standing in front of the mirror and looking at her perfect face as if made by God. Even if there are other equally beautiful people in the chat group, they are at best on par with her. Liu Hao couldn't help but want to slap his traitor again. It's obviously no different than when she was 18. But ... can I really fall in love? The God-Slayer Queen, who had existed for more than 200 years but had never considered such a thing, mentioned it for the first time, and Liu Hao subconsciously listed several requirements in her heart. He has the power to crush himself and defeat himself in battle. Have the mentality of climbing to the top and keep working hard to become stronger. He does not show mercy to women, and he will never show mercy when fighting with women, especially when fighting with himself. He looks handsome because he is also very beautiful. These requirements appeared in Liu Hao's mind one by one, and finally condensed into the specific appearance of a person. Roy. No way. Liu Hao was startled by the thoughts in his mind. Although Roy's name was engraved on her body, she already had a little affection for this wanton Draco. But to be honest, she was really not ready to have a relationship with him. Forget it. Let's let nature take its course. Let's strengthen the devil fruit for Kina first. I hope it won't fail again. As a rare person who chose to escape rather than face it calmly, Liu Hao sighed softly. Then he washed his hands, opened the reinforced furnace that he had not used for a long time, and threw the thunder fruit into it. Congratulations, thunder fruit was successfully strengthened. The notification sound of the chat group rang in his ears, and a look of surprise appeared on Liu Hao's face. It actually succeeded. Taking out the thunder fruit, which had grown in size and changed from gold to red gold, Liu Hao couldn't wait to check the detailed information. Thunder fruit +1. Thunder fruit has been strengthened once, eliminating the weakness of fear of sea water, and strengthened the temperature of thunder, with a high temperature far exceeding the surface of the sun. Perfect. Seeing this perfect strengthening result, Liu Hao directly sent the thunder fruit back to Yamamoto Genryu's Icona with a red envelope, and then posted the screenshot in the group. Liu Hao, picture. Liu Hao. Did you see it? This is the luck of the god killer. Yukai Hamuki. Oh my god. The leader's sister is actually stunned. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, indeed. And the strengthening is perfect. It not only eliminates the only weakness, but also strengthens the temperature of thunder and lightning. Nakiri Erina, obviously I have no interest in fighting, but I still can't help but be envious. Is this the joy of strengthening? Yukai Hamuki, I announce that with the speed of light plus thunder, the violent Shinigami girl has officially become the second strongest in the chat group. Second only to His Highness Roy''s shout, although I hate to admit it, I am indeed not strong enough right now. Liu Hao. I will also hurry up and kill Sun Wukong. I hope I can get a powerful enough power. Jabril, HMPH, I can't pretend I didn't hear this. I can do it at the speed of light. She's not necessarily stronger than me. Yamamoto Genryu's Ikaruha, would you like to give it a try when you get the chance? Jabril, of course. Jabril, it's a pity that I can't kill you, but I think the limbs of a Shinigami would be quite a nice collection. Nakiri Erina, why did it suddenly become such a bloody topic? Yukai Hamuki, this group is full of fighting maniacs. Fortunately, if Roy hadn't beaten them up violently, satisfying their desire to fight, they would only become more powerful now. Brutal. Nakiri Erina, terrible, scared shivering. Matsura, little Sura is shivering too. Yukai Hamuki, huh? Sura, why did your name suddenly become Matsura? Matsura? I don't know, it seems that the chat group changed it automatically. Roy, I guess your story, little Sura, is about to begin. Tokiomi'S is going to adopt you to the Mut family, and even old bugs may have come to visit. Yukai Hamuki, little Sura, run away. Otherwise she will become a miserable hot weapon. Matsura, Chapter 58 Erina, lower your head, you are too tall. Yukai Hamuki, the plot of the Fourth Holy Grail War is finally about to begin. Little Sura, run away. Otherwise, she will become a miserable hot weapon. Matsura, Yamamoto Genryu's Ikaruha, you are such a bitch. You still make such a bad joke at this time. Still with little Sura, a child who is only 6 years old. Yukai Hamuki, I was joking to liven up the atmosphere. Tasuku Sura, it's okay, Mukine. Little Sura can release the mission. Roy, then release it as soon as possible. Asts, the world of heroic spirits. I hope you can draw me. Liu Hao, I'm also very interested. I heard that there are gods in that world. Nakiri Erina, I shouldn't be drawn, right? I'm still in the pirate world and haven't gone back yet. Asts, I am also in the pirate world, so do I have to return to my own world first? Yamamoto, let's wait and see. This is also an opportunity for us to understand the function of Tank's time travel. Shape Moon World. Tezuka family. Mut, thank you so much for your help. I believe that with little Sakura's talent, she will be able to carry forward the Mut family's magic. In the corridor, Tokiomi'S, who has an elegant temperament and looks like a gentleman, is leading the way for Mutzonian. His words are full of happiness and gratitude to the Mut family. With a relationship between our two families, there is no need to thank you, not to mention that adopting your little daughter also gives our Mutong family an excellent heir, a win-win situation. It's all double grudge. Mutzukan, who is as ugly as a skeleton and smiles coldly, looks like an extremely standard villain. But in the eyes of Tokiomi'S, Mutzukan was an old man who was ugly but kind at heart. This can be regarded as a major mistake on his part as the father of little Sura. Mutzukan was once indeed a good person, even a righteous partner. At that time, the Mut family's magic was also water magic. But people will fall, just like empires will eventually decay. Today's Mutzukan is a monster who relies on insect magic to maintain his long life, and is an undoubted villain. Tokiomi'S thought about his daughter, but pushed his daughter into the abyss, which has to be said to be a tragedy. Very scary. Hiding in the corner and secretly glancing at the Mutzukan, little Sura turned pale with fright, her mind filled with thoughts of her miserable fate in the memory copy. No, she definitely doesn't want this fate. Release the mission. Little Sura thought silently in her heart. Group member Matsura releases world mission. Mission, save Matsura. Mission requirement, prevent Matsura from becoming the adopted daughter of the Mut family. Time limit, 1 day. Task reward, based on the task evaluation, the number of monthly world draws will be distributed. Number of people on the mission, 2 people. Note, because Ace-Des, Yamamoto Genryu's Ikaruha, and Nakiri Erina are currently in the One Piece World mission, the enemy has removed workers from this mission list. Nakiri Erina, fortunately. The world of heroic spirits sounds very dangerous. I'm safer in the pirate world with Roy and Asts. Damn it. If I had known that I would have returned directly after killing Pluton Rayleigh, I would have missed an opportunity to go to other worlds. Yamamoto, only 2 people will be selected for this mission, so it shouldn't be too difficult. The Fourth Holy Grail War hasn't officially started yet, and those heroic spirits haven't come out yet. Liu Hao, you can definitely draw me. My luck is better than ever. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, Is it because of the self-confidence brought by the success of Devil Fruit strengthening? Liu Hao? Of course it's the confidence of being a god slayer. Task members are being drawn. Congratulations to Roy Nirona and Kasumigaoka for qualifying for this world mission. Sakura, great. It's brother Roy. Seeing that the person who got the mission was actually Roy, little Sakura was immediately elated. For a 6-year-old child, it is difficult for her to understand emotional issues between adults. But little Sakura knows that Roy is good-looking and likes her very much, and he also has the strongest strength in the chat group. This was enough to make her fall in love with Roy, a reliable big brother. Liu Hao, damn, is the God Slayer's luck starting to fail again? Yukai Hamuki, this kind of luck doesn't actually exist. Does it? Kasumigaoka Shiha, I didn't expect that we would be in a world with Mr. World Noble. We are really destined. Jabril, I always feel like I've been forgotten by the chat group. Jabril, forget it. It doesn't matter. It's not a combat mission originally. It's not my type. Asts, since Roy is going to Otherworld to do a mission, it seems there is no point for us to stay in the pirate world. Yamamoto Genryu Zikaruha, indeed. I'm going back to Soul Society later to study the Thunder Fruit ability I just got. I believe my strength will definitely improve this time. Yamamoto Motori Anagi Kinu, at Nirona Roy Saint, I'm sorry, I took away the Thunder Fruit from your world this time. I will definitely give you a good gift as compensation if I have the opportunity in the future. Roy, okay, but you're too polite. Roy, it's just a Thunder Fruit. It's of no use to me. Have you forgotten my noble phantasm? Yamamoto Genryu Zikinu, I just remembered. Yukai Hamuki, I am the thunder that tears apart the stars, the ultimate noble phantasm of thunder, star-destroying thunder. In this case, Roy-sama really doesn't need Thunder Fruit. Sakuramat, brother Roy, you can take whatever you want from the world I live in. Roy, little Sakura is so good, please touch her head. Roy, little Sakura, just send a message to the group when you need us, and the two of us will cross over immediately. Matsura, okay, little Sakura understands. Brother Roy. Pirate World. Glancing at Shaki's body on the ground, Asts suddenly looked at Roy with a playful look. Are you regretting that you didn't pay attention just now? Otherwise you could have caught this woman in your hands, just like that Rouge. That's right. Roy nodded seriously and admitted frankly. Just kidding. That guy Rayleigh even took the initiative to attack him. Of course he will take revenge on Rayleigh severely, causing him great grief and regret. Like being a bully in front of Rayleigh or something. Unfortunately, Shaki, a woman from 9 Snakes, was indeed very strong-willed and chose to commit suicide without hesitation. This was indeed Roy's mistake. Okay, I really don't know what to say. I never expected Roy to be so magnanimous, and Asts couldn't help but admire him. There are not many people who face their own evil and violence so calmly. From this point of view, she, the equally cruel and tyrannical Ice Queen, is quite suitable for Roy. A few minutes later, where's Sister Asts? The little cook Erina Nakiri came to the scene of the battle under the protection of several CPO members and asked curiously, Go back to your own world, there are only 2 of us here. Roy looked down at Erina Nakiri and said in a playful tone, Only just the 2 of us? Nakiri Erina was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stuttered, staring at Roy with a blushing face. That's right, little cook. A gentle smile appeared on Roy's face. Kinu should still be at Sky Island, so there are only 2 of us left together. Don't call me little cook. This nickname is really weird. The girl's face was extremely red from shyness. Even though she had been cool for several days, Nakiri Erina was still uncomfortable with this somewhat ambiguous title. At this moment, Roy suddenly pulled out a piece of black cloth and covered her eyes. What are you going to do? Seeing darkness in front of her eyes, Nakiri Erina froze. You guess? Roy's tone sounded like a boy playing a prank on the girl he liked. Nakiri Erina didn't say anything, but her face turned redder. At the same time, her brain began to work at high speed, and all the romance comic plots she had read in her life appeared in her mind one by one. Fireworks display, looking at the sea, or Roy was going to kiss her, right? What should she do if Roy really wants to kiss her? Want to resist? Fshasha, where are you? Come out and protect me. Nakiri Erina, who was in a state of nervousness, completely forgot about Roy's terrifying power that could easily destroy the world she was in. Even if Hisako came, it was just a gift. In the darkness, feeling Roy holding her hand, Nakiri Erina's body became stiffer and stiffer, and she could only mechanically walk towards the unknown under Roy's leadership. I don't know how long it took. Arrive. Roy's gentle voice sounded, and then the black cloth covering his eyes was pulled away. The light made Nakiri Erina a little uncomfortable, but she soon saw the scene in front of her clearly. What are these? So many, so big. Looking at the various precious ingredients piled up in front of her eyes, including whales that are thousands of meters long, octopuses that are hundreds of meters long, and lobsters that are tens of meters long, Nakiri Erina's eyes almost widened to their maximum size, and even her body was filled with excitement and trembling slightly. Some small gifts that are not worth mentioning. I know you are an excellent chef, so I asked the people below to prepare them specially. Seeing the girl's cute and excited look, Roy asked with satisfaction, "How's it going? Do you like it?" "Love it. There is no better gift for me than this." "Thank you so much." Suddenly getting so many precious ingredients, Erina's eyes were shining when she looked at Roy. This look was like a girl falling in love. "Then do you want to give me a reward?" Raising his hand and tapping his cheek, Roy looked like a goldfish grandma who was bewitching the girl. This. Erina's pretty face turned red, obviously hesitant. "Haha, I'm just kidding." "You don't really believe it, do you?" Roy laughed and raised his hand to pat the girl's little head. Of course, he couldn't expect to defeat the heroine of Hell but eat a spirit with this little thing. After all, this is a real tsundere in the original work, and it is not easy to conquer. But what he didn't expect was that Erina's body suddenly relaxed and she seemed to have made some decision. Then she saw her approaching Roy, raising her hand to grab his collar. Roy looked at Erina with a puzzled expression, wondering why the little cook was grabbing his collar. "You're too tall. I can't reach you." Erina raised her head and stared at Roy's face with her shy and red eyes. "Little chef, are you serious?" Roy was shocked. He remembered Erina. He is not such a proactive character at all. Little did he know that the reason why Erina did this was because she had experienced some minute changes. The first was the fear before traveling through time, and the instructions from her grandfather, Commander-in-Chief Wei. Then there is the consideration of the future development of the entire Nekiri clan. There is also Roy's protection of himself during this period in the pirate world, and whether Roy can protect his own world. After all, her world is just an ordinary world and cannot withstand the torment of those strong people in the group. Even just in case, she needs Roy's protection and support. Finally, there was the little surprise that Roy had just given her. She really liked it and was very happy that the other person would consider her. The combination of these factors led to the way Erina looked at Roy, always judging whether the other person would be a suitable partner for her. The conclusion now is that it is appropriate. Although this person is very confused in the relationship between men and women and has an extremely cruel personality, but Erina believes that her feelings are not pure enough and are mixed with interests, so she can ignore these shortcomings. "Hurry up and bow your head." Erina tugged on Roy's collar with force, her strong tone sounding like a queen. Not far away, several CPO members were trembling. Who is this young lady? She actually dares to do this to Roy Saint, a celestial dragon. Could it be that she is also a hidden celestial dragon that they don't know about? "I really lost to you." Seeing the little cook's forced harky look, Roy had a helpless smile on his face. But he didn't hate this feeling either. "Feel honored and proud, girl." Lowering his head, Roy said softly, "You are the first person in the world to make the celestial dragon Saint Roy bow his head. This is something that even the Pirate King and Marine heroes have not been able to do." After storing those treasured sea kings in red envelopes, Erina returned to her own world. It was clear that she had acted like a condescending queen just now, but as soon as it happened, she immediately lost her armor and didn't dare to take the next step. However, Roy liked her even more. The domineering queen and the shy girl could change their personalities at any time. It was really endearing. At this time, a prompt came from the group. Erina, Admirona Roy Saint, "I'm home." My grandfather was frightened by the precious ingredients. He said that it was a blessing that the Nekiri family had accumulated for several lifetimes that I could enter the chat group. "Roy, say hello to him for me, and I will go to your world to visit him when I have the opportunity in the future." Erina, "Okay." "Wang Hao, Yuukai. Huh? I smell something wrong." "Did something happen between you two?" Erina, "No. No. It's just that Mr. Roy knew that I was a chef, so he prepared some precious ingredients from the pirate world as a gift for me." "Yuukai, it's actually a parting gift?" "Yuukai, Roy-sama, you started too quickly. It's only been a time travel mission for a few days and you're actually starting to conquer it?" "Wow, my lady Erina, you must not fall into defeat. There is no way that you, such a simple person, can be a match for His Highness Roy." Erina, the little cook's face turned red again. Can she say that she actually took the initiative? She even acted like a queen grabbing Roy by the collar. And as soon as she returned to the Shockage world, she told her grandfather about Roy. Nekiri-senseiman did not resist Roy, rather he was very happy. "What does this food devil who stands at the top of Little Japan care about most?" "One is naturally the side effect of the god's tongue on my baby daughter and granddaughter. I am worried that one day they will not be able to eat enough high-quality food and will starve to death. The second is that she is worried that Erina's bad temper will prevent her from communicating normally with her peers and lead to an unhappy life. But now, because of the existence of chat groups and Otherworld, these two problems seem to have been solved at once." Can he be unhappy? As for a worldly noble son-in-law from Otherworld, long before Erina traveled to Otherworld, Nekiri-senseiman had already prepared for the worst outcome of his baby being bullied by Roy. Now that the man named Roy is not so bad, it is enough to surprise people. What else can he be dissatisfied with? Especially after hearing his granddaughter say that Roy destroyed a country with one move of the noble phantasm of thunder, Nekiri-senseiman showed admiration and admiration. Although it is unavoidable to belittle oneself by saying this, but for such a strong man to become the son-in-law of his Nekiri clan, He is simply reaching a high level. Chapter 59 Lottery, Frozen Fruit, Strengthen. Amid Uchiha Mickey's shrill wails, Roy ended his chat with Erina. Little Sakura didn't know what was going on, so she never sent a message to the group to inform Roy and the others. Roy simply returned to the Holy Land and happened to meet Stussy, who had just returned from outside Roy Street. In the magnificent palace, Stussy knelt respectfully in front of Roy. "How's it going over there in Rouge?" Taking the water glass handed over by the maid next to him, Roy asked casually. "Miss Rouge has already lived in your palace, perhaps to protect the child in her belly. Her mood is very stable at this time. Dr. Vegapunk said that it is not difficult to make the fetus 100% female and receive the medicine, but it will take some time." Miss Rouge seems to have calmly accepted that her child will inevitably be a female, and there is currently no protest or dissatisfaction. Stussy immediately told all the situations related to Rouge, but secretly sympathized with the widow of the Pirate King. It was really exciting to do that kind of thing with Roy in order to protect the child. By the way, she was really curious, would that really not hurt the child? "What nonsense are you thinking about?" Keenly aware that Stussy seemed to be in a daze, Roy frowned. "It's so unprofessional to give a report. This woman is educating her again, right?" Sorry, Roy Saint. I was just thinking about other things I wanted to report to you." Stussy was startled by Roy's frown. Thinking of those terrible education contents, Stussy couldn't help but shudder. In her heart, she was actually looking forward to it, but also very scared. "Oh? Other things?" Roy had a playful smile on his face and said, "Yes." Stussy's kneeling posture was more respectful, but his voice was trembling. "Marina invites you to attend Vice Admiral Garp's funeral. A ceremony for Actione Vice Admiral's promotion to Admiral will be held together." "When?" Roy asked with great interest. "I like to see the expressions of those people who want to beat me to death but don't even dare to do it. I think it will be very interesting." A month later, Stussy felt very speechless in her heart. This Saint Roy was as willful as a child sometimes. "In a month. Just agree to it first. It doesn't matter if you can't go." "How dare Marine still blame me?" Roy calculated the time in his mind and decided that he would go to Wano later and complete the 5 Elders Commission and release chat group tasks at the same time. During this period, he will also go to the Xinyu world to complete the mission issued by Little Sakura. These 217 come and go, and there is really no guarantee that they will be able to catch up with Garp's funeral. Having said that, is it really okay to invite a murderer like him to the funeral? Doesn't Marine know that he killed Garp, or do they have other plans? Although those people cannot be his opponents, it is actually quite annoying to have disobedient flies flying around people's ears all the time. It seems that Actione should be promoted to the position of Marine Marshal as soon as possible. Although Marine is not of great use, he can still do some small things. Leaning on the seat very comfortably, Roy murmured to himself in a low voice. On the side, the corner of Stussy's mouth twitched in a very subtle way. "Marine is of no use." Looking at the whole world, "I am afraid that only Saint Roy in front of me can say such arrogant words. Others, even the 5 elders, may not dare to say Marine is useless. After all, it is the most powerful violent organization under the world government, and it is one of the most important foundations for the world government to rule the world." But she felt relieved when she thought of the terrifying black thunder that destroyed the Rose Kingdom that she had seen on the World Live broadcast not long ago. This is Roy St. Even Marine, who has many strong men, is still pitifully small and vulnerable in front of his astonishing power. Thinking of this, Stussy, who had been educated by Roy with a strong-willed mentality, looked at Roy with eyes that were almost wired. "Come on." Noticing Stussy's little look, Roy couldn't help but raise his hand and pat his thigh. "I will continue to teach you how to drink milk today. Only by drinking more milk can people grow taller and have a strong body. Do you understand?" "It's Roy's monster." Stussy's voice is very beautiful. It's no wonder that in the original work, she later became the famous queen of the Pleasure District. She is indeed very talented, but in today's world, she can only be Roy's personal secretary. A few hours later, group member Yamamoto Genryu Zikaruha returns to his own world, and the mission related to preventing the rescue of Rouge has been completed. Erina Nakiri's mission evaluation, passed and received 1 chance to win the One Piece World Lottery. Yamamoto Genryu Zikaruha's mission evaluation, excellent, obtained 3 One Piece World Lottery chances. Ast's mission evaluation, excellent, obtained 3 One Piece World Lottery opportunities. The notification sound from the chat group woke Roy up from his sleep. He originally thought it was Little Sakura telling him to go to Xinyu World, but he didn't expect it to be a reminder that the mission was completed. Obviously, Yamamoto Genryu Zikaruha has returned to the Shinigami world, and the chat group automatically determines that the mission is over. In the chat group, everyone was attracted by the prompt. "Uchiha, it's time to divide the spoils. It's time to fight for luck again." "Jabril, is this the lottery after completing the mission? Can you draw specialties from the world you are in?" "Uchiha, that's right, Jabril. Then if someone completes the task in my world, wouldn't she have a chance to draw the divine essence?" "Uchiha, yes. Whether it is the essence of the gods or the power of the gods, as long as you are lucky enough, you can get any treasure in the 10 worlds." "Liu Hao, like last time, The little girl Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S got the top ability in the Haokiji world, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It is said that in the Haokiji world, it is a treasure that only appears once or twice every few decades. But Liu Hao drew 3 ninjutsus with average power, which are of no use, so the draw really depends on luck. Liu Hao, actually, I'm quite lucky. Isn't it that Kinu's thunder fruit was successfully enhanced by me? It's good luck to strengthen 7 times and break 6 times. Liu Hao : that was an accident. So after you enhanced thunder fruit, did you continue to enhance other things? Liu Hao, Hamuki, leader sister, you don't think you are lucky just because you succeeded in strengthening once, and then you continue to strengthen, only to fail like crazy, right? Liu Hao, the failure to strengthen is a temporary luck problem. My luck is actually pretty good most of the time. Then there was the story that the God Slayer was God's favorite. This time's bad luck was an accident, but his luck would definitely be better next time. The group was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The enhanced furnace that persecuted Liu Hao, a god killer with a very high failure rate, is now a great pleasure for everyone in the chat group. Yamamoto Genryu's Kinu. It's better not to tease the leader Liu Hao. Let me draw a wave of prizes for you first. At this time, Yamamoto Genryu's Kinga took the initiative like a parent. The next second, the chat group prompt sounded. Congratulations to Yamamoto Genryu's Karuha for drawing zone dog fruit husky form. Congratulations to Yamamoto Genryu's Karuha for drawing low-level observation haki. Congratulations to Yamamoto Genryu's Karuha for drawing low-level armament haki. Yuukai Hamuki, BFFT. It seems like Shinigami Violent Girl wasted 3 lottery opportunities. Liu Hao, I remember that armament haki and observation haki are necessary abilities for strong men in the pirate world. Kinu's luck is actually quite good. Jabril, is this haki strong? Yuukai Hamuki, it's okay. It's used to enhance perception, defense, and attack respectively. It's a magical skill for people in the low-level world, but for Shinigami, it's a violent woman. After all, Kinu can attack at the speed of light and has eaten an enhanced version of thunder fruit, so this low-level ability is naturally useless to her. As for the zone devil fruit in the form of a husky, let's keep it as a pet and just remember the past life. Matsura, it's okay, Sister Kinu. You will definitely get something good next time. Yamamoto Genryu's Karuha, thank you Sakura-chan. By the way, Sakura-chan, haven't you started yet? Matsura, well, father is still talking to that old bug. Yamamoto, well, don't worry, little Sakura, don't be afraid. With your brother Roy's strength, you can face the gods of the moon world with no problem, let alone just an old bug. BHBT, Sakura, okay. Okay. Matsura, I absolutely believe that brother Roy can save me. Yamamoto Genryu's Karuha, okay. It seems that I am not very lucky today. Who is next? As a lottery winner, Yamamoto Genryu's Karuha doesn't care much about the results of his lottery. After all, she was very lucky to get an enhanced version of Thunder Fruit when she traveled through the pirate world to do a mission this time. I'll be next. I went to One Piece World and broke through twice in a row. I feel like my luck has been particularly good recently. I will definitely get good things. As soon as he finished speaking, the notification sound of the chat group sounded immediately. Congratulations to group member Ace for drawing all the gold and jewelry in a treasure house in St. Nirona. Congratulations to group member Ace for drawing Demon Sword First Generation Ghost. Congratulations to group member Ace for drawing Logia Frozen Fruit. Yuukai Hamuki, when I send out a series of question marks, it's definitely not my problem, but your problem. Yuukai Hamuki, what happened to getting the gold and jewelry from His Highness Roy? Is it an engagement gift for the two of you? No. I don't allow it. Sister Queen, look at me, I have white skin, beauty, long legs, and I am still from the Uchiha family, the best competitor for the young patriarch. Yamamoto Genryu's Karuha : idiot and slut. The focus is on the gift bar. The focus is on gold and jewelry. The focus is on Logia Frozen Fruit. Yuukai Hamuki, of course I know, but Aokiji has already been defeated miserably at the hands of the Queen Sister. The Queen Sister's appearance of the demon god, Devil's Essence, has already surpassed Frozen Fruit. That's indeed true, and although the elementalization of Logia Frozen Fruit is very powerful, it is also weak to sea water. Unless, you also ask Master Liu Hao to help you strengthen it. Liu Hao, do you want me to help you strengthen it and give it a try? Excuse me. Please help me strengthen this first generation Kaitetsu as well. For the sake of elementalization, I would rather not have an additional weakness of fear of sea water. I would rather let you strengthen it and enjoy it. Whether it is success or failure, I don't care. Liu Hao, awesome. A strong man should have this kind of courage. Liu Hao, I have a hunch that these 2 enhancements will definitely be successful. Not only will I give you a frozen fruit with no weaknesses, but I will also give you a sharp sword that can cut iron like clay. The world of god killers, Lashan. Liu Hao confidently threw first generation Gite into the strengthening furnace. Ding. Strengthening failed. First generation Kizaru is broken. Liu Hao's pretty face turned cold and looked very ugly. Embarrassing again. Is the god killer really unlucky, or is it just bad luck for her? After hesitating for a moment, Liu Hao threw the frozen fruit into the strengthening furnace. Ding. The enhancement is successful, the trigger is doubled, and you get frozen fruit +2. Huh? It actually has an enhanced doubling system just like the online game? Could it be that this enhanced furnace was really taken from some online game that costs money? For the first time, an item was enhanced to 2 times. Liu Hao's interest greatly increased and he immediately checked the information about this fruit. Frozen fruit +2. Logia middle. Frozen fruit, which has been strengthened twice, no longer has its original weakness of fear of seawater, and the freezing temperature it creates is lower and harder. If the user has abilities of similar levels, the 2 abilities can be used together to enhance the power and effect of all ice-based moves. It's a perfect match for the ability of that little girl Aokiji. Isn't the enhancement too precise? Even I can't help but feel a little envious. Seeing that the enhanced frozen fruit was so effective, Liu Hao felt even more depressed, and even the joy of another successful enhancement was much weaker. Why did she succeed in strengthening devil fruit twice in a row, but when she strengthened her power, it broke in succession? That's right. Liu Hao has recently strengthened his power. The result is obvious. The failure is shattered. Fortunately, the power she strengthened came from the fire god Zerong, whom she had recently killed casually. She didn't like this power very much, so she wouldn't feel bad if it was broken. But it's really unpleasant. I don't believe it anymore. Next time I kill a few more disobedient gods and get a few more powers to try. I don't believe it can all be broken. While muttering secretly in his heart, Liu Hao sent the enhanced frozen fruit to Zeus'S, completely unaware that he had fallen into the deep pit of the enhanced furnace. Strengthening will ruin your life. Liu Hao, red envelope, attests Yukai Hamuki. Huh? The enhancement is completed so quickly? But there is only one red envelope. Yamamoto Genryu Zikaruha. It seems that one of the enhancements failed. Was it first generation Kaitetsu or frozen fruit that succeeded? Asks, picture. Yukai Hamuki. I'll go. Strengthened to +2. Sister leader, you actually stood up this time. Liu Hao. Ha, this is the great luck of the God Slayer. Learn from it, little girl of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Muki, but you still crushed first generation Kaitetsu to pieces, didn't you? Liu Hao asks, okay, I'm very satisfied. Not only is the weakness of fear of sea water gone, but it can also be used in conjunction with my Tegu Devil's appearance, Demon's essence. There is simply no devil fruit that is more suitable for me. Asks, thank you, I owe you a favor. Liu Hao, no, we are all group friends. And you trust me, so you let me help you strengthen. Nakiri Erina, so it's me next? There's only one chance. In the world of Shokuji no spirit, Erina Nakiri, who had been peeking at the screen since just now, sat opposite her grandfather and took a deep breath. A frozen fruit that can turn the body into ice that is immune to damage, and can also freeze thousands of miles of sea. If Erina can also draw a similar ability. Looking at his precious granddaughter who was obviously nervous, Commander Totsuki Nakiri Sensimon, who had experienced countless storms and waves, actually became a little nervous. The power to destroy a country. For an ordinary person living in the daily world, how could it not be exciting that one day he could come into contact with this kind of power? Chapter 60 Phoenix, Desperate Little Sakura. Nakiri Erina only wanted to be the best chef, but Roy's appearance finally gave her a little ambition. If you want to stand upright with that man, you can't really be a little cook for the rest of your life and cook for him and other people in the chat group forever, right? Thinking that Roy was in love with other people, but she could only cook in the kitchen and look at them with a gentle face, Nakiri Erina couldn't help but shudder. She doesn't want this. She is a pampered and arrogant young lady. Ryuki Erina never thinks that she is worse than others. Start the lottery. Nakiri Erina said in a deep voice. Ding. Congratulations to group member Erina Nakiri for drawing. Zone middle. Bird fruit middle. Phantom beast species middle. Phoenix form. Yukai Hamuki. Is everyone's luck starting to explode today? And it's actually a phantom beast type phoenix. Yamamoto Genryu Zikaruha. It is a phantom beast that has strong recovery ability and can also heal others. Although it is not that good in terms of attack and physical strength increase, it is unexpectedly suitable for Erina, who is not good at fighting. Jabril. Oh, it's actually a phoenix. This is a fantasy race that I have never seen in my collection. Liu Hao. Congratulations, little girl Erina. Now you can finally protect yourself a little bit. Tasakasura. Congratulations to Erina-san. Asks, come on, continue to get stronger, and continue to hone your cooking skills. I like your cooking very much. I hope that next time we meet in Otherworld, your strength and cooking will be further improved. Nakiri Erina, thank you. Thank you everyone. Nakiri Erina, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Adnirona middle. Troisn, if you hadn't released the task and led me to participate in it, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get the chance to win this lottery. Thank you so much, Roy. It's a small matter. After all, you are my little cook. We are all our own. Nakiri Erina. Well, Yuukai Hamuki. Hey, Miss Erina didn't protest the nickname Little Chef this time? Asks. It seems that a certain little girl is beginning to fall. The world of the spirit of the food halpered. Looking at the strange fruit in the hand of his precious granddaughter, Nakiri Sensiman's face was full of surprise. You really got a good treasure? Yeah. This fruit is considered an extremely precious treasure in the pirate world, Grandpa. With a satisfied smile on her porcelain white face, Nakiri Erina explained the ability of the phantom beast species phoenix to her grandfather. The phoenix can recover its broken limbs, can also heal others, fly, and greatly improve the physical quality of those with abilities. The more he listened, the more exaggerated he became. Nakiri Sensiman couldn't help but envy his precious granddaughter. This is such a good baby. Erina, such a treasure must be eaten as soon as possible. Nakiri Sensiman said eagerly. Good. Erina knew that she would need this devil fruit more than her grandfather when she would travel to other worlds in the future, so she didn't hesitate and directly lowered her head and took a bite. Wow, it tastes so bad. After one sip, Erina's face turned extremely pale visibly to the naked eye. Devil fruit was already unpalatable, but under the influence of God's tongue, the taste was infinitely amplified to the point that she almost fainted. Are you okay, Erina? Nakiri Sensiman was startled. No. It's okay, I just didn't expect this stuff to taste so bad. The terrifying taste of devil fruit cast a shadow, and Erina Nakiri closed her eyes and began to feel the power appearing in her body. Extremely gorgeous green flames gush out from Erina's limbs, followed by light golden embellishments. Although there is no feeling of high temperature, anyone can tell that this is a burning flame. Under the shocked gaze of Nakiri Sensiman, Erina turned into a green flame phoenix decorated with light golden lines. Beautiful, gorgeous. It's like a myth has come to reality. For the Nakiri family to have such an opportunity, my life is really worth it. Looking at this beautiful phoenix that looks like it should only appear in mythology, Nakiri Sensiman's eyes were dull, and a line of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. What are you doing in the house, Grandpa? Suddenly, a playful girl's voice sounded from outside the door, and then she pushed the door open and entered. Nakiri Sensiman's face changed slightly. Didn't he arrange for a doorman? Those bastards neglected their duties? But the next second, when he saw the appearance of the person coming, he breathed a sigh of relief. With white hair and red eyes, and a graceful figure, she is surprisingly his other precious granddaughter, Alice Nakiri. If other people knew that Erina has become a phoenix, he would definitely kill her. But if it was Alice, then naturally there would be no need. Eh? What? What is this? Phoenix, so beautiful. Grandpa, is this a new species of protected animal that I've never heard of? As soon as I entered the door, I saw the beautiful mythical beast phoenix burning with blue flames. Alice was startled at first, and then a look of madness and curiosity suddenly appeared on her face. This is so beautiful too. This is not an animal, but that girl Erina. Nakiri Sensiman hesitated for a moment and said truthfully. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Do you have a fever? Alice was stunned, her red eyes glaring at the boss. This ridiculously beautiful bird, as if it came out of a mythical movie. Is it Erina? Is she crazy, or is her grandfather crazy? How can a human be a phoenix? Wow! Under Alice's horrified gaze, the beautiful blue flames on the phoenix in front of her suddenly began to dissipate, and its wings gradually turned into porcelain white arms. Not long after, the beautiful phoenix disappeared completely, and what appeared in front of her was her cousin, Nakiri Erina. Hey, it's really Erina? What's going on? Is Erina the reincarnation of the phoenix in the mythical story? Alice exclaimed, and quickly took 2 steps forward to examine Erina's body, trying to find out some clues. Alice, don't touch. Don't touch there, it's so itchy. Alice's body was itchy all over, so Erina reached out helplessly, grabbed her arm, and forcibly controlled Alice. It hurts. Alice's face turned pale and she let out a shrill scream. Looking at her limp arms, even the bones were accidentally crushed by Erina. Nakiri Sensiman was shocked. Treat Alice quickly. Your power is much stronger than before. Please be careful. Eh? I understand, Grandpa. Unexpectedly, she would accidentally hurt Alice. Erina immediately hurriedly released Kinyan, covering Alice's arm where her bones were crushed. Something magical happened. Click, click. The bones that were almost broken into pieces quickly recovered, and Alice's arm returned to its original appearance in the blink of an eye. Isn't this so magical? It's really the mythical phoenix. Alice looked at her arm that had returned to normal in shock. Nakiri Sensiman on the side was also secretly frightened by the terrifying effect of this phoenix fruit. Sorry, Alice, I didn't expect my power to increase so much. Withdrawing the Kinyan that healed the injury, Erina couldn't help but feel a little guilty when she saw the tears in Alice's beautiful eyes. So what's going on with you now, Erina? Alice asked with tears in her eyes, but she still looked curious. That's it, Alice. Seeing that her grandfather had no intention of stopping him, Erina told her good sisters some things about the chat group and the pirate world. That means I'm going to have a celestial dragon brother-in-law from Otherworld, or a strange brother-in-law who is cruel, lustful, but surprisingly gentle towards girls, soon. After listening to Erina's story, Alice asked in confusion. I haven't even finished my horoscope yet. Don't talk nonsense, Alice. Erina's face turned red and she lowered her head, feeling very embarrassed. Haha, Erina is thin-skinned, but that's pretty much it, Alice. In the end, it was Nakiri-Sensiman who took over the conversation, patted the two precious granddaughters on their little heads, and said with a serious expression, perhaps one day in the near future, the celestial dragon Saint Roy and other strong men from Otherworld will also come to our world, so it is necessary to get the support of the strongest person in the chat group. Is this so? Alice nodded thoughtfully, but felt a little unhappy in her heart. In her opinion, Erina sacrificed her own happiness for the Nakiri clan and had a man at the age of 16. Roy, a world noble from Otherworld, a cruel celestial dragon who destroyed a country just by talking and laughing. Reciting Roy's name silently in her heart, Alice couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity in her heart. What kind of man would that be? In the chat group, Nakiri Erina, picture, it feels very good. I just gave it a try. My current strength can easily blow up a building. Yuukai Hamuki, wow, what a beautiful phoenix. It's completely different from Marco's pineapple head and dead fish eyes. Sure enough, the appearance of the host will also affect the appearance of the fruit's ability. Tasuku Sakura, she is indeed beautiful. Little Sakura is so envious. Nakiri Erina, little Sakura will definitely gain powerful and gorgeous abilities in the future. Jabril, it's indeed beautiful. It's a pity that friends can't kill each other, otherwise I can collect your head. The phoenix will definitely be one of my most precious collections. Nakiri Erina : I'm scared and trembling. Tasuku Sakura, I'm scared and trembling. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, you are indeed a fluggle with a god-killing weapon. All you can think about is bloody battles. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, by the way, the phantom beast phoenix is indeed very beautiful. Everyday world. Please give me flowers. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S shook her long legs, feeling very entangled in her heart. She didn't even have the heart to write her favorite novel. Should she give Roy a subtle reminder? He won't have forgotten what he said before, right? Looking at the powerful and beautiful photo of Erina Nakiri transforming into a phoenix, Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S said it was impossible not to be envious. Forget it. Just let nature take its course. He stopped shaking his legs and sighed softly. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S rubbed herself with some annoyance. Of long, silky hair. She felt like she was no longer like herself. It was impossible for her to be so worried about gains and losses because of a man before. Everyone in the chat group was unaware of Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S depressed mood and continued to chat in the group. Yuukai Hamuki, but then again, Miss Erina, you actually ate it directly without letting the leader's sister help you strengthen it. Nakiri Erina, well, I am an ordinary person after all. I am very lucky to get the fruit of the phantom beast phoenix. There is no need to trouble Liu Haoli anymore. Having said that, other people in the chat group actually knew it, and knew that Erina Nakiri was worried about failing to strengthen and losing the opportunity to become stronger that she finally got. After all, it can only be said that the leader Liu Hao understands the cheating probability of strengthening. Strengthening can ruin a life. This simple sentence has brought together the blood and tears of countless gamers in previous lives. The world of Godslayer. Liu Hao, who was meditating, suddenly shuddered and felt that someone was speaking unfavorable words to him. At this time, continuous prompts suddenly sounded in the chat group. Matsura, father and that old bug are out. 0. Matsura, they're coming towards me. They found me eavesdropping. Matsura, admirona middle. Roishing, at Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, brother Roy, sister Shu, come and save little Sakura. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, okay, I'm ready. Roy, I'm ready too. Ding. The two mission members are ready. The mission rescue at Sakura has officially begun. As the notification sound of the chat group sounded, Roy and Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S left their own world in an instant. Huh? Roy Saint? Beside the pillow, Stussy was a little confused when she noticed Roy's sudden departure, but she didn't pay too much attention. Roy didn't need her permission to do anything. Besides, she had just drank milk for several hours. Now she was full and sleepy. She just wanted to have a good sleep and replenish her energy, charge up and continue the battle with Roy. Shape Moon World. Father. Father. I don't want to go to Matt's house. You were deceived by that old bug. What the Matt clan is good at is actually bug magic. I will be tortured to death by them. The small figure of a 6-year-old girl was huddled in the corner, her small face full of horror, trying to tell her father the truth. I believe little Sakura would not say such unreasonable things. Father, there is definitely something wrong with that ugly old man. On the side, the 19-year-old Tasukuran firmly protected his sister. Because of little Sakura's words, she now also hates the bad old man Matsukin, thinking that he is definitely not a good person. But how could Tokiomi believe that? In his eyes, the Matt clan has the same long history as the other clans, and is a legitimate magic aristocrat, with the same noble blood flowing through them. Rin. Sakura-chan, This attitude of both of you is too embarrassing. Seeing his always elegant and quiet little daughter showing such an ugly posture, even his eldest daughter couldn't help but feel very embarrassed and dissatisfied as she chose the slope against her. He actually loves his daughter very much. Otherwise, little Sakura will not be able to find a home that she thinks is a good one, so that she will not be soaked in formalin by the clock tower in the future. But this does not affect the fact that Tokiomi is an old-fashioned leader of a clan of magicians. The family is entirely his decision, and no one can go against his decision. Haha, Shishin, don't be angry. Little Sakura is just not familiar with me yet. It's normal to be afraid. Feng also has good intentions. On the side, the ugly old bug smiled very obscenely, but still pretended to be a kind old man. But he was secretly shocked in his heart. How did a 6-year-old girl know her secret? It seems that this cute child needs to be tortured. Gigi. I'm sorry, Mr. Mutt, for making you laugh. Tokiomi was indeed deceived by the old insect's disguise. Then he sighed with disappointment, then stretched out his hand to push Rin away, trying to forcefully control little Sakura. No, father, just trust little Sakura. Little Sakura will definitely not lie to you. The poor little girl curled up like a puppy, crying with tears streaming down her face, begging her father to spare her. Rin, who was pushed away, had a look of despair. At only 18 years old, she had no way to resist her father. Chapter 61 Little Sakura's darkening tendency and Tokiomi's crazy ideas. Little Sakura is desperate. Even after seeing her tragic fate in the chat group, she had actually been mentally prepared for it. But when this moment really came, she saw that her father did not believe in her at all and insisted on sending her to the hell of the Met family. She was only 6 years old and despaired. No matter whether the father's original intention is good or bad, it doesn't make any sense anymore, because it was her father who wanted to push her into hell with his own hands. It was the first time in the memory copy that made her feel scared. It was the second time in the real world that finally made her despair. The poor little girl who was only 6 years old had her heart broken by her father. Brother Roy. Falling into despair and with tears on her face, little Sakura subconsciously called out Roy's name. Brother Roy will definitely save himself. Roy? Little Sakura, who is this person? How could you say such a strange name? Tokiomi's outstretched hand froze in midair, and he asked his daughter with a confused expression on his face. The old insect beside him also had a solemn expression on his face. Before the Holy Grail War is about to begin, a strange name appears in little Sakura's mouth, which is really suspicious. Sakura-chan, answer me quickly. Don't you even listen to what your father says? Reaching the source with the Holy Grail has been the dream of himself and his ancestors for generations, and Tokiomi did not allow any accidents to happen. Seeing that his daughter was silent and didn't speak, he immediately became angry and wanted to grab his little daughter and ask her who the name Roy was. No need to ask, because I'm already here. Suddenly, a voice belonging to a strange man sounded behind several people. Who is it? The expressions of Tokiomi and Matou changed dramatically, and they turned around and looked back in surprise. The 7-year-old girl Rin also looked over with curiosity, wanting to see what the person her sister knew looked like. The result was a gorgeous and dazzling golden flash, and the man's voice 323 came from it. Did little Sakura gain recognition from the Holy Grail and summon the heroic spirit in advance? Tokiomi's voice was trembling with excitement, and his eyes flashed with astonishing ecstasy and fear. Yes, this powerful aura and mysterious energy are definitely heroic spirits. Fortunately, he didn't have time to send his little daughter to the Met family. Otherwise, wouldn't he have given a heroic spirit to his competitor in vain? The old bug Zanian on the side also thought of this, his ugly face uncertain. But thinking that little Sakura had not been taken away by him, he could only ask helplessly, Tokiomi is now considered a member of our Met family? After all, we have agreed before. Of course not. Little Sakura is still in the Tasuka family, so how can she be considered a member of your Met family? This is against the rules. Tokiomi did not hesitate to interrupt the old worm Matsukin. You know, this is a heroic spirit, a miracle of the Holy Grail. There are only 7 people in total in a Holy Grail war. How could he give up such important combat power to others? Did Zanian think he was a fool? Bastard, scumbag. You usually look like a gentleman and elegant, but now you don't even acknowledge the agreement you made before. Being rejected mercilessly, Zanian immediately cursed Tokiomi in his heart for being shameless and wished he could slap his pig face with a big ear scraper. But of course he couldn't do that. After all, he is still in his old lair, and he knows how many magic barriers are hidden here. Falling out will not do him any good. Not to mention, there is an unknown and terrifying existence not far away that is suspected of being a heroic spirit. The master of this heroic spirit is very likely to be the 6-year-old Sakura who knows her true identity. Even weak heroic spirits are definitely not something that mortal magicians can deal with, and Matsukin knows this very well. Therefore, Zanian could only stand aside and watch the changes. Soon, the golden light dissipated. 2 figures, a man and a woman, emerged from it. 2 people? That shouldn't be the case. Are they some special twin heroic spirits? Tokiomi frowned slightly as he looked at Roy's and the 2 men's attires that were completely inconsistent with the ancient heroic spirits. but he still subconsciously asked, "Are these two heroic spirits of the little girl?" Roy ignored him. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, who had long known what Tasaka Tokiomi had done from other people, ignored him. Instead, he stared at him and the old bug next to him, Meteor, with a disgusted look that looked at trash. She hates these two people, one is stupid and the other is bad. On the other hand, little Sakura, the sadness and despair on her face instantly turned into ecstasy after seeing Roy. "Brother Roy." The little girl rushed towards Roy with joy and then ran into his arms. "Don't worry, little Sakura, with Brother Roy here, you don't have to worry about anything." Holding the little girl in his arms, Roy comforted her gently. Seeing this look, Kasumigaoka next to him was a little envious. You, Brother Roy. I scared little Sakura to death just now." It was like a lost child meeting its father. Feeling Roy's warm embrace, little Sakura's grievances were immediately released, and she burst into tears in the blink of an eye. Not far away, Tokiomi, who saw this scene, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. Just looking at little Sakura's extremely aggrieved look, he finally started to wonder if he had really done something wrong. "Tokiomi, it seems that little Sakura has found a new home, so I will go back to Matt's house first." Although he couldn't see through Roy's true identity, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Matt smiled obscenely and wanted to slip away quickly. "Okay. Matt Wang, please go back first." Tokiomi hesitated for a moment, and just when he was about to agree, he heard Roy's voice suddenly ringing out, forcibly interrupting his words. "Did I let you go, dirty and despicable insect?" His gaze was like a sword piercing Matt. Roy's tone was so cold that Tasaka Tokiomi shuddered inexplicably and his eyes showed fear. This terrifying sense of oppression and murderous intent. Is this person really a heroic spirit? Could it be that he is an assassin? Haha. I am free, I can leave whenever I want. Forcing guests to stay is not the way to treat guests. Matt responded to Roy's words with a smile, but his feet had already started moving in advance, and his movements were very agile and eager. You actually want to run away in front of the world's noble gentleman? You are really ignorant. Seeing Matzanian's actions, Kasumigaoka couldn't help but laugh out loud, and directly started the live broadcast of the chat group. "Uchiha Hamuki, Matozokan, can this disgusting garbage scum die quickly?" "Your Majesty Roy, you are too slow to start." "Asts, it's rare that this little idiot from the Uchiha clan has a point. Living with such a scum is a waste of air." "Liu Hao, indeed." "Nakiri Erina, I agree. It's so disgusting. Little Sakura looks so pitiful." "Jabril, it's better to use some powerful moves." "I'm very curious about everything about Mr. Roy." "Nakiri Erina, Miss Jabril, are you treating Mr. Roy?" "Yamamoto Genryu's Ikaruha, don't worry Erina, this woman probably just wants to fight Roy." 11. Uchiha Muki, my dear Erina-sama has completely transformed into Roy-sama. She even learned how to be jealous. "Nakiri Erina, what do you mean by turning into Roy's form?" "What you are saying is too strange." "Liu Hao, okay, Roy is getting ready to take action. Let's watch the live broadcast first." Regardless of the strength or personality of the girls in the chat group, it is obvious that Shitong Zanian, an old bug, hates them very much. After all, he is ugly, has a rotten personality, is indifferent to human affairs, and even his abilities are the most disgusting insect magic. Such people are simply a waste of air when they are alive, and they are a waste of land even when they are dead. And Roy didn't intend to waste time on this old bug. The time requirement for this mission is relatively tight, only 1 day. And this old bug is better at escaping, similar to Okimaru in the Hokage world and Muzan, the boss in the Demon Slayer world. "Then let's destroy your body first, old bug." A gorgeous golden longsword slowly appeared in his hand. Roy gently waved his arm and slashed it at Matzanian from a distance. "God's avoidance dash." Zheng. The golden sword light seemed to cut through the entire world. This is a sword that ignores space, time, distance, defense and avoidance. It is the ultimate blow that will definitely hit the enemy as long as it is swung out, and even gods cannot avoid it. Even among the many powerful noble phantasms owned by Roy, God's avoidance definitely has the strength to rank in the first echelon. Yamamoto Genryu's Kinga even said that if Roy can obtain a noble phantasm similar to her, direct death, the value of God's avoidance will be further enhanced. Ah! Amidst the shrill screams, Matazukan's ugly head flew into the air mixed with gushing blood. Matou is dead? Is that sword just now the noble phantom of the heroic spirit? Tokiomi's eyes widened, but he thought this was very reasonable. After all, the heroic spirit is most likely a hero from the mythical era, and its strength is simply not comparable to that of modern magicians. Why didn't he see the command seal on the back of little Sakura's hand? Is it some kind of hidden money? Jabril, this noble phantasm is really weird. How can it have such a power that ignores space, distance, and time? It's like cheating, so shameless. Uchiha Muki, you are right, but this is His Highness Roy. I have always suspected that he is the owner of the chat group and the protagonist, and we are all supporting characters. Asts, solved it so easily? The strength of this disgusting old bug is too rubbish. Liu Hao, I feel something is not right. I think the two time travelers Lei Aikinu and Jinyu know the clues. Uchiha Hamuki, hey, this old guy is a disgusting insect magician. His true identity is probably hiding in one of the insects in the Mut family. Nakiri Erina, a person's true form is a bug. Ugh. I'm about to vomit, it's so disgusting. Liu Hao, I think I understand. This is the price this old bug pays for immortality. It's really sad and ugly. Jabril, I can easily live 10,000 years, but I really can't understand the idea of short-lived species. However, this kind of garbage is not even qualified to become my collection. It is disgusting and weak. What Uchiha Miki knows, Roy of course also knows. But his act of killing the body of Mutzanian is still meaningful. The first is little Sakura, who has been lying in his arms since just now. Witnessing the disgusting old bug being killed by Roy with a sword, little Sakura almost completely walked out of the shadow in her heart, and her eyes looking at Roy were full of admiration and fondness. Then there is Tasaka Tokiomi, the biological father of little Sakura. He looked at Roy with eyes full of enthusiasm and awe. Oh, and there's Rin Tasaka, a 7-year-old girl. So handsome. Looking at Roy's handsome face, a blush appeared on the little girl's face. He is handsome and strong, and he is a hero who saves the beauty like a magic weapon descending from the sky, and saves his sister from the bad guys. He is simply the perfect male protagonist in a romance novel. Hello, big brother, thank you for saving little Sakura. I am Tasaka Rin, little Sakura's sister. Seeing his sister returning to normal from despair, Tasaka Rin walked up to Roy, thanked her very solemnly, and introduced herself. But the admiration in her eyes could not be concealed. It was too obvious. Although Rin Tasaka, who is only 7 years old, does not understand what love is at all, this does not prevent her from developing a crush on a heroic and handsome older brother. Hello, Rin. You are cute. Roy smiled gently. He naturally liked the baby body of this well-known heroine. But you're cute and all, you're saying this to a little girl you're meeting for the first time. Isn't it too frivolous? Hearing Roy praising herself for being cute, Xiao'In's cheeks immediately turned red with embarrassment, and Tanfen covered her face in embarrassment. But the deep joy in her eyes revealed that she actually didn't hate Roy's praise of her. Feeling the close atmosphere between Rin Tasaka and Roy, a trace of confusion and displeasure suddenly flashed in the eyes of little Sakura, who was lying in Roy's arms. She thought about what she saw in the memory copy. They were obviously sisters, but it was the more obedient version of themselves that was chosen by their father. She obviously liked it, but her sister got it easily. Obviously she just wanted simple happiness, but all she got was pain and tragedy. But her sister can find happiness easily. Now, her sister seems to like Brother Roy too. Will Brother Roy be snatched away by his sister in the future? Thinking of this possibility, little Sakura couldn't help but clenched her fists, and looked at Tasaka Rin with a trace of hostility. She knew that this was not good. Her sister loved her and she was resisting her father just now to prevent her from being sent to the Matou family. But I really can't control it. Why is it so difficult to be happy yourself? The 6-year-old girl saw the tragic memories more than 10 years later, and was still emotionally affected after all. Tick. A tear fell on the back of Roy's hand. Sakura-chan? Roy looked at the little girl who was crying aggrievedly in his arms in surprise. He didn't understand what was going on. Wasn't he fine just now? Brother Roy. 5.0. Holding Roy's neck, little Sakura sobbed and said softly, little Sakura knows that the bad guy is not completely dead yet, so she is a little scared. Is that so? I understand. Roy believed it, thinking that little Sakura was really afraid of Matsukan's comeback. After all, he is not a god, and his observation haki cannot listen to people's hearts like the Red Earl, so it is naturally impossible for him to know that little Sakura is lying. On the contrary, Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, who had been watching, keenly noticed that something was wrong with little Sakura, but could not tell specifically what was wrong. Then let's go. Holding little Sakura in his arms, Roy said calmly. Set off? Tokiomi'S was stunned and asked subconsciously, unknown heroic spirit's armor, where do you want to take my little daughter? Of course, we will completely destroy the Matou family, so that Xiaoban can rest assured. There was a hint of murderous intent in Roy's tone, which made Tokiomi shudder. The Matou family's centuries-old family business is over. At this moment, Tokiomi firmly believed in this. If a heroic spirit is angered, it is impossible for a modern magician to survive under the opponent's hands. It's just. Tasaka Tokiomi was a little surprised that this heroic spirit actually cared so much about his little daughter. Looking at little Sakura curled up in Roy's arms like a pet dog, Tasaka Tokiomi suddenly had an extremely bold and crazy idea in his heart. In his opinion, the heroic spirit named Roy in front of him is probably a hero from the Age of the Gods. If you betroth your daughter to him, can you steal the noble bloodline that belongs to the Age of the Gods? As for Sakura, who is only 6 years old and not old enough, as a magician, he has enough solutions. Then comes the most important question. Does Roy have noble bloodline from the gods? And is he willing to let the Tasaka family inherit this bloodline? Tokiomi felt that witnessing the ending of the Matou family should help him know the answer. Chapter 62 Breaking Through the Continental Plate. Sakura Flower Country almost sank. Under Kasumigaoka's disdainful gaze, Tokiomi stepped off the back of the bone dragon. His two daughters, Sakura and Rin, were held in Roy's arms on the left and right respectively, like two koalas. I like young little girls, with handsome oriental looks, and the ability to control the mythical bone dragon. It is most likely related to the myth of the underworld. Tokiomi was frantically recalling similar heroic images in mythology, wondering which Roy would be. Mr. Roy. This is the Mut family. Standing respectfully behind Roy, Tokiomi was like a servant. Good. Roy nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he looked down at the two little girls Sakura and Rin in his arms, and asked in a gentle tone, "Brother Roy, can you help you destroy the Mut family?" "Okay. It's best if this kind of place is destroyed." "Who made them want to take away little Sakura?" "Rin has a very bad temper and has a very bad impression of the Mut family. She hopes that these guys who want to take away her will be over soon." Little Sakura also nodded vigorously and whispered softly, "Please, Brother Roy." "Okay. Look at mine." I have to say, it's really comfortable to be called brother by a cute little girl. Even Roy, a cruel villain with a dark heart, felt that he had been cured. Long live Lolita. Hamuki. "Hey, Your Highness." Roy finally couldn't help but start attacking the little girl. "It's terrible, it's so evil." Yamamoto Genryu's Karuha, you have obviously been coveting little Sakura's sister and mother before, and now you are the first to complain. Hamuki, Shinigami violent girl. How can you accuse someone of innocence out of thin air? Yamamoto Genryu's King. Ha. This is really a big joke. You are actually innocent. Hamuki, you. Yamamoto Genryu's King. Have you completed the mission assigned to you by His Highness Roy? Just stay here in the water group every day. Hamuki. Now I have found out that the death of Golden Hanzo is indeed related to the Akatsuki organization. Hamuki, but the person who took action doesn't seem to be a character in the original work, which is a bit strange. How? Is it a time traveler? Two time travelers appeared in the Aokiji world. Hamuki. Sister leader? Please don't scare me. Hamuki. Damn. It's really possible. I won't talk about it anymore. I have to investigate it quickly, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Yamamoto Genryu's 17 Kinu. I think this idiot should be more concerned about his future wives than the dangers that may arise from the appearance of another time traveler. How? Indeed. Asts. Indeed. Astes. But it doesn't matter even if there are other time travelers. There are 3 time travelers in this chat group alone. One of them died when Nakiri Erina joined the group before. It's not a very rare existence. How? That's right. How? It would be great if there were time travelers in my world. I wonder if killing them would be different. Slowly flying into the air, Roy noticed the conversation in the chat group. Strategy for little girls? He was obviously just saving the little girl, right? Don't you see that even this little girl Tasukurin likes you very much? Children are the best at distinguishing who is good to them and who is bad to them. Secretly remembering Hamuki who spoke ill of her, she decided to find opportunities to educate her in the future. As for another topic, Roy couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Is it suspected that a new time traveler has appeared, or is he in Hamuki's Aokiji world? Well, it's not that hard to accept, to be honest. Considering that the Golden Hands he summoned with his noble phantasm should have super cage level strength, the current Uzumaki Nagato should not be able to defeat him. Therefore, as mentioned in the chat group, there have been 4 time travelers in this chat group alone, and it is not difficult to accept the presence of other time travelers. As for the attitude towards this new time traveler, it certainly depends on Hamuki's thoughts. After all, the Aokiji world is her home base. If she was willing to live in peace with the other party, Roy and others wouldn't say anything. And if she is unwilling to live in peace with the other party then Roy and others will naturally help her. No way. Who told them to meet Hamuki in the chat group instead of the mysterious time traveler? People are close and distant. It's such a simple truth. Helping relatives but not taking care of children is actually the code of conduct for most people and the truth in the world. Exit the chat group. Roy ignored the Mut family's mansion below, with divine power surging within his body. It's about to begin. Kasumigaoka, she whispered. Is Mr. Roy going to release another noble phantasm? It seems he doesn't have to rely on little Sakura to provide him with magic. Tokiomi'S was a little excited. He had just seen the sword treasure liberated by Roy, but he didn't recognize which sword it was from mythology. But from the terrifying name of God's avoidance, we can also see how powerful that sword is. Anyone who dares to give a sword such a name in the age of gods is definitely a peerless werewolf. Tokiomi'S, who already regarded Roy as his youngest daughter's husband, naturally wanted to use more noble phantasms to determine Roy's true identity. Only in this way can he know what great bloodline his precious little daughter will bear. In the chat group, everyone is also watching the live broadcast. They are very familiar with Roy and have already realized which noble phantasm Roy wants to release. Although it's a bit innocent, I can only blame you for being born into the Mut family. Since you have enjoyed the benefits brought by the family, you will naturally have to bear the disasters brought by the family. The Black Thunder was like a dragon and snake, swimming around Roy. The violent thunder and lightning distorted time and space, causing the entire Fuyuki city to tremble violently. The breath of God? How is that possible? All over the world, strange people related to magic looked towards Japan in surprise at this moment. Just because this is the divine thunder that can destroy stars and destroy the world at its peak. It is the ultimate power of god Zeus in Greek mythology. Its name is, I am the thunder that tears apart the stars. As Roy roared loudly like a thunder god, the sky and stars instantly shattered into countless pieces like a mirror hit by a heavy hammer. Boom! Amidst the roar that could be heard clearly throughout the world, black thunder fell from the sky, just like God sending the punishment of destruction to sinners, and finally hit the house of the Matou family. At this moment, no one could see anything. There was only this black thunder left in front of people's eyes, as if the whole world was filled with it. The next second, the ground shook. The entire continental plate of Japan was shaking violently because of this terrifying divine thunder that destroyed the world. The surrounding sea even set off a 1,000-meter tsunami, completely submerging countless seaside areas in a blink of an eye, and countless people died tragically in their sleep. What happened? Thunder caused the earthquake and tsunami in Japan? The breath in the thunder. Is it God? Impossible. How many years has passed since the age of gods ended? How is it possible that there are still gods coming? No. This is undoubtedly the thunder that belongs to the age of gods. Someone in Japan must have angered some kind of existence. After all, the age of gods just disappeared, not extinct. Is humanity going to become extinct? Gods will walk on the earth again? People all over the world related to magic became extremely excited, and everyone understood what the return of the gods meant. That means that the gods will rule the world again, and humans will become slaves and toys of the gods. Just like the age of the gods. As for the countless towns and at least millions or tens of millions of people in Japan that were destroyed by earthquakes and tsunamis in a very short period of time, do you care? Magicians don't care, they see people as just props. Roy doesn't care either. What does the Japanese in other world have to do with him? Little Sakura and Rin, who were held in his arms and witnessed the entire process of noble phantasm liberation, didn't even care. Now both of them are thinking about how handsome brother Roy is, how strong brother Roy is, and the Matou family is as rubbish as a chicken or a dog in front of brother Roy. A long time. As Roy stopped freeing the noble phantasm, the divine thunder that destroyed the star finally dissipated, and the world returned to its original appearance. Only the broken land of Japan and the coastal cities that were hit by the tsunami proved that people were not dreaming. They had really experienced an extremely horrific disaster just now. At the same time, Fuyuki City, the old insect Matou and his Matou family have completely disappeared, leaving a huge hole on the ground that is dozens of kilometers deep. The depth of this huge crater is more than 10 times that of the Himalayas. This means that Roy's noble phantasm of thunder, which is currently only level 1, almost penetrated the Japanese continental plate. Hamuki, hey, this power is too terrifying. Doesn't it mean that this level 1 thing can only destroy the country? It's almost going to penetrate the continent. Yamamoto Genryu Zikaruha, after all, Russia is a country, South Korea is also a country, and the size gap between countries is also quite large. The destroying country in Roy's noble phantasm should refer to a big country, right? That's right. When Roy tried his best to liberate this noble phantasm of thunder in the pirate world, it caused a worldwide earthquake. This is no ordinary noble phantasm that destroys nations. Nakiri Erina, it's scary. It's scary to think that the continent I live in will be penetrated. Jibril. Although I haven't fought you Roy yet, I analyzed the noble phantasms you used, and now you are indeed stronger. In this way, this mission is completed, right? I really look forward to what kind of items you two can draw. Hamuki, there are a lot of good things in the moon world. Damn. This is a free reward mission, but I didn't get it. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, looks like I have better luck. Has slut. Hamuki, senpai, I love you. Can you abandon Mr. Roy and elope with me? Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, Yamamoto Genryu Zikaruha, shut up. You idiot. Hurry up and check if there are other time travelers in your world. Otherwise, you will be killed or made into a hot weapon. Don't blame us for not warning you. Hamuki: Wow, you are too vicious. Shinigami violent girl. Hamuki, forget it. This matter is indeed very important to me. Let's continue the investigation. Bye. In the chat group, regarding the power of Roy's noble phantasm of thunder, even though it was not the first time they saw it, everyone still exclaimed. Roy glanced at it and found that there was nothing important, so he stopped paying attention. Boom. Tokiomi'S knees weakened and he fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear, awe, admiration, ecstasy. Countless emotions emerged one by one in his eyes, which were very complicated. As a fairly good magician, Tokiomi'S certainly saw the nature of the black thunder just now. That is the thunder that can destroy planets and destroy the world, the ultimate power of the god Zeus in Greek mythology. At this moment, Tokiomi'S finally stopped deceiving himself. Why didn't he see a command seal on the back of little Sakura's hand before? The answer is obvious. Roy and I are not heroic spirits at all. At this moment, he felt somewhat relieved. Sure enough, how could the young Sakura summon such a terrifying existence? This is simply unreasonable. It's just, since they are not heroic spirits, why do these two people come to help little Sakura? Tokiomi'S had a new question in his heart and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Of course that's because Mr. World Nobleman is a well-deserved Lolita control. Kasumigaoka couldn't help but became venomous again. No way, Lolita control? Hearing Kasumigaoka, a person who obviously had a close relationship with Roy, say this about him, Tokiomi'S couldn't help but have a dark look on his face. But then, he became ecstatic again. Lolita is in control. What he wanted was Roy's outstanding bloodline. Therefore, even if Roy is not a heroic spirit, it doesn't matter. It would be better to say that Roy is not a heroic spirit. Heroic spirits will disappear after the Holy Grail War ends, but humans can produce more offspring. TSK, father, you really have no sense. You actually want to give little Sakura to such a weak family. At this time, Roy came over with little sisters Sakura and Rin in his arms. Rin complained about her father very venomously. Obviously, she has been grudges for a long time because of the fact that her younger sister Sakura is going to be sent away. Sorry, Rin, little Sakura, this is indeed my mistake as a father. Tokiomi'S had an embarrassed smile on his face, but he still sincerely apologized to his two precious daughters. Shout this way he finally looks like a father. Rin pouted, forgiving his father, and little Sakura smiled gently. It's okay, father, I don't blame you. Huh? Really? Okay. Little Sakura, your father promises you that he will never send you away again. Tokiomi'S felt that little Sakura's attitude was a bit strange. She was crying so desperately before, but now it seemed like nothing happened. But thinking that his little daughter is only 6 years old now, he feels relieved. How much can a 6-year-old know? Tokiomi'S didn't notice that the eyes of his good daughter, whom he thought didn't understand anything, were shining with a strange light. Half an hour later, Tezuka's house. Invited by little Sakura, Roy did not leave Xinyu World immediately after completing the task, but were visiting her home. As local powerful people, Tokiomi's family naturally lived in a very luxurious house. However, Kasumigaoka is already a best-selling light novelist, and Roy is a world noble celestial dragon. Of course, neither of them feels envious. Please have a taste of the tea I brewed, Mr. Roy, Miss Kasumigaoka. A gentle female voice sounded, and the beautiful woman in a light green dress leaned over to make tea for Roy and the two of them, her eyes full of gratitude to Roy. She is the mother of Tasukuoi, little Sakura and Rin, and she is also one of the girls that the idiot Uchiha Miki always wants to bring into the harem. The reason why she was grateful to Roy was because she heard the terrifying secrets about the Matou family from her husband Tasaka Tokiomi. She really couldn't imagine how miserable and pitiful her daughter Sakura would be tortured if she fell into such a terrifying devil's cave. As for Tasaka Tokiomi, why didn't he believe little Sakura's words before, but now he does? The answer is simple. Roy destroyed the Matou family, so in Tasaka Tokiomi's view, Roy's words were the truth. Since he said Matou is a dirty and evil old bug, then he is lousy. As for what the truth is, Tokiomi'S doesn't care. All he cares about now is whether he can trick Roy into being his son-in-law. Even if the younger daughter can't do it, the eldest daughter can too. Or you can have two daughters together. In order for that terrifying bloodline to be inherited by the Tasuku clan, two mere daughters are nothing. Chapter 63 Pink Female Dragon. Tasukuoi didn't know that her husband was interested in Roy, and it didn't even matter that she betrothed her two daughters to him. If she knew Tokiomi'S true thoughts, I'm afraid no matter how quiet and virtuous this woman is, she would slap him without hesitation, right? At this time, she was busy serving tea to Roy and preparing desserts. Apparently he was really grateful to Roy for saving his baby daughter. Mrs. Tasaka is beautiful, isn't she? Noticing that Roy's eyes swept over Tasukuoi several times, there was a sour tone in Kasumigaoka's tone. Roy didn't care, but nodded in agreement. Well, she is indeed a beautiful, quiet and elegant lady. She is a completely different type from you, Hey, you are truly worthy of being a gentleman of the world's nobility and a scumbag. Kasumigaoka laughed angrily at Roy's frankness. This guy didn't even try to hide it, but thinking that she had a crush on this guy, she could only turn her head away in a sulky tone and use cold violence for a while. Roy didn't care, but looked at her with a smile, because he knew that Kasumigaoka would take the initiative to seek peace soon. In a relationship, whoever falls in love first will basically lose. So Roy never takes the initiative to be attracted to women. Even if he really takes the initiative, the target is definitely the body, not the heart. For example, the woman Portcos de Rouge. Brother Roy. Little Sakura suddenly came to Roy's side, stretched out her hand and hugged his arm affectionately. What's wrong, Sakura-chan? Roy asked casually. Does Brother Roy like his mother very much? Little Sakura found that Brother Roy looked at his mother several times. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Tasukuoi and Rin were not paying attention, and little Sakura secretly asked with a sweet voice in Roy's ear. PFFT, Kasumigaoka couldn't help laughing. I saw her squinting at Roy with a playful look, as if to say, I want to see how you explain it to little Sakura, a 6-year-old girl. And Roy also felt a rare sense of embarrassment. Although in the pirate world, he has experienced this kind of thing with his daughter countless times, and the ladies of the kingdom seem to enjoy this kind of behavior endlessly. But little Sakura is a simple 6-year-old girl after all. Does he really want to tell this innocent and kind-hearted little girl that he is indeed interested in her mother? I can't help but look like this. Although Roy is a scumbag with extremely low moral standards, he still has a little bit of morality after all. But what Roy didn't expect was seeing him fall into silence. Little Sakura did not continue to ask the question. Instead, she leaned close to his ear again and whispered, "It's okay. If Brother Roy likes his mother, little Sakura can help Brother Roy." What did you say, Sakura-chan? Roy was dumbfounded and even thought there was something wrong with his ears. Kasumigaoka on the side almost spat out a mouthful of old blood and looked at the 6-year-old girl next to Roy in surprise. Little Sakura, have you been time-traveled? No, little Sakura is still little Sakura. It's just that this incident has made little Sakura think through some things, about Brother Roy and about her family. Kiao smiled coquettishly and snuggled up to Roy. Little Sakura looked at Roy with eyes full of tenderness, admiration and yearning. To be honest, it doesn't look like a 6-year-old child looking at someone, but like a gentle and quiet wife looking at her beloved husband. Kasumigaoka shuddered inexplicably, and the gentle look in her eyes that originally looked at little Sakura became extremely complicated. She finally understood what was wrong. Kasumigaoka herself is a mentally mature person, so after seeing the memory copy, although I will feel sad, I will not be too affected by it. But little Sakura is an immature 6-year-old girl. After seeing that dark and despairing copy of the memory, and experiencing the despair of almost falling into hell in the real world, it is completely normal for her personality to change. But for little Sakura, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Kasumigaoka didn't know and could only look at Roy for help. Roy shook his head slightly at her. Just wait and see what happens. Anyway, even if little Sakura really turns into a bad woman because of this, he doesn't care. There is also a savior for the wicked. Even if little Sakura turns into a bad woman, he is still willing to pamper her. Not convinced? If you don't accept it, let's have a competition to see whose fist is bigger. What's more, little Sakura hasn't turned bad yet. Just introducing a better partner to your mother can't be said to be bad, right? Well although little Sakura's biological father, Tokiomi'S, is not dead yet it is indeed a bit early, but this filial piety towards her mother is definitely good. Girls, stop talking nonsense. Patting little Sakura's little head gently, Roy pretended to be sullen and lectured. Your brother Roy will chase after you if he likes it. How could he need the help of a little girl like you who doesn't even have a full body? Do you underestimate your brother Roy too much? Is that so? I understand, Brother Roy. Little Sakura smiled and nodded, but there was a shadow in her heart. So does Brother Roy really like his mother? It's so annoying. Not only my sister, but also my mother want to grab the things I like. However, little Sakura couldn't let go when she thought that her mother and sister were not as good to her as her father, Tokiomi'S. It doesn't seem to matter if Brother Roy is shared with his mother and sister. Anyway, teachers and mothers have taught us that good things should be shared with the people closest to you. Tezuka's house, backyard. Sakura-chan, something is so wrong now. Didn't you notice? Kasumigaoka looked at Roy solemnly. From just now, she felt that little Sakura looked at her with cold eyes, as if she had snatched her toy. Roy rolled his eyes at her. Looking at you being so close to me every day. The little girl is getting jealous. Jealous? Eat mine? No way. Kasumigaoka was stunned for a moment, then his face changed slightly. Very unbelievable. She knew that little Sakura's personality must have changed, otherwise she wouldn't have said such amazing words about being filial to her mother. But jealous? Little Sakura is only 6 years old. No matter how mature she is still just a child. You scumbag, it's all your fault for bringing little Sakura into trouble. After patting Roy's arm gently, Kasumigaoka looked at Roy angrily. Mr. World Noble is obviously a bad guy and a scumbag. Why is he still so lovable? It's just a matter of attracting those battle-mad queens, but now even a 6-year-old girl can conquer it. Where did this guy come from? The god of strategy. In this regard, Roy was also very helpless and felt extremely innocent. He is not an omnipotent god, and he did not expect that little Sakura would develop in this direction. Is this considered blackening, or a yandere Lolita? It doesn't matter, as far as he's concerned, there's no need to worry about it. Anyway, little Sakura is very cute now, and he also likes each other very much. That's enough. Don't think so much. Little Sakura is a smart child, and she is taken care of by her mother and sister. Maybe she will return to normal slowly. Looking at Kasumigaoka's worried expression, Roy comforted him softly, and then changed the subject. By the way, do you remember the gift I said I wanted to give you before? Is it the devil fruit we talked about in the Hao'Kiji world? I thought I was too old and the world's nobles were not willing to give it to me. Kasumigaoka rolled her eyes at Roy. Her tone was sinister, and she obviously kept this incident in her heart. Roy could only smile awkwardly. He originally planned to find a suitable opportunity to give it to her, but then he was busy and forgot about it. I came here specially for you. Even among the countless devil fruits in the pirate world, they are definitely the top ones. Taking Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S soft, boneless hand, Roy took out a devil fruit with a strange pattern from his god's treasure. It feels a bit ugly. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S took the devil fruit with a look of disgust on her face, but she was very moved in her heart. This is the devil fruit that Mr. World Noble specially prepared for himself. Thinking that Asts, Hao'S, Sakura and Erina Nakiri don't have such a special gift, only they have it. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S couldn't help but feel a little proud, and her heart felt sweeter. Sorry, everyone, I'm already too far ahead of you. It's true that it doesn't look good, but your shape after eating this devil fruit should be very beautiful. Not knowing the rich inner drama of a sexy girl in front of him, Roy said gently, hurry up and give it a try. Okay, I know. Of course Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S trusted Roy 100%, so even though she didn't know the specific ability of this fruit, she still bit it without hesitation. This smells so disgusting. It's just the bad taste of the manga author of One Piece. Feeling like she had eaten a rotten durian, Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S pretty face turned very ugly, and she did not forget to complain about the author of the One Piece manga. The next second, a terrifying aura erupted from her body, frightening the surrounding insects, small animals and birds in the sky. What is this terrifying aura? Tokiomi'S opened the window in shock and looked in the direction from which the terrifying aura came. Long way. It seems that this fruit is quite suitable for this girl. Roy nodded with satisfaction and opened the chat group live broadcast. Roar. Amidst the thunderous dragon roar, Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S body transformed into a huge pink oriental dragon. This giant dragon was hundreds of meters long, hovering over the Tasuka family like a myth descending. This is exactly what Roy specially prepared for Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, the zonefish fruit phantom beast in the form of a blue dragon, or should we say pink dragon form? And it is different from the dragon that Kaido of the beasts transformed into. Perhaps because the real body is a beautiful girl, the pink dragon transformed by Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S is more slender and retains the feminine characteristics. So instead of saying this is a mighty dragon, she is more like a princess of the dragon clan. Beautiful, powerful, and elegant. It perfectly matches the aesthetics of humans and dragons. It is a beautiful beast that should only exist in fantasy. Jabril, a person turned into a dragon? The race changed? What a magical ability. How? So beautiful. What an excellent physical talent. It's like heaven-defying, changing your life. Is this the devil fruit of the pirate world? Hamuki, Senpai has turned into a giant dragon? Oh my god. Is it in the original work? That devil fruit that Momonosuke, Yamamoto Genryu Zikaruha? Obviously yes. Devil fruit was cloned from Kaido of the Beasts. The so-called failure was actually just a different color. Vegapunk was a big fool. World government. Hamuki. But now this fruit belongs to His Highness Roy. It just so happens that I hate that brat Momonosuke. It's great that he can't eat this fruit. Yamamoto Genryu Zikaruha, it's rare that I agree with you. This idiot. Momonosuke is indeed annoying and disgusting. Hamuki, speaking of which, let's not talk about why His Highness Roy gave me such a good gift. My pink dragon is so beautiful. It's completely different from Kaido. Sakura, that's right. She's so beautiful. I really envy Sister Shi for getting Roy's gift for everything. Hamuki, I'm also envious of Sakura-chan. Sakura-chan, your name has changed back. Sakura, well thanks to Brother Roy for helping me. Hamuki, I hope you're okay, little Sakura. By the way, Your Highness Roy, can you also find me a beautiful and powerful phantom beast species? Roy, you are no longer weak now. Can you accept that you have a weakness of fear of sea water out of thin air? Hamuki, that's right. Hamuki, but the phantom beast is so beautiful and handsome. Hamuki, first, Erina-sama got the phantom beast type phoenix, and now Senpai got the phantom beast type pink dragon. I really want one too. How about you find a way to get one from Roy, and then I can help you strengthen it. Hamuki: let's forget it then. Hamuki, your luck. I'm afraid I'll lose all my money. Sister leader, Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S eats the devil fruit and turns into a 100-meter-long pink dragon. Some people in the chat group are curious and some are envious, especially Hamuki. She was almost drooling with envy. From the chat group, I obtained the bug ability that stopped for 5 seconds, and I also randomly drew the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinganite technique Kamui with the time and space crack. Originally, Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S couldn't use the pupil technique casually due to her weak physical strength, but now she has obtained the powerful and beautiful Phantom Beast ability from Roy, Zhao, which completely completes the task. Shortcoming: are you a system flow traveler, or is your senior a system flow traveler? Is she really a loser? Thinking that now I only have the ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan and 8 Inner Gates formation, which are 2 relatively strong abilities. Hamuki just wanted to torture her system severely. Hurry up and give me gold coins. You garbage system. Shape Moon World. Tezuka family. Dragon. Is it a fantasy species in mythology? Is this Miss Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S? Looking at the beautiful pink dragon hovering in the sky and the terrifying aura it exuded, Tokiomi'S took a deep breath and finally made a decision. At the same time, Kasumigaoka finally became familiar with the power of his dragon form. Roy, I smirked. Then Kasumigaoka tried to reduce her size, turning into a small pink dragon only a few meters long, spiraling downward, and finally wrapped around Roy's body like a python preying on prey. What are you doing? Are you trying to miss me? Roy curiously looked at the pink female dragon wrapped around him, always feeling that the current atmosphere was strange. That's right, I just want to eat you, Mr. World Noble. The voice coming from the pink female dragon's mouth naturally belonged to Kasumigaoka, and it even sounded better than before. Roy looked confused and didn't know how to answer the question. Could this woman be the reincarnation of a mantis and want to eat her manhood? Just as such thoughts flashed through his mind, he saw the pink female dragon suddenly lowered its head and grabbed his clothes, lifted him up, and flew towards the bedroom prepared for them by the Tasuka family. Roy, was this eating? He, an experienced driver, didn't even react. But wait, the live broadcast is not on. And are you sure you don't want to go back to human form? Human and dragon? It's your first time to play so hard. Truly worthy of Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S. Chapter 64. Please take good care of my wife and children. Yuukai Hamuki. Huh? What are you two going to do? Roy-sama and Senpai. Yamamoto Genryu's Ikaruha : It's not what I thought, is it? Yuukai Hamuki. Could it be that my senior sister is going to overtake someone else in a corner and become the first woman in the group to clear His Highness Roy? Nakiri Erina. PFFT. There is actually a ranking of first and second in this kind of thing. Is this some kind of competition? Asks. This is also a battle. If you have a crush on Roy and you are not the first, it is equivalent to losing the battle. Jabril. That's right. Although I am not interested in the relationship between men and women, if I also like Roy, I will never let other women get Roy's innocence for the 10th time. Yuukai Hamuki. Curious. Jabril. What if Roy's innocence was taken away by another woman? Jabril. Then cut off that woman's head and put it on our bedside to watch us. Yuukai Hamuki. Tasukasura, terrible. Trembling. Nakiri Erina, it's indeed a bit scary. Is Jabril's character the Yandere in the comics? The kind who will kill the person if she doesn't like them? Jabril. Yandere. I like this word, it's just tailor-made for me. Yuukai Hamuki. Yuukai Hamuki. Wait a minute. I'm off topic. Isn't the point that the senior sister is still in the form of a dragon? Why don't you return to the human form before entering the bedroom? Yamamoto Genryu's King Ryugen. No way. Is there still such a way to play? Yuukai Hamuki. Huh? Why did you turn off the live broadcast? Don't turn it off. There are only women in the group. What are you afraid of? Come and see. Amid Yuukai Hamuki's dissatisfied shouts, Roy promptly closed the chat group. Of course. He and Kasumigaoka couldn't broadcast the battle live to everyone in the chat group, even if they were all women. Of course. The main reason is that Kasumigaoka is embarrassed. After all, no matter how little slut she is still just a high school girl. Roy himself didn't care at all about everyone in the crowd watching him, but he had to take care of Kasumigaoka's emotions. So it's a pity. The battle scene between dragons and humans is rare even in the mythical age when gods set foot on the earth. It is definitely a rare and cherished scene. It can only be said that everyone in the chat group is not so lucky. More than 10 hours later, more than half of the one-day mission return deadline has passed. If Matsukan and the Mit family had not been wiped out by Roy's Thunder Noble phantasm, this mission might even have timed out and failed. So indulgent. The purpose of traveling to other worlds is to become stronger. So how can you indulge in the land of gentleness? But then again, if you want to become stronger, you have no chance. The fourth battle hasn't started yet, and the heroic spirits haven't come out yet. Old Chonksai didn't even explode with a single treasure. It was just rubbish. Do you want him to use less than a day to search for those true ancestors of vampires all over the world? He can't find them in a short time. Despising the weak Matsukan in his heart, Roy walked out of the bedroom refreshed and met Oitasuka, who was going upstairs. She is still wearing a light green dress, long silky hair, and wearing silk stockings. She is quiet and beautiful, and has the typical temperament and image of a perfect wife. Hello, Madame. A gentle and friendly smile appeared on Roy's face. Hello, Mr. Roy. But what surprised him was that Tasuka'S, who had respected and appreciated him so much before, now lowered his head very shyly. Looking at her erratic gaze towards the bedroom door behind her, Roy understood her thoughts instantly. Mrs. Tasuka must have been frightened by Kasumigaoka's exposed dragon nature. After criticizing the woman Kasumigaoka in his heart, Roy asked, Madame, do you have anything to do with me? Yes. That's right, Mr. Roy. As if she was very entangled and hesitant in her heart, Tasuka'S said hesitantly, my husband has something important that he wants to discuss with you in detail. Let's see. Tasaka Tokiomi. Okay, I understand. Roy was quite curious to hear that the sinful man who was the cauldron of this world was looking for something to do with him. Could it be that he had a premonition that he would lose the Fourth Holy Grail War, so he planned to entrust his wife daughter and family property to me in advance? With such bad thoughts in mind, Roy walked straight down. Oh, by the way, Yinan. Before going downstairs, Roy suddenly called Tsukuoi. What's wrong, Mr. Roy? Tsukuoi seemed to be startled, and her thin body trembled suddenly. Please help me take care of my girlfriend, thank you. Not understanding why Tsukuoi had such a big reaction, Roy looked at her inexplicably and said, Okay. Mr. Roy, I will definitely take good care of Miss Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S. Hearing that it was just such a trivial matter, Tsukuoi breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, she also felt a little inexplicable loss in her heart. After all, he is a great hero who can control bone dragons and thunder, and only exists in mythology. In mythology, this kind of character is originally a special attack on married women. Even though she knew that she shouldn't have such feelings of being unfaithful to her husband, she couldn't help but blush when she thought of the private words her husband, Tokiomi'S, had said to her before. Actually, you can't blame me for thinking too much, right? If Tokiomi hadn't said those strange things to me, I wouldn't have had such bad thoughts about Mr. Roy. Pushing the door open and entering Roy's bedroom, Tsukuoi thought secretly in her heart. The next second, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Ah! He exclaimed in surprise, and then immediately covered his mouth. Xuanban looked at the exhausted pink dragon in shock. This. What is this? Before coming, Tsukuoi heard from her husband Tokiomi that Miss Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S true form might be a pink dragon. But she really didn't expect that the other party would fight with Mr. Roy in this posture. Shouldn't it be normal to turn into human form and then fight? Is this the great hero in mythology? This is too scary. No wonder they can always defeat monsters, fantasy species and high gods. Is this what heroes rely on? Tsukuoi, whose sight was shattered, stepped forward with a red face and began to clean the pink dragon transformed by Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S. During the process, she accidentally touched the white milk. Really, Mr. Roy is too careless, isn't he? Such a big man would actually get milk on Miss Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S. It's like a baby. Roy complained a little in his heart, but Tsukuoi suddenly fell into deep thought. She never gave milk to Roy and the others, right? So where did this milk come from? Roy walked slowly towards the Tsukuoi family's magic workshop. Come in, Mr. Roy, Tokiomi'S said softly as if he heard Roy's footsteps. Squeak. Roy pushed the door open and entered, then was slightly startled. In the magic workshop, Tokiomi'S and his two daughters were sitting in the guest seats, while the main seats were empty. Brother Roy. Seeing Roy's figure, little Sakura'S cute face suddenly showed an expression of surprise. But just for a second, the little girl's expression became a little sad again. Although she has not grown up yet, she is much more mature than her peers and actually knows what everyone in the chat group means. Thinking of Brother Roy and Sister Kasumigaoka staying in the bedroom for more than 10 hours, she felt so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. Especially this was in her home. Even the bedroom was prepared by her parents for Roy and the two of them. This made little Sakura look at Tokiomi, her biological father, with even more resentment. As for Tsukurin, the little girl pouted first, and then waved to Roy carelessly. Good morning, Mr. Roy, who likes high school girls. He was stunned for a moment by Tsukurin's strange name, and then Roy realized what she meant. Did you eavesdrop on my corner? Roy looked at the young body of the famous tsundere heroine with a strange look on his face. Did Rin still have this kind of hobby when she was a child? What do you mean by eavesdropping? This is my home. I just accidentally passed by it at night. Roy used the word eavesdropping to directly break his defense. The 7-year-old Sakurin's face turned red immediately. He didn't know whether he was angry with Roy or because he was shy. Sister. Brother Roy is joking. Little Sakura held Rin aside and timidly said good things to her brother Roy. Tokiomi'S suddenly coughed twice, attracting the attention of 1, 2, and 3 people. It seems that Mr. Roy has a very good relationship with my 2 daughters, so I feel relieved. Realizing that Roy did not hate or reject his 2 precious daughters, Tokiomi'S smiled happily and took out a folder from under the table. This is a contract scroll, but because I think it has no meaning, it does not have any magical constraints and has no legal effect. It is almost the same as waste paper. From the beginning, there was no intention to use contracts or laws to tie Roy down. Tokiomi'S explained softly and handed the scroll to the 3 of them. Roy subconsciously took it and glanced down, his eyes suddenly filled with surprise. The content of the contract is simple. If Party A, Tokiomi'S, is killed, paralyzed, or loses the ability to take care of himself in the 4th Holy Grail War, he will voluntarily donate all his patents, real estate, land, and wealth to Party B. Party B, Roy, needs to shoulder the responsibility of adopting Party A's, Tokiomi's 2 daughters, Rin and Sakura, and take good care of Shin's, Tokiomi's wife, Tokiomi. Signature of Party A, Tokiomi'S. Signature of Party B. Looking at this contract without any magic or legal constraints, even Roy, who had seen countless storms and waves, couldn't help but be stunned. Tokiomi'S is asking for help, even considering that Tokiomi'S did die in the original F.Z. 4 wars. He was simply giving his wife, children and family property to himself. Do you want to make yourself homeless, become a soft-boiled man? Isn't this not good? Even though Roy considers himself a bad guy, he feels a little embarrassed at this moment. Tokiomi-san trusts himself too much. But before he could say anything, Lin on the side had already stepped forward. Father, how could you write such a contract? This is too much. The little girl was really angry this time. With a face as red as an apple, Sakurin shouted to his father, "You were going to send little Sakura away before. After the Matou family was destroyed by Brother Roy, I originally thought you had changed your ways. I didn't expect you to go even more serious this time and want to send me and my mother away." Tokiomi lowered his head, had a sullen face, and said nothing. On the other hand, little Sakura on the side did not show the same expression of despair as before when she was about to be sent to Matsu's house. Instead, her eyes were filled with deep joy and expectation. Compared to her biological father who almost pushed her into hell, the little girl definitely prefers her brother Roy who saved her. Squeak. Sakurin wanted to scold his father a few more times, but the door of the magic workshop was suddenly pushed open from the outside. An elegant wife wearing a light green dress slowly walked in. "Rin, this is your father's decision, and it is also my decision. This is the last way out for you, me and your sister. It is your father's good intention. I hope you will not blame him, but try to understand him." The quiet wife did not dare to look at Roy, but she persuaded her daughter very gently. Apparently she had already known about the existence of this contract from Tokiomi and chose to comply with it. "Mother, will the Tataka family really go as far as the contract says?" Xiaolin, who was only 7 years old, bit her lip and looked at her parents with red eyes. "It's just a possibility, but not necessarily." The expression on Tokiomi's face was extremely solemn. "The Holy Grail War is very dangerous. Even if I am ready to summon an ancient king, I may not be sure of victory. Father, I hope you can understand me, Rin." The reason why he wanted to sign such a contract with Roy was to increase his chances of victory. In his eyes, Roy, who controls the Bone Dragon, is related to the underworld, and controls the terrifying divine thunder, is a god walking in modern times. Now that the mystery is gradually fading and the age of gods is cut off, Roy's strength is definitely not weaker than any heroic spirit. Coupled with the ancient king he was about to summon and his disciple Kotomin, he couldn't think of how he could lose. In the Holy Grail War, Tokiomi will definitely win. As for whether Roy would do something dirty to him for a contract, I don't think so. After all, Roy saw all the love and care he gave to his daughter, Sakura. This is a hero who loves little girls and has noble conduct. Is that so? I understand, father. If it comes to that point, let me become the patriarch of the Tataka family and protect my sister and mother. Wiping away his tears, he walked up to Roy with his head held high like a grown-up. The 7-year-old Rin looked up at Roy's handsome face and said in a sweet voice, "Please sign this contract, Mr. A." Thank you to Chang Wai for the 588 tip from the martial arts master Chang Wai, and thank you to all the masters for your monthly votes. Data is quite important for a book, so thank you all for supporting me. Chapter 65 Lottery. 3 new members. Yuukai Hamuki. "So Mr. Roy, have you signed that contract?" Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S. "I signed it." "Is it true that he is a scumbag?" "He easily killed a 6-year-old girl, a 7-year-old girl and their mother." "Roy, obviously Mr. Tokiomi begged me to sign it. My innocence cannot be slandered by anyone. Little Sakura can vouch for me." Sakura, no. That's right. It was his father who asked Brother Roy to take care of little Sakura, her sister and her mother, so he signed the contract. How could it be Brother Roy's fault? Brother Roy is a good person. How? Mr. Tokiomi is preparing a way out for his family, right? At the same time, he is also trying to win over Roy, a powerful fighter, to increase his winning rate in the 4th Holy Grail War. Yamamoto, but if you think about it carefully, Tokiomi did die tragically in the Holy Grail War in the original work, so it seems that he was really asking Roy for help. Ace Des, after all, it is the original plot, and there is a chat group, so the current plot will definitely change. Sakura, well, there will definitely be changes. Shape Moon World. Nestling in Roy's arms, little Sakura lowered her head slightly, revealing a gloomy expression where Roy could not see her. "The plot will change. Is it possible that my father will not die? This should be a good thing, but why isn't Sakura-chan happy?" "Ah, as expected. Would it be better for father to die like in the plot? After all, in the original plot, there was no father, and I and my sister grew up well and became beautiful girls. As for the mother who died early in the original work, she still needs to be saved." And Matkarayo, thinking about this uncle who was always out of town and who most likely didn't follow the Matou family to destruction and who loved her very much, a fierce murderous intention flashed in little Sakura's eyes. This kind of coward, who has a thief's heart but not the courage, but thinks about his mother's trash and wretch all day long, would it be better to die as soon as possible? "What's wrong, Sakura-chan?" Realizing that the girl in his arms seemed to be a little depressed, Roy looked down at her with concern. "It's okay. Little Sakura is just thinking that the day's mission is coming soon, and she will be separated from Brother Roy, and she is a little reluctant to leave." Raising her head to face Roy with a sunny and innocent smile, Little Sakura leaned into Roy's arms again. This is Brother Roy's breath. It is simply warmer than mother's embrace. It would be great if Brother Roy could stay with little Sakura forever and not go to other sisters in the chat group. Signed a contract with Tokiomi'S and stayed with little Sakura for a while. Roy and Kasumigaoka chose to return to their own world. Although there are actually many powerful people in the Xinyu world who can be killed, the main reason is that the time is too short and it is difficult to find them. So it is better to wait until the Fourth Holy Grail War officially begins, then come back through the world mission and kill the heroic spirits to obtain the noble phantasm. Group members Erina, Roy and Kasumigaoka have completed the mission rescuing Mitsura. Erina Roy's holy mission evaluation, excellent, obtained 3 opportunities for the Type Moon World Lottery. Kasumigaoka mission evaluation, passed, obtained 1 Type Moon World Lottery opportunity. As the 2 Roys returned to their own world, the chat group prompt sounded immediately. Having experienced more than one world mission, everyone in the chat group was familiar with it, and they immediately started discussing it. It's not a lottery opportunity in the F.Z world, but a lottery opportunity in the Type Moon world. Is there a big difference between the two? Of course it's huge. Let's put it this way, F/Z's performance is only as good as the rest of the world. It depends entirely on the official patching of Jin Shining to increase its combat power. But if there are a lot of gods in the entire Koki world, the prototype of the pair of star noble phantasms of His Highness Roy's thunder that tears the stars is Zeus in the Koyu world. It seems that the world of the moon that little Sakura lives in is really scary. How? I hope you can let me go to the Xinyu world next time. I have killed many gods of disobedience, but I have never defeated a real god. Jabril, I want to go too. Same. Erina, there should be gods who are good at cooking, right? I wonder what kind of delicious dishes they can make. Miss Erina, you will know when you travel to the moon world and have a look. Speaking of which, Jin Shining has a divine brew, which is probably very good. Erina, the wine made by God? Although I am very excited, I am still not used to the world where these strong men are rampant. It really leaves a shadow in the world of pirates. Yamamoto Genryu's Ikaruha, I remember Erina was stunned by Pluton really using Conqueror's Haki in One Piece, right? Erina, yes, I almost thought I was dead. Haha, you just get used to it. When I first traveled to the Hokage world, I didn't dare to kill anyone. As a result, I am now quite famous in the ninja world, especially after Iwagakure was seriously injured by the leader's sister, and I got the nickname Shura no Yakushaheim. At Nirona Roy Saint at Kasumigaoka. By the way, Your Highness Roy, Senior, are you two asleep? Why haven't you started the lottery yet? Pirate World. Roy looked at the sleeping Stussy next to him and realized that only more than 3 hours had passed. It seems that the chat group task time of 7 days is equivalent to 1 day in the respective real world, and 1 day in the task is equivalent to more than 3 hours. Seeing Uchiha at himself, he was about to reply when the notification sound of the chat group rang. Congratulations to group member Kasumigaoka for drawing 12 trials. Has everyone's character exploded recently? They picked up the Phantom Beast species and Logia, and now they've even drawn something as cheating as 12 trials? Ace what is this? The noble phantasm of those heroic spirits in the moon world. That's right. Hercules, the god of Greek mythology, completed 12 impossible tasks. This deed was turned into a treasure. It's too complicated to explain. I'll let my senior figure it out for you. Yamamoto Genryu's Ikingu, Eternal Mange Kyo Sharingan double cameo, Phantom Beast species powder dragon fruit, plus 12 trials. Why do I feel that she who suddenly became a strong or Indeed. And it's not averagely strong. With more battle experience, I feel like I can compete with Marine Admiral Kasumigaoka. Is it really that exaggerated? Why don't I feel anything at all? Kasumigaoka picture, but judging from the introduction, this noble phantasm called 12 trials is indeed exaggeratedly powerful. 12 resurrection opportunities, the times can be restored. The noble phantasm also strengthens the body and is immune to all low-intensity attacks. Even fatal attacks will be completely immune after being withstood once. I'll go. What is this? The power obtained by killing the god of war is not so terrifying. That's right. This is a cheating noble phantasm. It may not be a big deal in all the worlds, but in most middle and low-level worlds, the strength is ridiculously exaggerated. If this continues, I'm afraid my senior will be stronger than me. How can I protect my senior? Yamamoto: You should protect your wife first. Even Kushina's first kiss was taken away by Roy. You violent maniac. You don't expose your shortcomings when you curse. Why do you keep poking at my sore spots? Yamamoto Genryu's Ikinga. Damn it. Roy Saint, I want to change the subject. Your Highness, Roy, hurry up and draw the lottery. You have 3 chances. Roy, don't worry, I'll smoke it right away. Roy, and I feel like I'm going to pull out something good this time. Looking at the constantly refreshing messages in the chat group, Roy couldn't help but feel speechless. I don't know where Yamamoto, the Shinigami time traveler, and Hamuki, the Haokiji time traveler, came from such a big feud. One calls the other a violent woman. The other calls the other a slut, and they fight each other every day. But the 12 trials? Roy was very pleased to see Kasumigaoka should get such a good noble phantasm. It has a powerful cheat with a stop time of 5 seconds, plus the ability of the Phantom Beast and the Mangekyo Sharingan, as well as the cheating effect of 12 trials. Kasumigaoka suddenly went from the bottom of the group to the backbone of the group. Roy even had the illusion that his adopted daughter had finally grown up. But a lottery? It seems to be my luck, thinking that after completing the mission in the Haokiji world last time, he got an enhanced version of Sage Body, which allowed him to regain his glory as a man. Roy couldn't help but look forward to it. Asking for flowers. Start the lottery. Pushing Stussy's obstructive long legs away from his body, Roy thought to himself. Congratulations to Nailona Roy for drawing the evil eye of death. Congratulations to Narona Roy for drawing I am the thunder that tears apart the stars. It is detected that the group members already possess this treasure phantom, and will be fused, and the treasure phantom level will be increased by 1 level. Congratulations to Nailona Roy for drawing the blazing flames also burn the gods. 3 consecutive prompts sounded, causing the originally lively chat group to fall into silence. A long time. Tasakasura, I have a weak question. Why are you all silent? Is it because the reward Brother Roy got is not good? It seems pretty good to me. Asks, young Sira is right. She also drew the terrifying noble phantasm of thunder. It is fused and strengthened just like the previous Sage Body. The power becomes even more terrifying, right? Jabril, although I haven't seen the memory copy of Xinayu World, just by looking at these names, I know it's definitely not junk. Nakiri Erina, indeed. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, the demonic eye of direct death. This name is a bit similar to the ability Kina got from the chat group. Is it also a setting that if you hurt the enemy, you will die immediately? Yamamoto Genryu's Ikaruha, it has a similar effect, but it's not exactly the same. You can understand that the enemy's weaknesses will be exposed to your eyes. Weaknesses are divided into points and lines. Cutting the middle line means that real damage cannot be defended or recovered. Hit death will occur immediately at the midpoint. Asts, that's the sure hit treasure god's evasion held by Roy. Yamamoto Genryu Zaikinu. Yes, the biggest weakness of the demonic eye of death is that it must hit accurately, but Mr. Roy can achieve a sure hit with the help of his noble phantasm. Yamamoto Genryu Zaikaruha, I think that as long as it is not the kind of immortal existence that cannot be killed, Mr. Roy should be able to kill them all with 1 blow. Hamuki, the most important thing is that the demonic eye of death is not only effective on living things, but also on non-living things. Hamuki, I declare His Highness Roy is invincible. Yamamoto Genryu Zaikaruha, I declare your idiotic announcement valid. Because of the demonic eye of direct death, everyone in the chat was very enthusiastic and even shouted the words Roy is invincible. But Roy didn't take it to heart. The demonic eye of death is indeed very powerful, but you must first be able to understand death. Roy can understand the death of ordinary people, and he can also understand the death of a pirate king like Roger. But can he understand the death of Tathagata Buddha? Can he understand the death of the creator god? Can he understand the death of God? What a joke. There are even countless strong people who have the attribute of immortality, and you can't see their death at all. Therefore, the eye of death can indeed make Roy more lethal and powerful, but it is not an invincible ability after all. As for the other 2 lottery results, Roy was also very satisfied. First of all, the noble phantasm of thunder I am the thunder that tears the stars has reached level 2 after fusion. It has evolved from a noble phantasm against the country to a noble phantasm against the continent. Thinking about it, if Roy frees this noble phantasm now, he should be able to sink the entire Little Japan easily, instead of leaving only a huge pit of more than 100,000 meters on the surface of Japan like in the Moon World. As for the other treasure, the blazing flames also burn up the gods. Grade 1, type, anti-surface noble phantasm. The ultimate treasure of the South American Quetzalcoatl. It turns itself into a burning meteorite and a comet to kill the Earth. What seems to be a very simple introduction is actually a terrifying blow that can destroy the surface of the planet and cause depression in the lives of 10,000 years. To put it bluntly, this is a treasure that is extremely close to destroying the world. If Roy were liberated in the pirate world, more than 95% of the human population in the entire world would die on the spot. I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to the explosion star, but there's still a long way to go. I glanced at the chat group and found out this group of people were still chatting about abilities related to the demonic eye of death. Obviously the concept of straight to death is really attractive. Roy didn't say anything to disturb their interest, but directly integrated the power area of the demonic eye of death. Although he said that this ability is not invincible, Who wouldn't want to have such a fashionable and powerful ability? And at the moment when he successfully fused the magic eye, the notification sound of the chat group sounded again. New members Saitama, Butterfly Ninja, and Onibatsuji Musen join chat group 1. Chapter 66. Both Butterfly Ninja and Wuhan have missions. Yamamoto Genryu Karuha. 3 new members were added at once. Uekai Hamuki. Yes, and it seems that there are 2 people from the same world, and one of them is my wife. Uekai Hamuki. At Butterfly Nin. Wife. Look at me. I like you so much. Nakiri Erina. It starts again. Is it really so beautiful and attractive between girls? Kasumigaoka Shiha. I don't know, but my light novel Miss Shinigami will not fall in love with Uekai, whose slut has sold 3 million copies, which means that there are at least 500,000 readers who like to read girls' posts. If you count piracy, and animation should have at least a few million viewers, right? Yamamoto Genryu King U : I feel like I will be bound to that Uekai idiot for the rest of my life. I really want to die. Butterfly Ninja : What is this? Chat group asks, what did you say, Mickey? Are the 2 newcomers from the same world? Uekai Hamuki. That's right. If nothing else, both Onibatsuji Musen and Butterfly Ninja come from the world of Demon Slayer, Kaimetsu no Yaiba, while Saitama comes from the world of One Punch Man. Uekai Hamuki, Adnirona middle. Roishing, Your Highness Roy, your opponent is here. It's One Punch Man Saitama. He might be stronger than you now. Asks, stronger than Roy? Really? Liu how? Has a strong man from a powerful world finally appeared? One Punch Man? This name sounds a bit strange. Roy, I haven't played before, so who knows? But I'm sure I won't lose. How powerful Saitama is something that countless viewers in previous lives couldn't explain clearly. Some people say he is invincible with one punch, while others say he has the most explosive stars. But Roy knew that Saitama's pure 477 physical ability would definitely not be able to defeat him. Want to know more about Hercules' belt? The most powerful physical cheating treasure designated in the chat group. Saitama, if someone is stronger than me, I would probably be very happy. Saitama, but what is this? A chat group? Is it some kind of electronic weirdo's ability? Onibatsuji Mukai, who are you, scum? Why can you speak in my brain? Get out of here. Otherwise I will turn you into ghosts and torture you for the rest of your life. Butterfly Ninja, Uxion? Is it really the Ghost King Uxion? Is this chat group a creation of some god? Butterfly Ninja, no misfortune. Our Demon Slayer squad must kill you. Revenge for all innocent people. Demon Slayer Mukai. Demon Slayer Corps? Is this chat group the work of your Demon Slayer Corps? Uekai Hamuki : All questions can be answered in the group announcement. Uekai Hamuki, Atsuchi, by the way, I feel very unhappy with you now, so you'd better be quiet. Quiet. Kaibatsuji Mukai, group announcement. Humphrey, how dare you, a lowly human being, talk to me like this? Just wait until I swallow your flesh and blood. Saitama, hey, this person who joined the chat group with me has a bad temper. Is he very strong? Forget it. I'll go read the group announcement first. Ace. Oh, I hope he can continue to be so arrogant after reading the group announcement and understanding the nature of the chat group. Liu how? This person is a bit annoying. So can the chat group really not kill the group members? Uekai Hamuki, definitely not. It's clearly written in the rules. Roy, I don't think so. Roy, since the chat group brings together 2 hostile characters in the same world, there must be an explanation. At least that's what I think. Yamamoto, Mr. Roy, what you said makes sense. Butterfly Ninja, Saitama and Tsuji Musen have different personalities. But it was obvious that Gui Wujawuk, a grumpy idiot, easily earned the dissatisfaction of several people in the group. Even Liu Hao, the god killer, had murderous intentions towards him. What the hell is this chat group? Could it be the Demon Slayer's new ability to use against me? Looking at the group of guides with doubt, Kaibatsuji Musen suddenly widened his Ghost A's memory copy, without checking the relevant information about other worlds and chat group members first. Gui Wujawum subconsciously opened this so-called original work. Soon. Saitama, I really didn't expect that Minecraft is actually a comic, and it is also an unfinished Invincible novel. No wonder I can't find an opponent no matter how hard I try. Saitama, I think there seems to be a queen of frozen time and space in the group, a god slayer, and Roy, a celestial dragon who has mastered many powerful treasures and is suspected to be the strongest. Well, I hope you can have a hearty fight with me. Asks, you do win? Uekai Hamuki, it's the kind that can defeat any opponent in 3 or 2 hits, and most likely even crush the planet with one punch. Asks : Crushing the planet with your fists? With all due respect, it's really incomprehensible. Nakiri Erina, I thought I was strong enough to be able to break a building with my fists. Kasumigaoka Shiha, now that I have transformed into the form of a fantasy beast, the pink dragon, coupled with the 12 trials and Suzu's ink grease, I should be able to destroy an island in a short time. Uekai Hamuki, Senpai's strength is almost catching up with mine. This is the scary thing about Europeans. I'm obviously the protagonist of the system flow. Yamamoto, who said you are the protagonist? Yukaiha, you are a bitch. You are just a supporting character at best. Yukaiha Muki, damn it. Do you think you are different? Supporting role. Violent woman. Supporting role. Saitama : These two women are so annoying. Asts, haha, I think so too. Butterfly Ninja, everyone, I just took a look at the memory copy of the world I am in, and also checked the information related to you in the group announcement. Please ... Can I issue a mission? The world of Demon Slayer. The beautiful butterfly shinobi looked at the chat group in front of him very excitedly. A celestial dragon time traveler who controls the mythical thunder and possesses countless powerful treasures. Shinigami, a female time traveler who can move and attack at the speed of light. A god slayer who kills Shinigami spirits and usurps the power of gods. And a light novel writer who was originally just an ordinary person, but after joining the chat group, his luck was heaven-defying, and he quickly became stronger. If all this is true, doesn't it mean that her world can be saved? No. These must all be true and correct, because she has seen a copy of her own memory. To be honest, it's really too miserable. Looking at the memory copy, one by one, his close friends died in the hands of evil spirits. Butterfly Ninja's heart was bleeding, and he became more and more angry. You must do something yourself. After confirming the authenticity of the chat group, Butterfly's heart became even more urgent. She didn't forget that the Ghost King boss Wukai joined the chat group with her. This means that the other party has also seen the memory copy and knows the plot development. You must strike first. Yukaiha Muki, I'm sorry, Sister Shinobu, although I like you very much, but you need the chat group to give you the task before you can post it. I can't take the initiative to post it myself. Tasakasura, yes, the triggering of the mission is very random, and even a powerful person like Brother Roy cannot control it. Liu Ohao, hey, little Sura really likes Roy. She can't even say 3 sentences without his name. Tasakasura, no. No way. It's just that Brother Roy is too reliable. He is also little Sura's benefactor. Butterfly Ninja, if you are talking about this chat group task, I think I already have a chance to publish it. Picture. Mission: kill demon danced Tsuji Musen. Mission goal: kill Musen Kaibatsuji. No other mission requirements. Mission members can complete the mission freely. Time limit: 1 day. Task members: 3 people. Task reward: number of draws for Demon Slayer World Specialties. Yukaiha Muki, Sister Butterfly Ninja got the opportunity to release a mission just after joining the chat group. This is so lucky. Yamamoto Genryu Zikaruha, and the target was another group member. Kasumigaoka, you are truly worthy of being a noble man of the world. You really hit the mark and you are among the people of the world. Asts, haha. Very good. I happened to be looking at that ghost danced Tsuji Musen and was very unhappy. Despicable human beings? Human beings are not despicable. Only the weak are despicable. Do you understand? Nakiri Erina : To a certain extent, Sister Ast's speech is explosive enough, just like a big villain. Liu Ohao, the strong have the privilege of doing whatever they want. Of course, I don't hate those heroes who sacrifice themselves for others. It's just that everyone has different ideas. Liu Ohao, at Butterfly Ninja, release the mission quickly. I can't wait to see who Mr. Uxian who dares to speak arrogant words to me, the God Killer, is here. Roy, it seems that apart from the unlucky traveler from the world of Halberdita, the first real dead person will finally appear in the chat group. Kaibatsuji Musen, wait. Wait a minute. I have something to say. I also have a mission to release. The world of Demon Slayer. Numai, who originally had a very bad attitude, now turned pale and even his body was trembling violently. While everyone was chatting in the chat, he had used the lottery opportunity that every newcomer had and got a Zanpei Kuto named Kyoka Suigetsu. It is a weapon with extremely powerful 10 drawing skills. But what's the point? Heroic spirits, god killers, suspension of time and space, divine dragons, star-destroying noble phantasm. The memory copies are real. These powerful men are also real. Ghost danced Tsuji Mumai has never been so desperate, even though he was almost killed by Jigyo, and back then, in his opinion, the level of danger was not as high as the chat group in front of him. Judging from the introduction of the group members in this chat group announcement, Jigyo is just an ordinary person among this group of monsters because of his strength. Fear. These people would really kill themselves cruelly, especially when he saw that Butterfly Ninja, a member of the Demon Slayer squad, had issued a mission to kill him. Tsuji Musen was almost frightened and split into thousands of pieces and fled around the world. Mission ... Right. You can also post tasks yourself. The Ghost King, who was extremely majestic in front of outsiders, looked at the task he had received from the chat group with trembling eyes. As if catching the light of hope, Tsuji Mumai quickly imitated the Butterfly Ninja and sent the screenshot to the chat group. Ghost danced Tsuji Musen. Picture. Mission: destroy the Demon Slayer team. Mission goal: destroy the Demon Slayer squad. No other mission requirements. Mission members are free to complete the mission. Time limit: 7 days. Task members: 3 people. Task reward: Number of draws for Demon Slayer World Specialties. Musen Kaibatsuchi. Look, I can also issue tasks. Demon Slayer Musen, my strength and power far exceed those of the Demon Slayer Corps. You can definitely help me complete my mission. The difficulty will be much lower. Ghost Dance Tsuji Mukai, I am still the Ghost King who has lived for thousands of years. If you are willing, I can also let you have eternal life. You will not refuse immortality, right? Asts. Interesting. Can both sides issue tasks? Jabril. So we are asked to choose one of the two newcomers to join the chat group, and the other will be killed. Liu Hao. I still prefer the little girl named Butterfly Ninja. She is more polite. What do you think? Uekai Hamuki. Of course I chose to help Butterfly Ninja. The Demon Slayer squad is decent. Yamamoto Genryu Karuha. Yes, the demons are almost all disgusting scum, while the Demon Slayers are pure heroes. Tasaka Sakura-chan also thinks that the big sister named Butterfly Ninja is more lovable. Roy. Anyway, I like beauties, not ugly ones. Butterfly Ninja. Kimbutsuji Musen, you damn scum. I will never let you destroy the Demon Slayer squad. Butterfly Ninja. Everyone in the chat group. I will not force you to help me, but I am willing to let you view a copy of the memory of my world, regardless of the final result. Whatever it is, I can accept it calmly. Butterfly endured the words and fell. The chat group beep sounded. Group member Butterfly 1.7 Shinobi is willing to upload a memory copy of Demon Slayer, Kaimetsu no Yaiba in his world, and all group members can watch it at will. Instantly, the chat group fell into silence. A long time. Liu Hao, is there still this function in the chat group? Yamamoto Genryu Karuha. I don't know. Because no one has ever asked. Uekai Hamuki. After all, the memory copy is your own privacy. It's normal not to want others to know. If Sister Butterfly Ninja didn't do it to let you see Musen's true face, it is estimated that this function will not be discovered. Saitama, true face? So this Musen is actually a bad person? Uekai Hamuki. That's right. The bad and rubbish super scum giant baby. For details, just check out the memory copy sent by Sister Butterfly Ninja. Butterfly Ninja, thank you for speaking for me, Miss Muki. Uekai Hamuki, you're welcome. Butterfly Ninja sister, most normal people hate this scumbag boss Musen. Musen Kaibatsuchi, damn it. What nonsense are you talking about, woman? Kaibatsuchi Mukai, you don't believe this woman. This memory copy is most likely fake, and she wants to harm me. The world of Demon Slayer. Seeing that Butterfly Ninja had sent a copy of the memory that was very unfavorable to him to the chat group, Uekai Hamuki, a time traveler, was exposing his past again. Wook was angry and afraid at the same time, but there was nothing he could do. You can't just immediately drag the 12 ghost moons under your command to make a movie, making yourself the decent protagonist and the Demon Slayer squad as the evil villains, right? There's not enough time. So he could only wait desperately, like a death row prisoner waiting for the execution to begin. Chapter 67, I will sink the Sakura Flower Country to make people angry. The memory copy of Demon Slayer, Kaimetsu no Yaiba is not that long. Roy pushed away Stussy's arm on his body and took a few casual glances. The special effects seem to be more realistic, shocking and contagious than the previous animations. This also makes the Demon Slayer squad even worse, and the evil ghosts such as Musen are even worse and more disgusting. Soon, everyone in the chat group jumped through the contents of Demon Slayer, Kaimetsu no Yaiba and roughly understood the concepts of Demon Slayer and done it. Ace, how disgusting, what a low-level ghost king. He's obviously not strong, he just lives as long as a turtle bastard, so he's so arrogant. Liu Hao, I'm so disappointed. I thought that if I could live for 1,000 years, I would at least be a strong and upright person, but I didn't expect that I would turn out to be a weak giant baby. A pig would be stronger than you even if it lived for 1,000 years. Nakiri Erina, disgusting. I can't accept human-eating monsters. Kasumigaoka HMPH. Me too, I've never seen such a disgusting ghost. Jabril, Atsuchi, you are so weak, why were you so arrogant just now? Don't you know that most people in the group are stronger than you? Have you always been so brave? Kasumigaoka Adnirona Roy Saint, you must kill this disgusting guy, don't let him stay in the chat group. Tasaka, poor Butterfly Ninja. Everyone in the Demon Slayer squad is so pitiful. Saitama, I didn't expect him to be such a weirdo. He actually cannibalizes people. Saitama, it's decided. I'm going to beat you to death. Well, that's if I can go to your world. Butterfly Ninja, thank you. Thank you everyone. You are all good people. The world of Demon Slayer. Seeing that the attitudes of the group friends were biased towards him, Butterfly cried with joy. This chat group with many powerful people is her only means to deal with Demon Dance Tsuji Musen and save the tragedy of the Demon Slayer squad. Yuxian's face was ashen. He has begun to hesitate whether he should leave Japan quickly and go to other countries. Anyway, with the power of the Zanpakuto Tokioka Suigetsu, he can become the overlord wherever he goes at 17 years old. Uekai Hamuki, Sister Butterfly Ninja, please release the mission quickly. Butterfly Ninja, okay. Group member Butterfly Ninja has issued a mission, kill Demon Dance Tsuji Musen. Damn it. Hearing the notification sound of the chat group, Yuxian couldn't help but curse. and then quickly opened the chat group to speak. Muzan Kaibatsuchi, I may not be a good person, but I definitely keep my promise. Muzan Kaibatsuchi, believe me, I can bring you eternal life and let you have an immortal body. Demon danced Tsuji Muzan, the benefits I have brought to you will definitely far exceed those trash from the Demon Slayer squad. After speaking, he also chose to publish the task. A series of chat group prompts sounded immediately. Group member Tsuji Muzan releases a mission, destroy the Demon Slayer squad. Ding. Detect that two group members in the same world have released conflicting tasks. Please ask group members to start voting. In the end, only the task with more votes will take effect. Note, since both mission objectives involve the lives of group members, this mission can kill the mission objectives and is not subject to the protection restrictions of chat group members. Uekai Hamuki, voting? It's actually quite fair. Ace-Des, HMPH, obviously we only need to obey the arrangements of the strong. In the face of absolute strength, the minority obeying the majority is the most meaningless game. Liu Hao'S is right. Uekai Hamuki, after all, we are a group, we are all friends, and we are also comrades on the road to becoming stronger. Voting is indeed the best choice. Butterfly Ninja. Please everyone. Muzan Kaibatsuchi, that's immortality. It's immortality. I hope everyone will make a decision carefully. Yamamoto Genryu's Ikaruha, I'll go first. I chose to help Butterfly Ninja. In my previous life, I hated this rotten Muzan when I was watching anime. Ghost danced Tsuji Muzan, Uekai Hamuki, I will also help Butterfly Ninja. Butterfly Ninja must let me kiss you if you have a chance in the future. Butterfly Ninja. Although I am very grateful to you. But is it really okay between women? Uekai Hamuki, as long as there is true love, gender is no problem. Nakiri Erina, I choose Butterfly Ninja. I hate man-eating evil spirits. Kasumigaoka Shiha, similarly, I feel physically uncomfortable with such ugly things, and I feel like vomiting when I see them. I will join the Butterfly Ninja. Ace-Des, Butterfly Ninja. This Kaibatsuchi Muzan is really annoying. He is so weak and loves to show off. Liu Hao, insulting the god killer must be severely punished. I will help Butterfly endure it. Saitama, the weirdos must be eliminated. I will help Miss Butterfly. Jabril, I also choose Butterfly Ninja. Tasakasura, Little Sakura also wants to help Butterfly Ninja. The demon slayers in the memory copy are so pitiful. The evil spirits are so cruel. Tasakasura, Adnirona Roy Saint, Brother Roy, can you also help me? Sister Jenin, the world of Demon Slayer. Thank you so much. Seeing that almost everyone in the chat group chose to help him instead of Muzan Kaibatsuchi, the Butterfly Ninja almost burst into tears, and her eyes also followed Little Sakura's speech and turned to Roy's name. Roy Nirona is a traveler to the pirate world, and his identity is the world's noble celestial dragon. According to the group announcement, Mr. Roy, who possesses many powerful treasures, is most likely the strongest person in the group, and he seems to have a high prestige in the group. Although the other party just said that he likes beautiful women, he vaguely expressed his position. But what if he can't resist Wuhan's temptation of immortality? Will other people in the group regret his decision and turn to support Wuhan? After all, the allure of immortality to humans is indeed terrifying. Even Butterfly himself, if he hadn't had a life and death relationship with a ghost, and would be controlled by womb when he became a ghost, he might not be able to help but be moved by this. Under her longing gaze, Roy finally spoke. Roy, I said, I like beautiful women and hate ugly people. Muzan Kaibatsuchi, I can also turn into a beautiful woman. And I can turn into various styles, hundreds and thousands of beauties. And I can live forever. Support me. Obviously aware of Roy's importance, Kaibatsuchi Mukai promoted himself like crazy. This guy is even willing to sacrifice his own innocence just to get Roy's support. Uekai Hamuki : so disgusting. Asts, well, that's fine with women. Men really can't accept it. Yamamoto Genryu's Ikaruha. Indeed. Roy looked disgusted and directly posted in the group, go to hell. I will vote for the Butterfly Ninja. As soon as he finished speaking, the chat group prompt sounded. The vote was unanimously approved by the support group member Butterfly Ninja, who has rejected the mission issued by Muzan Kaibatsuchi. 3 mission members are being drawn. Congratulations to Nirona Roy, Jabril, and Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S for qualifying for the mission. Please prepare as soon as possible, otherwise you will be forced to cross within 3 hours. Saitama, it's a pity that I wasn't drawn. I don't want to have a good discussion with Mr. Roy. Kasumigaoka, it's good, just so I want to test how strong I am now. Jabril, is it finally my turn? But judging from the memory copy, this world called Demon Slayer, Kaimetsu no Yaiba is very weak and boring. Asts, haven't you always wanted to fight Roy? This is a great opportunity. Jabril, indeed. Game Life World. Jabril frowned, wanting to slap herself twice when she first joined the chat group. She likes to fight, chase down enemies, and chop off their heads as collections. But she doesn't like being beaten. During this time, Jabril has roughly figured out Roy's trump card. Although she can easily dodge most offensive noble phantasms such as I am the thunder that tears the stars with her space ability, but God avoids and will definitely hit the enemy. Hercules belt, Its speed and strength will crush the enemy. I have Horus, grounded, immune to all long-range attacks. The demonic eye of direct death causes irreparable injuries. Well, I'm pretty sure that he is someone I can't beat. What a slap in the face. So until she becomes stronger, Jibril is really not looking forward to meeting Roy. But I may not be defeated. After all, I have the great killer weapon of Fairy Bin. A proud smirk appeared on the pretty face of the Fluggle girl, and Jibril murmured to herself, the Fairy Bins made from the corpses of countless strong men are equivalent to hundreds of lives. Even if I use up my physical strength you won't lose, right? I just don't know if Senda can restore the injuries caused by the demonic eye of death. Muzan Kaibatsuchi, please don't kill me. I can give you whatever you want. Even if I have to leave Japan forever, it's okay. At this time, Ghost Danced Tsuchimumai was still wailing miserably in the chat group. But no one in the group wanted to talk to him. Because this rude, cruel, trashy, giant shoulder ghost is really annoying. Also because he will soon become a dead man. No, a dead ghost. Jibril, I'm ready. Jibril. At Nirona Middle Troisn, after we resolve this garbage Kaibatsujimukai matter, let's give it a try, Mr. Roy, okay. I also want to experience the power of the god-killing weapons Fluggle and try making Xioji stewed mushrooms. Roy, I'm ready to. Jibril, what does Xioji mean by stewed mushrooms? Is Xioji talking about me? Kasumigaoka, I'm ready to. All 3 mission members are ready, and the time travel begins. Huh? Why did Roy Saint go out again? Stussy couldn't help but feel a little strange when she realized that Roy, who was sleeping next to her, had disappeared again. Could it be that Saint Roy felt that he was not good enough, so he secretly went to find Rouge, the pregnant woman? Thinking of this possibility, Stussy's pretty face couldn't help but change color slightly, and a hint of resentment flashed in her beautiful eyes. She felt she was at risk of falling out of favor. Obviously, Saint Roy would never leave secretly while sleeping. Roy and the others are already somewhat familiar with the matter of time travel. A golden light flashed before his eyes, and he found himself in a Japanese-style room. There were many people in the house. On Roy's side are the sexy girl Shiyu'S Kasumigaoka, and Jibril, who looks as pure and beautiful as an angel. Kasumigaoka has. This is not the first time that Jibril has traveled through time, but Jibril still does. At this time, the Fluggle girl was looking around curiously, and finally her eyes fell on Roy's face, showing an eager smile. Opposite 920 is Yaoya Shiyu'S, the sickly lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, his 4 young daughters, and the 9 pillars including the insect pillar butterfly ninja. Is this an alien? So tall. He looks as strong as Wei Ming Yuxing Ming. Shinobu. Can they really defeat Muzan? Seeing that the 3 Roys actually appeared out of thin air as the butterfly ninja said, the other pillars in the room suddenly became excited. You can't blame them for not knowing etiquette. In fact, too many of their friends, teachers, and parents have died due to misfortune. Now that they see the flower of hope right in front of them, how can they remain calm? In the end, it was Shiyu'S, the leader of the Demon Slayer squad, who stepped forward and forced them to suppress their excitement. Master Tenryujin of Otherworld, I am the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, Han Shiyu'S, and these are my 4 daughters. Perhaps because he learned something about Roy's personality and preferences from Butterfly Ninja, Shiyu'S took the initiative to introduce his 4 young daughters to Roy. Then the sickly lord asked cautiously, Mr. Roy, I don't mean to question you. Can you really kill Muzan Kaibatsuchi completely? I know that he has amazing vitality. Of course. Roy smiled slightly. Shiyu'S subconsciously clenched his fists and continued to ask, can I ask you what to do? After all, we don't even know where Kaibatsuchi Muzan is. To be honest, I don't know where he is. In the face of Yuzan Shiyu'S disappointment, Roy shook his head and chuckled, but this question is very simple. I don't need to find where he is at all. No need to look for it? What does this mean? Yuzan Shiyu'S was stunned. If the butterfly ninja hadn't been his most trusted subordinate, the appearance of Roy and others out of thin air would indeed have been miraculous. He would have almost thought he had encountered some kind of charlatan. I said there's no need to look for it because I want to sink the entire Sakura flower country. Looking at the ugly-looking but kind-hearted lord of the Demon Slayer squad, Roy had no intention of deceiving this good man and told the truth about his plan. What did you say? Are you kidding, Mr. Roy? Although I have long heard from the Butterfly Ninja that Mr. Roy is a terrifying and powerful man who can destroy this country, but when they really heard Roy say such terrifying words, everyone in Demon Slayer world was still dumbfounded. Just to kill Muzan Kaibatsuchi, the entire Sakura flower country will be sunk, and more than 50 million Sakura flower people will go to hell together with Muzan? Isn't this Mr. Roy really a devil? He looks much scarier than those evil ghosts. Chapter 68. The blazing flame also burns away the gods. 4 more. Hey, you're not joking, are you? The most irritable Fengzu immortal, Shiyu'S, stood up directly, with shock written all over his hideous face. The other pillars looked at Roy with extremely solemn eyes. If Mr. Roy is not joking, then he is simply 10,000 times more dangerous than Muzan Kaibatsuchi. Butterfly Ninja's beautiful face was filled with confusion, and she didn't understand why Roy would say such a thing. Haha, of course I'm not kidding. Let me introduce you to this child, Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S. He is from the parallel world Sakura Flower Country. He was born about 100 years later than you. Roy waved to Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, chuckled and asked, "Do you want to tell them what happened during the anti-Japanese war?" Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S said nothing and looked at Roy with a somewhat complicated look. As a light novel writer with rich knowledge in all aspects, she basically understood what Roy meant just by hearing these words spoken by Roy. The era in which Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba is set is the Cho era. This timing is very coincidental, because in a few years Sakura will begin its full-scale invasion of China. Thinking back to Roy's Chinese identity, and the fact that he attacked the Matou family with an overqualified liberating treasure in the moon world, almost destroying the continental plate of Sakura Flower Country, the smart Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S immediately understood Roy's position. It's such a coincidental time. It would be hard to calm down without an explosion, Roy murmured to himself. Although Demon Slayer is just a parallel world, but if he could avoid the tragedy and complete the task of killing Muse and Demon Butsuchi at the same time, he was naturally willing to do it. The reason for notifying these people in front of me is also because most of the characters related to the Demon Slayer squad and Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba are kind-hearted and have conscience. As for whether there will be other unlucky innocents in the destruction of Sakura Flower Country, it's none of his business. He just wanted to feel happy, not to seek justice. He is a celestial dragon now, in the pirate world. In order to force Rouge to surrender, he blew up Panan Island and the Rose Kingdom to ashes in a short period of time. I understand. I agree with your decision. Both people and countries should pay the price for their mistakes, just like the war criminals in history. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S raised her head, looked at Roy seriously, and expressed her true thoughts. Then she walked towards the pillars where the martial law had started and said softly, "Let me explain to you why Mr. World Noble made such a decision." 10 minutes later, due to time constraints, Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S has shortened that period of history as much as possible, but the content still shattered the three views of everyone in the Anishi team. No. It's impossible. How could state officials do such an inhumane thing? Feng Zufuzukawa Senior, who has the most irritable personality but is also very gentle, opened his eyes in shock and couldn't believe everything he heard. Butterfly Ninja. Is this woman really trustworthy? Is she really from the Sakura Flower Country 100 years in the future? Feng Zhu suddenly stared at the Butterfly Ninja, who was also stunned, and shouted her name loudly. That's right. Butterfly Ninja nodded with a heavy expression, and she read the personal information of each group member in the chat group announcement. Hearing this, Yanzu, Shiyu'S and others fell into silence. Because of Sakura Flower Country, tens of millions of people died. This is almost the current population of Sakura Flower Country. Compared with the tragedy caused by Onibatsuji Musen, it pales into insignificance, and it can even be called kind. This country, the country they risked their lives to protect with all their heart, would actually embark on such an evil path. Boom! The cute girl Renzu, who was extremely strong, suddenly raised her foot and crushed the ground, roaring sweetly, "Isn't this worse than Kaibutsuji Mukai? How can a human being be so heartless and crazy?" Yanzu, who was blind, started to cry, clasped his hands together, and said with emotion, "No wonder Mr. Roy made such a decision. I understand you now. People who would do these things are no longer worthy of being called human." Mr. Roy, with the support of his 4 daughters, Yashiki weakly walked to Roy and knelt down. Boom! Yashiki Yoshia kowtowed his head vigorously. "This is my apology on behalf of this country. Although it is insignificant, it is the only thing I can do at the moment." Kneeling in front of Roy with his head covered in blood, Yashiki looked extremely sad. "I don't have the face to stop you, but please give me a little time." Many children in the Demon Slayer Corps are kind-hearted. I believe that they who would risk their lives to protect others would do such cruel things. Roy had a gentle smile on his face. "You have 20 hours, but I only allow you to take the good people in the Demon Slayer squad away from this country. Do you understand?" "I understand. I won't let you down, Mr. Roy." Yashiki's expression was extremely serious. Although that period of history is absolutely true, I didn't expect them to have any doubt at all. How kind are they? In the room provided by the Demon Slayer squad, Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S couldn't help but sigh. BFFT, of course I won't doubt it. After all, what you said is so true. There is no point in making up such a thing. Jibril sneered at the side. Besides, if Mr. Roy really has the power to destroy Japan, does he still need to tell lies? And if Mr. Roy is just a liar, then there is no need to worry. Those Demon Slayer squads, the people are not idiots. Of course they understand this. I see. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S smiled awkwardly and inadvertently glanced at Roy's face next to her. Having said that, she really didn't expect Mr. World Noble to dislike Sakura Flower Country so much. Thinking of the world he was in, Sakura Flower Country seemed to have some intentions of not wanting to acknowledge history, and the sexy girl Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S couldn't help but have a murderous intent and a cold light in her eyes. Of course she doesn't want her country to be hostile or even destroyed by Roy. So can she try to take the country into her own hands? After all, she already has the power of a god, So it's only natural that she should do such a thing, right? Thinking about it this way, when I was in school, I was the beautiful girl writer in school, and after school, I was the dragon queen who controlled the entire Sakura flower country from behind. This setting seems quite interesting. After making a decision secretly in her heart, Kasumigaoka suddenly became interested. Then with a thought in her mind, she stopped time. Everything is peaceful. Even Jibril and Roy are not immune to the power of time. Of course, being able to stop time is nothing great. Even if Kasumigaoka is now countless times stronger, even if Roy and Jibril stand still, she still cannot break through the defense. Not to mention Jibril, a monster that can resist hydrogen bomb bombing with its body. Even Roy, who has high attack and low defense, is getting stronger every moment after integrating the enhanced version of Sage Body. It's hard to say how strong it is now. It's definitely not as good as Jibril, but it will definitely be no problem if it can withstand a few bullets. Of course, it was impossible for Kasumigaoka to stop time to attack them. I saw her lifting her little feet and gently touching Roy's leg in a world where time stopped. The next second, time resumes its flow. Huh? What happened just now? This feels so weird. Jibril frowned instantly, keenly aware that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell the specific situation. Roy felt the still warm calf and looked at Kasumigaoka with surprise, just in time to see her winking secretly at him. It was very abstract body language, but Roy understood it instantly. You go out and wait first, Roy said to Jibril, who was deep in thought. Why did you drive me out? Jibril was stunned and looked at Roy inexplicably. What do you think? Light bulb. Roy sneered, despising Jibril's unconscious behavior. You mean ... Oh, so you are going to do that kind of thing? Jibril glanced at Kasumigaoka, whose face turned red, then turned to look at Roy, suddenly realizing. You understand. Why don't you go out quickly? Roy rolled his eyes at the fluggle girl. The beautiful scenery was delayed by the light bulb. I don't want to go out. This is the room that the Demon Slayer gang prepared for me, and it's not just for you two. What Roy didn't expect was that Jibril rejected him without hesitation. The fluggle girl was floating in midair, looking down at Roy proudly. And let me see what's going on. Isn't it just for the human species to reproduce its offspring? Do you still need me for such a trivial matter? Nonsense. Roy looked at this silly woman speechlessly. Of course she is shy, couldn't you see it? Dragon girl. You don't need to be shy at all. Floating above Kasumigaoka's head, Jibril said carelessly. You are a human species, and I am a fluggle. Our races are different. Are you usually shy when you see small animals reproducing? They are all the same. The truth. You are just talking nonsense. Kasumigaoka blushed and glared at Jibril. Except for having wings and a halo, your appearance is almost exactly the same as that of humans, and even the language is connected. How can you compare with animals? Oh, they're all the same. They're all the same. Just let me see. Although he is obviously a cruel and murderous fluggle, Jibril is now pestering Kasumigaoka like a cute child, making her tireless. Okay, just let you see. Under Jibril's astonished gaze, Kasumigaoka suddenly used her devil fruit ability and transformed into a beautiful pink female dragon more than 5 meters long. Hey, don't bring this. What I'm curious about is the human species, not the dragon spirit species. Jibril pouted and frowned, trying to protest. But the protest was ineffective. Kasumigaoka would not tolerate this nasty fluggle girl. If you don't want to go out, then just keep watching. A humane smirk appeared on the pink dragon's face, and it coiled around the innocent-looking Roy like a python preying on its prey. Are you going to come with dragon form again? Roy was a little disappointed. He has already tried it once in Xinyu World before, and now he really wants to change his taste. He has never tried it in human form yet. After nearly 20 hours of brutal fighting, I don't know if my physical strength is stronger than before. Kasumigaoka was still beaten to a pulp by Roy many times, and she was still too weak now. How? Roy stood up refreshed, ignoring the exhausted pink dragon, and looked at Jibril, who had endured the whole process. Shocking the world of thought. Horrible. How can humans and dragons do this and that again? I don't want to watch it anymore. It's such a level that it can leave a lifelong psychological shadow. Looking at Roy was like looking at a super pervert. Jibril, who could remain calm even when facing gods, finally showed an expression of fear towards Roy. Even dragons can do it. I guess this guy is not uninterested in me as a fluggle, right? Thinking of this possibility, Jibril couldn't help but shudder. At this time, a message suddenly came from the chat group. Butterfly Ninja, at Nirona Middle. Mr. Roy, the Lord has taken the selected members of the Demon Slayer squad far away from Japan. The other pillars and the memory copy. The characters are all on board. You can start. Roy, okay. Roy, but I'm a little curious. Don't you hate me? This is your country after all. Butterfly Ninja, to be honest, my feelings are very complicated, but I probably won't hate you. Butterfly Ninja, before I left, my lord asked someone to go to the government to investigate, and found that those people indeed had these inhumane terrorist plans. You and Miss Kasumigaoka who are not the same. There is no false history to deceive us. Butterfly Ninja, I can only say that good and evil are rewarded. This is probably the ending that this sick country should have. The most important thing is that even if they want to reject Roy's approach, they simply don't have the ability. Besides, the Demon Slayer Corps is a group of good people with good intentions. They can't even accept Demon Dance Tsujimukai killing some people, so how can they accept a war of aggression? So, even though they have mixed feelings about the fact that the country is about to be destroyed, at least as far as the 9 pillars, Norais, are concerned, they do not hate Roy and can even completely understand him. Words and deeds. In the chat group, other people were already confused. They had no idea what Roy and the Butterfly Ninja were talking about. Aren't we just going to kill that Onibatsuji Musen? Why is it involved at the national level again? Only the 2 time travelers Uchiha Miki and Yamamoto Genryu Zaikinu, as well as Liu Ohao, a Chinese with upstanding roots, were vaguely aware of what Roy and the 2 were talking about. Group member Nirona Roy has started the group live broadcast. At the prompt of the chat group, group members immediately rushed in. What comes into view is the 100-meter pink female dragon hovering in the air, Chibril floating aside, and Roy standing in the air like a god in the sky, looking down at the land of unfinished flowers below. Uchiha Miki, are you going to use that noble phantasm of thunder? I remember that I just upgraded it once. Last time, I almost penetrated the continental plate of the Sakura flower country in the moon world. Now it is so powerful. The power is definitely more terrifying. Uchiha Miki, for the rare occasion, did not act nonsense, but asked in the group very seriously. Roy, no, it's the noble phantasm that I drew together with the demon eye of direct death before, but ended up being ignored by you. Uchiha Miki, huh? Which one? Asks, I completely forgot. At that time, everyone was paying attention to the demonic eye of direct death just like me. Yamamoto Genryu Zaikaruha, I vaguely remember that it should be the noble phantasm of the South American Quetzalcoatl, right? But the popularity of this noble phantasm is relatively average, and I really forgot the specific effect. Shaking his head slightly, Roy stopped paying attention to the conversation in the chat group. Only releasing 5% of the power should be enough. After all, I only wanted to destroy Sakura Flower Country, not the world. TSK, I think it will be an extremely beautiful fireworks. Muttering to himself, Roy read out the spirit and true name of the precious phantom. This body will turn into burning rocks and comets to kill the earth. The blazing flames, burning up the gods. Chapter 69 The End of the World, Kasumigaoka's Challenge, 5 updates. People are stupid. Today's Roy, when it comes to single target attacks, Hercules Belt plus Divine Avoidance plus Eye of Death is undoubtedly his most powerful combination. But when it comes to range attacks, the one he is currently using is probably the strongest. The blazing flames also burn up the gods. As the word Spirit of the Liberation Noble Phantasm chanted loudly from Roy's mouth, the flames of the sun turned into a furnace and completely enveloped Roy's whole body. In mythology, Quetzalcoatl is the god who holds the throne of the sun god, so he can naturally use the energy of the sun. Therefore, at this moment, there seemed to be 2 suns in the sky. The scorching energy swept across the world, and in an instant the vast ocean began to evaporate under this terrifying high temperature. In just the blink of an eye, the sea level has dropped by more than 10 meters. Hey, is Mr. Roy planning to destroy this world? Just the prelude to the liberation of the noble phantasm was already so terrifying. Chibril's expression changed drastically. She did not hesitate to pull up Kasumigaoka, who turned into a 100-meter pink dragon next to her, and then used space transfer to instantly reach the sky above the United States, and then watched the situation on Roy's side through the chat group live broadcast. Stab. The new sun appearing in the sky is getting brighter and brighter, and the temperature is getting higher and higher. The sea is evaporating faster and faster, and the sea level is even lowering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The water in Sakura's country has been completely evaporated, and the dry earth has cracked into terrifying huge cracks, as if the entire country has turned into countless rift valleys. In the Infinite City, all the 12 ghost moons showed fear, but they couldn't do anything. They could only kneel down and pray to the gods who usually looked down upon them, hoping that this end-of-the-world disaster would end as soon as possible. And their boss, Wook, had already split into thousands of pieces of meat and fled in all directions. At the same time, Yuxian continued to beg Roy for mercy in the chat group. Ever since Roy and others traveled through time, Woom has been afraid of how Roy and others would kill him. And he had already had the idea of splitting into thousands of pieces of flesh and blood and escaping. From Wukai's perspective, Roy and others only have one day to complete their mission. As long as he concentrates on escaping, coupled with the terrifying illusion ability of Kyoka Swigetsu, it is impossible for Roy and others to find him in one day. But what is this? Is that Roy a madman? He wants to destroy this country? Are you kidding me? 897. Isn't this millions of times more cruel than the Ghost King like me? I've only eaten a few people. Numai, who was running away like crazy, showed a desperate expression, and at the same time, there was deep resentment in his heart. Why can you judge me from above even though you have done more bad things than me? And this scrappy chat group, if you give me cheat, give me a more powerful one. The illusion of Kyoka Swigetsu is completely useless in this kind of situation. Of course Roy didn't know the resentment in Wuhan's heart. He didn't pay attention to this guy's begging for mercy in the group. It wasn't until this moment that Roy finally began to reveal the true history of this precious phantom. Buzz. Like the sun and like a comet, Roy was wrapped in the sun's flames and fell straight towards the Sakura flower country below. This was the blow from the comet that wiped out the dinosaurs. This is a terrifying move that will completely genocide the Earth's overlords who have dominated the Earth for tens of thousands of years in an instant. Even just the aftermath of a collision can cause a depression in life, creating a world of silence for 10,000 years. At this time, Roy has only released 5% of its power. But even this 5% power is enough to make people in every corner of the world stare blankly at the falling comet in the sky. In such an environment, human beings can only wait quietly, as if waiting for the end of the world to come. This scene is exactly the same as when the dinosaurs, the overlords of the Earth, faced the comet falling from the sky 6,510,000 years ago. Unable to resist. There is no escape. We can only despair and wait silently for the outcome of the trial. Boom. Amidst the terrifying explosion that almost deafened people all over the world, the comet finally fell on Sakura flower country. Continental plates around the world began to shake and tremble violently. It was as if the earth was being shaken in the hands of a mythical giant, and billions of people in the world were thrown to the ground in a state of embarrassment. Volcanoes all over the world began to erupt, snow mountains and avalanches, tornadoes, earthquakes, tsunamis. It was as if God was sending a world-ending disaster to the world. He has long been far away from Sakura flower country, but he is still affected by tsunamis and hurricanes, and he will be killed on a giant ship in the sea almost at any time. All the members of the Demon Slayer Corps showed expressions of fear, shock and sadness. They know that under such a sensational attack, their country must have been completely destroyed, and I am afraid that not even a scrap will be left. As for Onitsujima, did he die tragically? What a joke. No matter it was the Butterfly Ninja, the Pillars, or the original protagonist Tanjiro who had just joined the Demon Slayer Corps not far away, they were not thinking about this issue at this time. Because it is simply impossible for Womb to survive and this world-destroying disaster, even if he has 1,000 or 10,000 hearts. Mr. Roy... Is he a god? Kneeling down on the big ship sailing in the hurricane and tsunami, Yanzu had a strange expression of longing and admiration on his face. It must be that Anibatsuji Musen has done many evil things, and the evil deed Sakura flower country will do are even worse than Anibatsuji Musen. This is why Mr. Roy, a god, would send such a terrifying divine punishment to this country. This kind of feudal superstition, which is like praying to gods and praying to Buddha, would have been complained about by other members of the Demon Slayer Corps if it were normal. However, no one spoke now. It seemed that everyone acquiesced in Yanzu's crazy words. Even Butterfly Ninja, who was a member of the chat group, couldn't help but feel confused at this time. Is Mr. Roy really just an ordinary member of the chat group? Is he really not a god hidden in the chat group? With this thought in mind, Butterfly subconsciously entered the chat group live broadcast. Through the group live broadcast, Butterfly Ninja saw that Sakura flower country had completely disappeared. Along with the Sakura flower country, the sea level of the Atlantic Ocean disappeared, which to the naked eye was at least 1,000 meters lower. The scalding thick smoke formed by the explosion almost broke through the atmosphere, and the entire sea area where Japan was originally located turned into an unsurvivable radiation zone in January. At the same time, the information in the chat group also kept flooding the screen like a pot exploding. Nakiri Erina, that Tsujimusen has disappeared from the chat group. It seems that he is completely dead. Asks, is this a so-called continent-destroying attack? It's as terrifying as destroying the world. Liu Hao, at least the disobedient gods in the world of god slayers will definitely not be able to do this. Nakiri Erina : What a terrifying noble phantasm. But does Mr. Roy dislike Sakura flower country so much? It seems I have to supervise my grandfather. Sakura Tasuka, brother Roy is so awesome. He's so handsome. Kasumigaoka: I almost thought I was going to die just now. Jabril, HMPH, both you and Roy have to thank me for saving your life. Roy, sorry, I didn't expect the lethality to be so terrifying. I have obviously tried my best to suppress the power of the noble phantasm. Kasumigaoka: it's okay, Mr. World Noble, if you have the chance, let me turn into a dragon form and bully you once. It will be your apology to me. Uekai Hamuki, holy shit, oh shit. Oh shit, I've seen all the works in the Xinyu world view. Is the power of Quetzalcoatl's noble phantasm so terrifying? Roy, yes, and I only released 5% of the power just now. Uekai Hamuki, this is unreasonable. It's obviously just a noble phantasm of the heroic spirit, but when I watched the animation, it felt like it was just like that. It shouldn't be so strong. Ace BHBD, Des, waiting for an explanation of the ability. Liu Hao, Kinu should know, right? Yamamoto Genryu's Karuha. Obviously, this is a typical example of animation expression that cannot keep up with the setting. Yamamoto Genryu's Kinga, in the world of Shiyu'S, Quetzalcoatl used this noble phantasm used by Mr. Roy to deal with Tiamat, the mother goddess of creation. Even though his own strength was only half, he still crushed it, the defensive barrier of the creation mother goddess, and broke one of her horns, knocking it down to the ground. Yamamoto, In other words, this was a terrifying blow that knocked down the mother goddess of creation. So even if Mr. Roy only released 5% of the power, it still had such an amazing effect. Ace Des, what a guy. Even the mother goddess of creation has come out. Our chat group is really getting more and more high-end. Liu Hao, the mother goddess of creation. I really want to know what kind of exaggerated power I can get if I kill her. Well, I was wrong. Now it seems that the strength of this thing is far greater than the demonic eye of direct death. Yamamoto Genryu Karuha, you can't say that. Mr. Roy has God's avoidance, so the demonic eye of direct death also greatly improves his strength. It's really hard to say which one is stronger. Jabril, based on your description, I feel that the eye of death should focus more on a single target, while this noble phantasm focuses more on large-scale destruction. Jabril, speaking of which, if Mr. Roy fully releases this noble phantasm, how powerful will it be? Yamamoto Genryu Karuha, the continental plates will be blasted into pieces, human beings will be almost extinct, human civilization will be completely eradicated, and will be ruled by new civilizations countless years later, just like the overlord of the earth changed from dinosaurs to humans. Kasumigaoka, the extermination of humanity, is so terrifying. Hamuki, hiss. Terrible. I couldn't help but take a breath of cold skin. Tasakasura, why does Mikine need to gasp in anger? Hamuki, haha. It actually means taking a breath. Saitama, oh, I'm going to be on fire. Now it seems that Mr. Roy is indeed a man who can fight me. Liu Hao, One Punch Man and Tan Long Ren. According to Mickey and the others, you are also formidable and powerful. I'm actually looking forward to the fight between you two after they meet. Asts. There's a good battle about to begin right in front of us. Asts. Jabril. Right. I've been looking forward to your challenge, Roy, for a long time. Jabril. No. That's right. Jabril. It will start in a moment. I will not be afraid of Mr. Roy. In the Demon Slayer world, feeling the aftermath of the end of the world, Jabril wanted to cry without tears. Are the hundreds of fairy bins she prepared for herself really enough? The first time he liberated this noble phantasm, Roy used too much force after all. Worldwide natural disasters are its serious consequences. However, compared to Sakura Flower Country, which was bombarded with no scum left, they were already very lucky. If Roy hadn't deliberately liberated only 5% of his power, their fate would have been as tragic as Sakura's Flower Country. Roy floats in the air, searching for the noble phantasm he obtained by destroying Sakura Flower Country. There are thousands of pieces in total, but more than 99% of them are garbage, which is not even comparable to the original garbage cargo. The only thing of any value is the noble phantasm brought about by the death of Anitsuji Mukai. Evil Egg. This is a necklace-type treasure that allows a child to have an adult body by wearing it. It can barely be regarded as a time-based noble phantasm, but its IQ does not increase with body length. TSK. How to say? Should I say that it is really worthy of the giant baby of Kaibatsuji Musen? It really matches him. But this thing seems to be of no use. It's really a terrifying noble phantasm. Roy wins first. The girl's playful voice sounded, and it turned out to be Jabril, who had transferred back from the American space with Longwick Kasumigaoka. Do you still want to fight me? No longer paying attention to those junk noble phantasms, and paying attention to the messages in the chat group, Roy asked the beautiful Fluggle girl in front of him. Eh? Of course. Of course. How could the god-killing Fluggle escape from the battle? Although her words were very harsh, her stumbling words and evasive eyes still exposed Jabril's true thoughts. Can you let me go first? Kasumigaoka, who had decided to take control of her country and become the Dragon Queen, suddenly asked. Roy and the two looked at her in surprise. I have become a lot stronger recently, so I also want to test my strength. Kasumigaoka looked at Jabril eagerly, obviously having found a target for the test. Are you taking me as a test subject? Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, little girl. With her eyes slightly narrowed, Jabril looked at Kasumigaoka indifferently, exuding a terrifying aura. In front of Roy, she was Kyoji and couldn't stand up at all. But facing Kasumigaoka, Jabril is the undoubted Demon King. The gap between the two is just a little bit. But even so, Kasumigaoka's eyes were still firm, without any fear. Roy stood quietly aside, with no intention of opening his mouth to stop him. If you want to become a strong person, you must experience battle and blood. Even strong men in the chat group such as Liu Hao, Yamamoto Genryu Kinu and Ace Des were beaten to death by him. If Kasumigaoka is willing to be mediocre, Roy, who likes this Hao'S girl very much, will naturally protect her forever. He has the qualifications and power. But obviously, Kasumigaoka doesn't want to become a dodder who relies on him all his life. Kasumigaoka longs to become a strong person alongside Roy. Chapter 70. After being killed 12 times, are the reserves of fairy bins still enough? Roy naturally supports Kasumigaoka's idea of working hard to become stronger, and is very pleased with it. Hamuki, senior. Do you really want to become stronger? I remember when she first came to the world of Aokiji, she was quite averse to fighting. Yamamoto Genryu Karuha, probably because of Mr. Roy's influence. Ace very good. Women who fight are more attractive. Shu, your choice is really wise. Liu Hao, Ace is right. Shu, although you no longer need my guidance, I still want to say, you have gathered the qualifications and resources to become a warrior. Tasakasura, Shiba-sama, come on. Nakiri Erina, obviously I'm not very interested in fighting. But now I'm a little excited. Come on, Shiyu'S, butterfly ninja. It looks like the dragons and angels in mythology. Jibril, hey, why are you cheering for this little girl Shu? But no one is cheering for me. Is my popularity in the chat group so low? Roy, yes, you are just a ruthless fairy bin-making machine in everyone's eyes. Jibril, damn it. What you say really hurts girls' hearts. Mr. Roy, Saitama, how about I cheer you up? Come on, Birdman. Finish the fight quickly. I want to see what kind of power Mr. Roy will use to defeat you. Jibril, then I really should thank you. Also, you are the Birdman. I am a flugel created by the god of war Arthur. Remember it well, you bastard. Saitama, hey ... It's obviously a Birdman with wings. Why don't you let me scream? Women are really strange creatures. Jibril, I'm going to blast you. Looking at the chat group that kept flooding the screen, Roy was very pleased. The relationship among the people in the chat group is obviously getting better and better, which is a good thing. After all, if everyone in the group is as rude as Kaibatsuji Musen, and has no strength but still pretends to be cool, then chatting will only make people feel miserable. Over the Atlantic Ocean. There are still more than 2 hours until the Demon Slayer mission ends. The three Roys chose the air far away from the Japanese waters as the battlefield. After all, the entire Japanese sea area has been turned into the radiation zone where no living thing can survive due to the big explosion just now. Roy and Jibril were fine, but Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S was absolutely not immune at this stage. Come on, you take action first, otherwise you won't have a chance to take action. Jibril was floating in the air, looking down indifferently at Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, who turned into a pink dragon. Good. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S is not pretentious, knowing that her strength is definitely not as good as Jibril's, so she directly transforms her huge dragon eyes into Mange Kyo Sharingan. Then he suddenly opened the dragon's mouth, which was so hot that he could feel it. Hot breath. Boom. Flames hot enough to burn a small island erupted from Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S mouth. Almost at the same time, Jibril's disappointed voice sounded in her ears. You are too slow. Kasumigaoka shrank suddenly. At some point, Jibril's figure had long since disappeared from sight, and a light blade that looked like a sickle appeared beside her. Quick! It's so fast. Even Mange Kyo Sharingan's amazing insight failed to detect Jibril's movements. Kamui. Without any hesitation, Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S directly activated the pupil technique attached to Mange Kyo Sharingan. This is a technique that allows you to hollow your dragon body in a different dimension. It is a space ability in the true sense. But the next second, a heartbreaking pain still hit the dragon's body. Laugh. Jibril struck with a sword. It was obviously just an ordinary sword, which directly penetrated Kamuya's enclosed space, and he split apart Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S dragon body with astonishing defense, as well as the Hercules Noble Phantasm 12 Trials. Crack. The 100-meter-long pink dragon body was cut in half, and blood spurted out from the wound like a downpour. Roar. The giant pink dragon let out shrill screams and roars, quickly lost its breath of life, and fell towards the sea. However, under the influence of the Noble Phantasm 12 Trials, Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S broken half of her body immediately grew back, and she herself quickly regained consciousness. I just died once. Floating precariously in midair, Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S looked at Jibril not far away from her in horror. It was enough to break through the defense with just one hit along with the 12 Trials. Why did Jibril attack her even though she was hidden in another dimension? Ace, what is going on? Doesn't it mean that Kamuya can enter a different dimension to avoid attacks? And the Noble Phantasm 12 Trials has terrifying defense power? Yuukai Hamuki, what you said is correct, but Jibril is the best at space abilities. In the original work, she can even forcefully enter the enemy's extra-dimensional space and pursue the enemy. 1 inch. Yamamoto Genryu Zikaruha, it is more reasonable to break the defense. The 12 Trials is at most immune to the damage of a building or street explosion. Jibril's seemingly casual knife can probably cut through an island. Roy, there is also speed. Xioji can move about 4,000 kilometers in 0.02 seconds, which means she can move around the Earth nearly 20 times in 1 second. This means that in Shu's eyes, her speed is almost the same as stopping time. There's a difference. The more I hear it, the more terrifying it becomes. It seems I am still too weak. Liu Hao, it's scary. Before joining the chat group, I never thought that the existence of the God Eater could be deceived to this extent. Saitama, this resilience is very strong. The ability of space is also very strange. Will I not be able to hit them? Roy, it's very possible that what a pure physics major like you is most afraid of encountering is the space-time system. Saitama, that's really troublesome. I don't know if I can catch up with my space ability with speed. With just one blow, Jibril made everyone in the chat group realize how terrifying she was as a god-killing weapon. A flugel. My speed was crushed, and my defense was easily defeated. Do you want to delay time by relying on 12 resurrection opportunities? Holding the sickle of light in her hand, Jibril smiled ferociously. It's a pity. If you think so, I will kill you 12 times in an instant using various means. Phew, I have no intention of wasting time. This next blow will be my strongest move. Taking a deep breath, the panic in Kasumigaoka's eyes gradually dissipated, and she became firm again. I just died once, no big deal. Having the 12 trials, I am destined to get used to the feeling of death. Are you in a daze? Your combat experience is too weak, right? Jibril's voice suddenly sounded from behind, causing a biting chill to appear in Kasumigaoka's heart. This speed is simply outrageous. It's like her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan doesn't exist. But she actually has a very strong ability to control speed. Time. Stop it dash. Kasumigaoka can stop time directly without reciting the words. She did this not long ago when she secretly got close to Roy in front of Jibril. Under the gaze of the chatting crowd. Tsunamis, hurricanes, birds. Everything in the world has come to a standstill, just like a computer game stuck with a bug. How? Time stops. Although I have experienced it once in the Haokage world, I still can't help but sigh that this ability is too foul. Asts, even Roy was hit? He could easily escape when I froze time and space. Yamamoto, normally, your time stop relies on the ice dagger to freeze time and space. The forward connection is too obvious. How? But when she's time stopped, even I couldn't detect the activation time. I could only detect the abnormality by relying on the flow of the wind after the time stop ended. Asts, it seems that I still need to keep working hard. I don't know if the enhanced version of frozen fruit can make my moves even better. I have to find some strong people from other world to test it. Sakura, I envy everyone that they are getting stronger. It seems that only little Sakura keeps standing still. Nakiri Erina, it's okay, little Sakura, except that I have the ability of a phantom beast phoenix. I'm no different from you. Sakura, Yuukai Hamuki, ha. Miss Erina, are you in Versailles? The ability of the phantom beast is already precious enough for little Sakura now, right? Nakiri Erina : I'm sorry, I really didn't mean that. Sakura, it's okay, Sister Erina. Brother Roy said that the Holy Grail War is about to begin on my side, and I will have a powerful heroic guard by then. Nakiri Erina, that's great, congratulations in advance. Little Sakura, the chats of everyone in the chat group will naturally not affect Kasumigaoka in Demon Slayer world. Looking at Jibril with time standing still, Kasumigaoka knew that she only had one chance to attack. This is my strongest attack so far, Thunder Flame Dragon Hammer. The huge dragon body suddenly accelerated, bringing up a roaring hurricane, and scorching flames and violent thunder emerged around it. Boom! An earth-shattering bang. The giant dragon entwined with thunder and flames, with its strong physique enhanced by the 12 trials, mercilessly hit Jibril, who had no protection, knocking her away tens of thousands of meters. So far. Did you make it? The stopped time returned to normal. Kasumigaoka looked nervously at the direction Jibril flew out, but the sound of a familiar female voice made her feel like she was in a cold cellar. No, you failed. The intact Jibril had returned to Kasumigaoka's side at some point, with a light and contemptuous smile on her face. Even a hydrogen bomb explosion couldn't hurt her body, let alone Kasumigaoka's attack strength. Please give me flowers. Being knocked back tens of thousands of meters was just a joke to Jibril. With her speed, even if she is thrown out of the earth, she can still return in an instant. Your battle is over, Dragon Girl. Speaking lightly, the wings behind Jibril condensed terrifying magic power, and her hands waved like phantoms. Chikikichi. A large amount of blood spurted out from Kasumigaoka's body, and the speed at which 12 trials healed her wounds was not even as fast as Jibril's attacking speed. Cut off the head, dig out the heart, cut off the limbs, bombard with magic, roast at high temperature. Plus the first time. In the blink of an eye, Kasumigaoka was killed 11 times by Jibril. Sakura, so cruel. Asts, this is the path she chose. How? Yes. And with so many powerful abilities, she is already much luckier than most people. Roy, it's going to end soon. Time is almost at its limit. This is the 12th time, Dragon Girl. You will soon run out of resurrections. Looking at Kasumigaoka, who was cut into pieces by herself and came back to life again, Jibril laughed wantonly with a ferocious face, and then raised her right hand. 5% Sky Strike. This is a move that does not require any skills, just pure magic bombing. Even if only 5% of the power is released, it is enough to evaporate the sea. Even Moses, who parted the sea, felt ashamed when he saw it. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosions, it seemed as if a nuclear explosion had occurred in the sky. Mushroom clouds rose up, almost covering the sky. Kasumigaoka's huge dragon body was turned into ashes under the horrific bombing. Only a lump of flesh fell into Roy's hands, and he began to recover quickly. Soon, a girl with black hair and red eyes appeared in Roy's arms. Her skin was porcelain white and she seemed not to be injured at all. But Roy knew that after being killed 12 times in a row using various cruel methods, Kasumigaoka's spirit was now on the verge of collapse. lost. The eyes that met Roy were full of exhaustion, and the girl in black stockings was unable to even speak at this time. But she is actually very satisfied, from being a useless ordinary person to being able to withstand so many horrific attacks. I should be considered a pretty strong person now, right? I'm very satisfied with your growth, little Shu. Not stingy with his praise, Roy put his forehead against Kasumigaoka's smooth forehead and said in a gentle tone, "You are indeed my dragon girl." Kasumigaoka didn't speak, but her flushed cheeks betrayed her emotions at this time. The atmosphere between the two at this moment was so beautiful that even the people in the chat group stopped scrolling. But there happens to be a guy who thinks about fighting but he doesn't know much about style. Hey, how long can you two hug me? The Fluggle girl was floating in midair, looking at Roy expectantly. I have killed all 12 lives of the dragon girl. Mr. Roy, you should come on stage and fight me, right? Give me a fairy bean, Roy said to Jibril. Okay, all right. Jibril, who had hundreds of fairy beans, was not stingy and threw one directly to Roy. Then he hesitated and ate one himself. Although Kasumigaoka didn't actually cause any harm to her, even the physical loss was almost equivalent to nothing. But after all, she is about to face Roy, so she can't be too serious. On the other side, Roy fed Kasumigaoka some fairy beans, and the girl in his arms was instantly resurrected with full blood. This thing is so miraculous. It's just one pill, and it actually restored all 12 times of resurrection in my 12 trials. Kasumigaoka's beautiful ruby-like eyes were filled with wonder, and her eyes were shining when she looked at Jibril. The fairy beans this guy created are just like elixirs to me. That's of course. After all, it's the ability that I, Jibril, drew. It's natural to be strong. Jibril was extremely proud of the powerful effect of the fairy beans, and even raised the little wings on her back. You go back first. Roy kissed Kasumigaoka lightly and said softly. Good. Knowing that in the next battle between Roy and Roy, he would be a burden even if he was just a spectator, Kasumigaoka returned to his own world directly. Now there are only 2 of us left, Mr. Roy. From the first day I joined the chat group, I have been looking forward to fighting with you. Holding a light blade scythe, the Fluggle girl looked at Roy with increasingly fanatical eyes, filled with crazy fighting intent. Jibril, let me ask you. Also floating in the air, Roy looked indifferently at Jibril, who was as delicate and beautiful as an angel in front of him. Do you still have enough fairy beans? Chapter 71. Are you strong enough to kill me hundreds of times? 2 updates. Kasumigaoka was probably the first person in the chat group to have a close relationship with Roy. When everyone traveled through time for the first time and went to the world of Hao'Kiji, she developed a crush on Roy because of an ordinary heroic rescue of a beauty. And Roy also has a very good impression of Hao'S girls. Beautiful, independent, interesting personality, willing to work hard, unsatisfied with the status quo, not a dodder, and blessed by the identity of his second-dimensional wife in a previous life. These advantages alone are enough to make Kasumigaoka a dazzling existence like a goddess, even for Roy, a celestial dragon who has experienced countless noble women in the pirate world. Appeal. Not to mention, after eating the devil fruit and transforming into a pink dragon girl, Kasumigaoka's charm has risen to another level, which can satisfy Roy's 3 or more XP systems at the same time. Roy really likes her. So after seeing Kasumigaoka being brutally killed 12 times by Jibril, he was still a little unhappy. After all, although I have become a lot stronger, I am still just an ordinary person with emotions and sorrows. Sighing softly, a golden sword exuding a divine aura slowly appeared in Roy's hand. Is this the sword's noble phantasm that even gods cannot avoid? Having seen the power of this sword in the chat group, Jibril felt a chill in her heart. Without any hesitation, she waved the light blade in her hand with all her strength, preparing to strike first. But the Hercules belt is already in a liberated state. World Destroyer Bindy Wald once used the power of the Momo fruit to crush the giant kingdom in terms of speed and strength. This belt is a fantasy noble phantasm created after the legendary myth of 533. As long as this noble phantasm is maintained in its liberated state, Aipu will always be able to crush his enemies in terms of strength and speed. God's avoidance dash. The golden sword light cut off the entire world. Under this ultimate slash that ignored distance and time, even Jibril could move at a terrifying speed 20 times around the earth in 1 second. But she still couldn't dodge it. But Jibril was not too panicked. She had seen the power of Roy's sword in the chat group. Although this sure-hit sword is indeed very terrifying and can even ignore the enemy's defense. But as long as the body is strong enough, it can be resisted. It just so happens that her physical strength is definitely exaggerated even among countless races. Laugh. Blood fell into the air like heavy rain, and internal organs and bones flew out from the wound. Under Jibril's horrified gaze, the Fluggle girl's powerful body, which could withstand the explosion of a hydrogen bomb, was cut into 2 pieces like a fragile piece of tofu and fell into the sea in the air. This scene is very familiar to the chat crowd. It's just that it was Kasumigaoka who was so miserable just now, and now it's Jibril who defeated Kasumigaoka. It hurts. What a terrifying attack speed. But why was my defense broken? Of course, The Fluggle girl with only the upper half of her body left in the air would not die. Feeling the heartbreaking pain and the strange breath of death coming from the wound on her body, Jibril turned pale and quickly took out a fairy bin and swallowed it. Gulu gulu, visible to the naked eye, the aura of death at the wound disappeared, and the granulation began to wriggle rapidly. The lost lower half of the Fluggle girl's body quickly regenerated, and even her beautiful stockings grew back. TSK, the strange setting of the second dimension. When the body is reborn, even the clothes will be reborn too. Floating in midair, Roy looked at Jibril's long, porcelain white legs playfully. The bastard didn't take advantage of him. Although he was a little unhappy that Jibril was too harsh, it didn't stop him from admiring the cute Fluggle's perfect body. Mr. Roy, how did you do it? After eating the fairy beans and returning to full health, Jibril looked at Roy with a sweet smile, but her eyes were filled with deep wariness and fear. Originally, she planned to rely on her terrifying physique to resist Roy's attack, but she didn't expect that her defense would be broken. That's it. Everyone was a group friend, and Roy had no intention of hiding it. He smiled gently and raised his finger to point at his eyes. Jibril looked at it intently and couldn't help but shudder. What kind of eyes are those? It was as if just by taking a glance, I saw the end of all things. The evil eye of death. This is the terrifying evil eye that connects to the root, records the end of all things, and can kill any existence that has the concept of living. Although Roy often said that these eyes are not strong enough and are just high in style and fashion, they are actually unable to kill those truly powerful men. But obviously, Jibril, who is a Fluggle, is not included in this list. In Roy's eyes, Jibril's body was almost densely packed with dead lines and dead points. This meant that he even had to deliberately avoid the dead spot when attacking, otherwise he would most likely kill Jibril with one hit and not even have the chance to recover from eating fairy beans. However, it was really unexpected. It shouldn't be said that it was expected. 17. Looking at Jibril, who had even the aura of death eliminated by the fairy beans, Roy sighed softly. Should I say that she really deserves to be a fairy bean? Irreversible injuries caused by the demonic eye of death can be recovered. It's no wonder. After all, it's a fairy bean. It's a valuable item that's useful for those monsters in the Dragon Ball world who want to destroy the planet with just a few clicks. Thank you for the compliment. This is why I still have the confidence to face you, Mr. Roy, even though I know you have so many powerful treasures. Jibril smiled sweetly, and a sharp cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes. I am sure that Sendra can even recover from the injuries caused by the demonic eye of death, and I am completely relieved. Then, this time it's my turn to ask you, Mr. Roy, I have hundreds of fairy beans in reserve, so do you have enough physical strength to kill me hundreds of times? As the words fell, the tyrannical thunder appeared in Jibril's hands, and finally turned into a thunder spear that could flatten a mountain, and threw it towards Roy. Although she is not in the world of game life and cannot extract magic power from the elf corridor, the terrifying resilience of the fairy beans is enough for Jibril to squander the magic power at will. Although Roy knew that the thunder spear could not hurt him at all, he still waved the sword in his hand lightly. Click, the thunder spear dissipated in front of Roy and turned into embellished starlight. Can even the energy of thunder be killed? Isn't this demonic eye of direct death too foul? Jibril sighed, and the wings behind her began to tremble violently, which was a sign that she was condensing energy. The next blow, even if you want to kill it, will consume enough energy, right, Mr. Roy? The slender, boneless arms raised the blade of light in their hands. The magic riot caused Jibril's hair to dance wildly, and even the surrounding space began to distort. No fancy tricks required. There is no need to consider the enemy's weaknesses. This is a simple blow that condenses energy into a weapon and then blasts it to the earth. Just 5% of the power is enough to evaporate the sea and split it into two, recreating the miracle of Moses' splitting of the sea. If it were 100% liberated, it would be enough to destroy a small country and wipe out its tens of millions of people. Sky Strike. The Fluggle girl's cute little drink echoed through the sky. The violent energy that could destroy everything turned into a blade of light and shot straight at Roy. Even Miss Troy, facing such a blow, will at least consume some energy, right? Then this blow is a victory for me who has a lot of fairy beans. Jibril, who quickly transformed into a young girl like a primary school student due to a large loss of magic power, was floating in the air panting, looking at Roy in the distance and thinking in her mind. Even other people in the chat group had similar thoughts to Jibril. Because of the high intensity of Jibril's blow, they could clearly feel it even if they were watching the live broadcast in the chat group. Kasumigaoka, Mr. World Noble, Sakura, Brother Roy. The two girls, one large and one small, looked at Roy in the live broadcast with worry. Even if they know that Roy has never been defeated, they will still worry about his safety. This is the embodiment of caring and loving someone. However, under the gaze of the chatting crowd, Roy seemed to have no intention of swinging his sword, not even making any move to dodge. Asks, Roy, what does this mean? Liu Hao, could it be that? It's that noble phantasm. As soon as Liu Hao finished speaking, The terrifying blade of light shot at Roy. Boom! An explosion with the equivalent power of 100,000 Fat Man nuclear bombs erupted in the air at an altitude of 10,000 meters, making a loud noise that could shatter the eardrums of millions of people. Hundreds of kilometers of clouds were swept away by the astonishing shock wave, and a sea cavity of the same size appeared on the sea, and hundreds of millions of sea creatures lost their lives in an instant. It's really a terrifying attack. If I didn't have the noble phantasm that can restrain this attack, I wouldn't have been able to resist it with my body. In the center of this horrific explosion, Roy sighed softly and waved his arms gently to blow away the overwhelming mushroom cloud. Jibril's eyes narrowed suddenly as she shrunk, and her slender porcelain white palms trembled slightly. Although in fact, she had expected this result long before Roy did not dodge or fight back. But when she saw that Roy was unharmed by her full blow, Jibril's mentality was still a little explosive. This is too outrageous and simply unreasonable. The chat group went crazy instantly. Hamuki, wow, is there any mistake? Being bombarded from the front with such destructive power, His Highness Roy's clothes were not even torn? Yamamoto, I see, no wonder Mr. Roy didn't dodge or fight back, because he didn't need to. Nakiri Erina, Terra. I have no doubt that the horrific explosion just now can level the entire Tokyo to the ground. Asks, why no injuries? Is it because of Roy's noble phantasm? Liu, how? Have you forgotten? Roy got the noble phantasm Eye of Horus from killing the Golden Lion in the pirate world. I thought you all remembered such an important thing. Saitama, what is the Eye of Horus? Can it eat my mother? Yamamoto Genryu's Eye Karuha, the Eyes of Horus, the god of the sky. The right eye represents the power of the sun, and the left eye represents the power of the moon. Yamamoto Genryu's Eye Karuha, although Mr. Roy does not possess these divine powers due to the low level of the noble phantasm, he is still protected and blessed by the god of the sky, which makes him immune to any damage caused by long-range attacks. Butterfly Ninja, immune to any damage caused by long-range attacks? How awesome! Isn't Mr. Roy the darling of God? Saitama, immune to long-range damage. So does my punch count as a long-range attack? Hamuki, the high probability is that it counts. After all, Jibril's Sky Strike was still a super large-scale explosion. Isn't it also judged as a long-range attack, so there is no damage? Saitama, Mr. Roy is really awesome. The Eye of Horus is a noble phantasm that Roy rarely uses. So much so that even many people in the chat group have forgotten that this 5.0 is actually an extremely buggy and powerful noble phantasm. Roy, who possesses this precious phantom, is protected and blessed by the god of the sky. Therefore, no matter whether it is a bow and arrow, a nuclear bomb, or a comet collision that can destroy life on Earth, it cannot cause even a little bit of damage to Rover. To be honest, if this noble phantasm hadn't been created by Roy using the hand of Hermes after killing the Golden Lion, he would have almost thought that he was the biological son of the god of the sky. It's just as powerful as cheating. Moreover, the noble phantasm of the Eye of Horus has another function. This function is not very powerful for most people, but for Jibril, a fluggle girl, it is extremely lethal. No fly. Looking at Jibril, who swallowed the fairy beans and returned from a child state to an adult state, Roy activated the power belonging to the god of the sky. In an instant, Jibril, who had been able to fly at high speed since birth, lost her ability to fly and fell into the sea. Jibril let out a panicked scream and tried to control her body, but she couldn't do it at all. This feeling is like a plane losing its wings or a bird losing its wings. For combat units who are good at flying, it is simply extremely hopeless. What's even more desperate is that Roy didn't stop attacking. God's avoidance dash. The golden sword light streaked across the sky like a shooting star. This god could not avoid it, and the ultimate slash that spanned space and time cut Jibril in half for the second time while she was falling at high speed. Chapter 72 The Education of Love, 3 updates. Her body was cut in half, blood and internal organs spurted in the air, and Jibril, who was unable to fly again, let out a shrill scream. But she did not give up the fight and surrender, but immediately stuffed a fairy bean into her mouth to restore her body that had been cut into 2 parts. At the beginning of this battle, Roy asked Jibril whether her fairy bean reserves were sufficient. Jibril also asked Roy if his physical reserves were enough. From this moment on, the battle between the two is no longer just a competition in terms of combat power, but a competition to see who can last longer. Whoever lasts until the end is the winner. Whoever fails to hold on first is the loser. I still have hundreds of fairy beans. Mr. Roy, are you really strong enough? I heard that your endurance doesn't seem to be very good. Although her body was still falling at a high speed and had been brutally cut in half just now, Jibril was still in a very excited state and was even provoking Roy loudly. Roy laughed angrily at this woman. What a man hates most is probably being questioned by women about his lack of endurance, and even he is no exception to this. A competition for endurance? Let me show you how terrifying this enhanced version of Sage Body is. Feel it with your body. God's avoidance dash. Feeling that he was letting off steam every second but quickly replenishing some of his physical strength, Roy quickly swung the golden sword in his hand, so fast that it even left an afterimage. Kai. In an instant, at least 30 or 40 rays of golden sword light fell from the sky, slashing a Jibril blow. Each of these sword lights spanned time, space and distance. It is the ultimate form of Zanakan or Kamiya down from the sky. Can this, divine evasion, be fired continuously? Isn't this too foul? Looking at the golden sword light that filled the sky, Jibril, who didn't know much about noble phantasms, was shocked. This can be regarded as the bug of noble phantasm 17. As long as the magic power, stamina, is enough, it can be liberated infinitely. And Roy's body, which has been strengthened by sage body and absorbs natural energy every minute, can naturally support his unbridled squandering of physical energy. Chikikichi, accompanied by continuous and extremely shrill screams. Even after hiding in another dimension, Jibril's body was still cut off again and again. Sometimes the sword light's slashing time was too short, and her body would even be cut into pieces. But Jibril still didn't give up. Every time she could eat fairy beans to restore her body before she actually died, and then the next moment she would be cut into 2 pieces again like before. After repeating this for 20 or 30 times, Jibril's body, which was instantly restored and then cut off, spurted out at least tens of thousands of milliliters of blood. Countless hearts, lungs and bones fell out of her body. But Roy still had no intention of stopping, and instead released the noble phantasm, God's avoidance several times. All of a sudden, this sea area is like a rain of blood in an animal slaughterhouse. The picture is very bloody and terrifying. Uekai Hamuki, this is too outrageous. It's really outrageous. Even I, who likes war and massacre, was a little scared. Jibril didn't just endure pain, but actually died dozens of times, relying on fairy bends to stay alive! Kasumigaoka Shiha, even Mangekyo Sharingan can't keep up with the sword swing speed of Mr. World Nobleman. How many times has Jibril been on the verge of death? Yamamoto, Shiha, our eyesight is actually not as good as yours with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kasumigaoka Shu, is that so? Kinu, you are obviously much stronger than me. Saitama, in less than 1 second, Mr. Roy released a total of 63 divine evasions. Many of the slashes caused damage at the same time because the release speed was too fast. Saitama, that's why Jibril only ate Senbeans 35 times and recovered all her injuries. Ace, you can actually see everything clearly. No wonder Mickey and the others call you the One Punch Man. It seems that your strength is indeed exaggerated. Uekai Hamuki, in other words, in less than 1 second, Jibril was killed 35 times in a row. Liu Hao, yes. It's absolutely terrifying. Only then did I realize that Roy's previous battles were probably just letting things go. Roy, damn it. I really want to beat such a powerful man severely, then step on my feet, and then let him lick my feet. I think that will definitely bring infinite satisfaction and pleasure. Nakiri Erina, Asta's sister, what are you talking about? Butterfly Ninja. Pupil Earthquake. There is still such a way to play? Is this also a strange thing about people from Otherworld? Uekai Hamuki, has Queen Duem finally been stimulated to the point of illness by His Highness Roy? It seems that His Highness Roy's battle with Jibril really stimulated her. Kasumigaoka Shiu, I think you, a nice girl, don't need to defeat Mr. World Noble at all. As long as you say a word, Mr. World Noble will hesitate to lick your feet. Tasakasura : I feel like Shiba-san is angry for some reason. Uekai Hamuki, senpai must be jealous. After all, it is her man who is being targeted. Liu Hao, but what Shiyu said is actually right. With Roy's lustful level, I guess licking Ast's feet is a reward for him, not a punishment, right? In the chat group, although the topic was inexplicably skewed to a strange angle, everyone was shocked by the performance of Roy and Jibril, especially Jibril's character of not fearing death is even more exaggerated than Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S. After all, Kasumigaoka Shi relied on the resurrection of the 12 trials. As long as the number of times was not exhausted, it didn't matter even if she was beaten to ashes. But not to Jibril. What if Roy accidentally hits the dead spot of the Eye of Death, or hits the core of the flugel, killing her instantly? If something like this really happened, she wouldn't even have a chance to eat fairy beans. But Jibril really didn't care. This beautiful flugel girl not only regards the lives of others as trivial, but also never cares about her own life or death. To a certain extent, Jibril is actually a very noble and pure warrior. At least she is not like some people, who are extremely happy when they kill people, but are ugly when they are killed, showing a double standard and being low. This is probably part of Jibril's goodness. And what Roy admires most about her is actually this. We, the flugels, are god-killing weapons created by the god of war Artho. We are born to fight and die to fight. We will only be defeated in our lives and will never surrender. Although she still couldn't fly, she finally managed to control her body. Jibril roared loudly like an oath, and raised her hand to aim at Roy high in the sky. Sky Strike. Another 100% powerful Sky Strike was exactly the same as before, hitting Liu Bin high in the sky from the sky below like a meteor. Although Jibril knew in her heart that long-range attacks could not cause even a little bit of damage to Roy. But in the state of being banned from flying by Roy, this is currently the most powerful of all her moves that can attack Roy. Should I say that I am truly worthy of being a god-killing fluggle? You have reached this point and are unwilling to give up. It is really sad, respectable and very cute. It makes people want to destroy you and see you in sorrow. Tears, and then lick it gently to taste the wonderful taste. They were clearly fighting, but Roy's words sounded like sweet words to his lover. Facing Jibril's second full power sky strike, Roy did not plan to use the Eye of Horus to face the ultimate attack this time, but slowly raised his right hand. Crackling. The violent black lightning turned into a thunder spear, which was caught in Roy's hand. It also turned into a dragon and snake, circling around him. Sky, tear it apart. Stars, smash them to pieces. Everything in the sky is mine, and everything that rules the stars is mine. The mysterious spirit of words was spoken in Roy's mouth, and with each additional word spoken, the violence and terrifying aura of the Black Thunder doubled. At last, when the energy accumulation reached its peak, Roy shouted out the true name of the noble phantasm, and he threw the thunder spear downwards with force. I am the thunder that tears apart the stars. Boom! The earth-shaking roar tore through the sky and the sea. The violent black divine thunder poured down like heavy rain, and Tan Yunduan fell into the mortal world. The world of Demon Slayer that has just experienced a comet impact once again welcomes the star-destroying thunder of God Tier's use. Click, click. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire world had turned into a sea of thunder and lightning, and the scorching high temperature, which was infinitely close to the temperature of the sun, almost evaporated the sea. The sky strike thrown by Jibril, which was enough to destroy a city with a population of tens of millions, was torn into pieces by the star-destroying thunder in an instant, as fragile as tissue paper. Although I had known that this would be the result, I still feel a little unwilling to accept it. Mr. Roy, these precious phantoms of yours are too unreasonable. Not caring about getting hurt first before eating the fairy beans, Jibril's pretty face turned horribly pale, and she stuffed a large handful of the fairy beans into her mouth. The next moment, her entire body was completely covered by the star-destroying thunder that could destroy continental plates. There were no screams. There will be no blood. Just because under this star-destroying thunder, the fate of all existence is to turn into ashes, and no one is spared. If Jibril didn't have at least dozens of fairy beans in stock, Roy would never have used this upgraded noble phantasm of thunder. He doesn't want to be kicked out of the chat group for killing a group friend. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, this Jibril won't really die, right? Yuukai Hamuki. Probably not. Doesn't she still have dozens of fairy beans? Even if she is nearly killed dozens of times by this thunder noble phantasm, she can fully recover as long as she eats the fairy beans in time. Nakiri Erina, that's true, but this overwhelming black thunder is really scary. Liu Hao, Roy is showing respect for Jibril as a fluggle in 517. Sure enough, I like this man more and more. Those men who treat women with tenderness in battle cannot be considered men at all. Ace, that's right. Fighting should be hearty and vigorous. So what's the point of showing mercy? Yuukai Hamuki, this is probably the difference between the brain circuits of fighting maniacs and ordinary people. People like me will never kill a beautiful girl. They are all my beloved wings. Tasakasura : Mikine started pinching again. Yamamoto, just get used to it. Speaking of which, the battle between Mr. Roy and Jibril should be over. Liu Hao, yes, even if Jibril still has the remaining fairy beans, there is no point in continuing to fight. This battle is undoubtedly her defeat. If she continues to drag the fight on, she will only lose herself. Dignity. The members in the chat group watching the live broadcast could only see the overwhelming black thunder at this time, and could not see Jibril's current situation clearly. They could only judge by the fact that Jibril's name in the chat group did not disappear directly like the previous ghost danced Tsuchimusen. At least Jibril was safe for now. A long time. The terrible thunder of the end of the world finally dissipated. Roy held the fluggle girl who had turned into a young girl in his arms and floated in the air. His chest rose and fell slightly. This was the first time Roy felt tired since his body was strengthened by the enhanced sage body. The fluggle girl who turned into little Lily in his arms was even weaker. She seemed to have no strength to even raise her hands, but she had a fragile beauty because of it. It's my complete defeat. In the short period of time she was covered by the thunder noble phantasm, Jibril had already eaten the few dozen fairy beans she had left. At this time, unable to fight anymore or recover quickly, she lay in Roy's arms, feeling as at ease as lying in her mother's arms. Jibril rubbed her head against Roy's mouth like a puppy, and said in a babyish voice, Mr. Roy, I can do whatever you want now. Do you want to do something to me that you love? To be honest, I just thought about it. Roy lowered his head slightly, looking at Jibril, who was still delicate and beautiful, and even had a more fatal attraction because she became younger, and stiffened slightly to show respect. Jibril's face froze, and everyone in the chat group also fell silent. Nakiri Erina, no, Mr. Roy. It's a crime to do this to a child under 10 years old. It's a pervert. Chapter 73 Pass, Hand of Hephaestus, for updates. Even knowing that Jibril is an immortal species, she is at least several hundred years old. But looking at the little girl who was as immature as an elementary school student, Nakiri Erina still couldn't accept Roy taking action against her. This is definitely a completely different Bbook system from Dances with Dragons. And Roy naturally doesn't care what Nakiri Erina and others think. He has been a willful tan long in this life, only doing things that make him happy. Whether it's killing people, forcing rouge, or destroying the demon slayer Sakura Flower Country, he does it because he likes it. But the previous battle between him and Kasumigaoka wasted too much time. After that, he used his ultimate move to destroy Sakura Flower Country, and fought Jibril together with Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S. Now there is less than an hour left to travel through the world of Demon Slayer, which is not enough for Roy to do much. Especially at this time, Yuzashiki Yaoi took the initiative to contact him in the chat group through Butterfly Ninja, saying that he had a very important parting gift. My 4 daughters admire you very much, Mr. Roy, and want to serve you well before you leave our world, as a way of thanking you for helping us kill Muzan Kaibatsuji. I don't know whether it was to find a backer for the Demon Slayer Corps who had lost their country, or whether it was simply because they were frightened by Roy's terrifying strength. In short, Yuzashiki said so. It's not easy for Roy to refuse someone's kindness as a father. So I turned off the live broadcast of the chat group, slept with the smaller Jibril under the blanket, and stewed a pot of xioji with 4 mushrooms. Of course, in less than an hour, I really didn't do much. At most, it is just to teach these young children how to drink milk. We need to know that only by drinking more milk can we grow taller and stronger. This is the real science of the human body. But Jibril, as the god of war, created the god-killing weapon. Of course, she didn't believe in science. She doesn't even have to abide by the most basic laws of physics and chemistry. So after leaving the Demon Slayer world, Jibril immediately bombarded Roy in the group, completely failing his good intentions. Jibril, it's unbelievable. Mr. Roy, you actually taught a child to drink milk. You are truly a pervert. Jibril, by the way, the milk you gave me tastes really bad. I'm talking about this kind of thing. I want to kill all the cows in the world. In the speechless mood of the chatting crowd, Jibril, who had recovered a lot of magic power and began to return to normal body shape, angrily logged off. Roy said he was sad about this. He obviously only has good intentions. Why would Jibril hurt herself? Lord Roy. The 4 daughters of Yuzashiki Yaoi looked at Roy cautiously. They all knew that he was a terrifying and powerful man who easily destroyed Sakura Flower Country. To a certain extent, Roy was actually more dangerous than Tsuji Muzan, so they naturally had to treat him with respect. These weapons and equipment will be awarded to you. Roy was merciless when he didn't pull out anything, and he liked these little girls who inherited the beauty of his wife who had given birth. So I just threw out hundreds of junk noble phantasms obtained in the destruction of Sakura Flower Kingdom and gave them to a few people. Certainly, to him, these precious phantoms are rubbish, useless waste that takes up space. But for everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps, it is definitely a treasure. It can at least increase everyone's strength several times. This also makes Chan feel that C's sacrifice was not in vain. Although this does make him feel a little sorry for his daughters. But this was all for the sake of everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps. He could only bow to his daughters and say sorry to ask for their forgiveness. As everyone knows, his 4 daughters are not so opposed to this matter. After all, most of the cannonballs were aimed at Jibril, the heroine. The 4 of them were just foils at best and did not suffer too much damage. Besides, Mr. Roy is really gentle. He feels completely different from the men in Sakura Flower Country. He is more masculine, taller and handsome. It's all thanks to our family and the Demon Slayer squad. In front of her father, Yuzashiki Yaoi's eldest daughter turned red and said very embarrassedly, Amashiki Yaoi was finally relieved and even very happy because he had found a very good home for his 4 daughters. In the end, the only one injured was the Butterfly Ninja. I had just developed a good impression of Roy because he killed Muzan Kaibatsuchi, but then I saw Roy teaming up with 5 girls, which directly broke the girl's heart. Congratulations to group members Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, Jibril, Nerona, and Roy for completing the mission, killing Muzan Kaibatsuji. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S mission evaluation, passed, and won 1 Demon Slayer World Lottery opportunity. Jibril's mission evaluation, passed, and received 1 chance to win the Demon Slayer World Lottery. Nerona Roy's Holy Mission evaluation, excellent, won 3 Demon Slayer World Lottery opportunities. As soon as Roy returned to the pirate world, the chat group prompt sounded immediately. Uekai Hamuki, there really isn't much good stuff in the Demon Slayer, Kaimetsu no Yaiba world, at least Roy-sama and Jibril don't need it at all. Yamamoto Genryu'S whispered, well, the world of Demon Slayer, Kaimetsu no Yaiba is too low level after all, and there is nothing we can do about it. Congratulations to group member Kasumigaoka for drawing, Transparent World. Congratulations to group member Jibril for drawing, Transparent World. Congratulations to group member Nerona Roy for drawing, Transparent World. Congratulations to group member Nerona Roy for drawing, Basic Breathing Technique. Continuous chat group notifications kept ringing, but rarely did any group member express envy. Uekai Hamuki, Sure enough, the world is too weak, even the lottery is meaningless. Jabril, can you see the enemy's weaknesses through the world? Although it's interesting, it's completely useless to me. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, it's quite useful to me. I didn't do anything in Demon Slayer world, so it's good to get this reward. Roy also felt a little bored. Not to mention the so-called world clearing and basic breathing techniques. Even the breath of the sun in front of him was no different from dancing god tier. The intensity was so low that there was no need to learn it. But there was no use keeping the lottery opportunity. Seeing that he had one more lottery opportunity left, he used it directly. Congratulations to group member Nirona Roy for winning Demon Slayer Kaimetsu no Yaiba World Permanent Pass. Uekai Hamuki, huh? Yamamoto Genryu's whispered, there is such a thing in the lottery? Uekai Hamuki, Your Highness Roy, come out quickly and let us see it. Roy, picture. Asts, it's really a pass that allows you to go to Demon Slayer World at will. There is no need to take over as a doctor in advance. Butterfly Ninja, doesn't this mean that Mr. Roy can come to my world at any time? That's great. Liu How? This lottery seems to be very meaningful. At least we know that there is such a thing as a world pass, but unfortunately it is from the Demon Slayer world. Judging from the memory copy of Butterfly Ninja, this world is really it's of little value for exploration. Uekai Hamuki, indeed. Butterfly Ninja : Anyway, if you come over, Mr. Roy, our entire Demon Slayer squad will definitely rush to welcome you. Roy, okay. I'll go over and check it out occasionally. Butterfly Ninja, yeah. The Butterfly Ninja, who didn't know the world of Demon Slayer Kaimetsu no Yaiba, was filled with joy at this time. Roy really doesn't care much about the Demon Slayer pass. After all, even Sakura Flower Country was destroyed by him. Wu died miserably, and the plot was gone. The remaining value of that world is the Butterfly Ninja group of friends and those cute girls. Come over and take a look occasionally, they are all good girls. Sighing in his heart, Roy looked aside and found that Stussy was no longer beside him. Roy didn't care what Stussy was going to do. He just went straight to Rouge and fired her twice, letting out all the anger he had been holding back in the Demon Slayer world. Roger, your wife is so gentle. I have fulfilled my promise to you and will definitely take good care of your wife and your daughter. Lying next to the exhausted Rouge, Roy thanked Roger from the bottom of his heart for giving him a good wife. At the same time, he was secretly blaming Roger in his heart. What's wrong with you just being your pirate? He had to overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons and destroy his own aristocratic life, even to the point of cheating his wife and children. At this time, the chat group started to swipe the screen again. Uekai Hamuki, I suddenly remember that before Tsujimusen died, did he use the newcomer reward given by the chat group? Yamamoto Genryu's King who knows? Even if he uses it, it will be meaningless unless he draws the Super Saiyan blood. Uekai Hamuki, with the noble phantasm Hercules belt, even a Super Saiyan would have a hard time fighting Mr. Roy, right? He's too severely restrained. Yamamoto Genryu's Karuha, the Kame style. Well, I almost forgot. The long-range moves have no effect on Mr. Roy, he is really restrained. Liu How, speaking of newcomer rewards, added Butterfly Ninja, have you two drawn the newcomer rewards? Butterfly Ninja, what is the reward for newcomers? Saitama, what is that? Asts, it's this, picture. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, if you are lucky, you can get very powerful abilities, such as stopping time, creating noble phantoms, and even systems that are generally possessed by the protagonists of novels. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, of course, there are times when you are unlucky. For example, as a god slayer, leader Liu How got an ability called Strengthening Furnace, which can strengthen all things. Butterfly Ninja, can it strengthen all things? It sounds pretty powerful. Uekai Hamuki, PFFT. It's quite powerful. After all, it can strengthen and break all the powers obtained by killing gods. Looking at the entire chat group, the leader sister is the only one. Liu How : If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Butterfly Ninja, sorry, I shouldn't have asked more questions. Butterfly Ninja, then let me draw a lottery for everyone's fun. Let's see what I can draw. After saying that, the Butterfly Ninja, who was still on the siege team's ship, directly opened his own newcomer reward. The chat group prompt sounded immediately. Receive newbie reward successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the hand of Hephaestus. Huh? What is this? Not knowing much about foreign myths and stories, Butterfly Ninja subconsciously clicked on the relevant introduction. Hand of Hephaestus. The right hand of Hephaestus, one of the 12 main gods in Greek mythology, is incomplete, so he only has the power of forging. Point 1. Weapons, armor, treasure phantoms, powers, etc. can be further forged and given the blessing of the gods. The current number of times that can be forged. 1. You can get one number of forgings every time your strength increases by a major stage. Currently owned divine blessing, Zeus. It seems very strong. And seems to be very useful to Mr. Roy. Looking at the introduction to the hand of Hephaestus, the Butterfly Ninja immediately thought of Roy. Isn't Mr. Roy using noble phantoms and powers? Butterfly Ninja, picture. Butterfly Ninja, everyone, I seem to have picked something pretty good. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, Hephaestus is actually a main god. Uekai Hamuki, eh? the right hand of the main god. It looks similar to Mr. Roy's hand of Hermes, and both are the 12 main gods in Greek mythology. Yamamoto Genryu's Ikaruha. Well, Mr. Roy's hand of Hermes is a legend that captures the powerful and sublimates them into a noble phantasm. Yamamoto Genryu's Ikaruha. Butterfly Ninja is about strengthening the items or abilities you have and giving blessings from the gods. It seems that Butterfly Ninja's ability is very strong, and she can even create a magical tool of her own, just like Roy's noble phantasm. Yuukai Hamuki. That's right. And the first blessing is from Zeus. It should be very strong, but unfortunately there is a limit on the number of times. Yuukai Hamuki. Speaking of which, the power of this god of forging is simply an enhanced version of the leader's sister at. Liu Hao, it seems that you have forgotten that you were beaten up by me in the Aokiji world, you little slut of Yuukai. Yuukai Hamuki. Hey, there's no way you're going to kill me, sister leader. Hitting means kissing, scolding means loving. If you hit me, we might get together. Liu Hao : Let's forget it. I'm still very sure that I don't like women. If one day I really want to find a partner, it will only be Roy rather than you. Roy. Yuukai Hamuki. Sister leader, are you confessing to His Highness Roy? Well done, Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S. Mr. World Nobleman is really popular. Tasakasura, Roy is really good. Nakiri Erina. Yes, to outsiders Mr. Roy is a well-deserved tyrant, but to everyone in the chat group, Mr. Roy is a very trustworthy person. Roy, I'm a little embarrassed for what you said. Seeing that he who does bad things every day is still a good person in the eyes of Erina, a little cook. Even with Roy's shamelessness, he can't help but blush. Stop bragging. If you continue to brag, I will be too embarrassed to do bad things. What should I do? The lustful character of the Tanlong people must not be destroyed, right? At this time, the sharp-eyed Roy saw the Butterfly Ninja attacking him. Butterfly Ninja, Adnirona middle. Roy Saint, Mr. Roy, can I give you this forging opportunity as a thank you gift for helping us kill Animashujimusen? Things. Yuukai Hamuki. Shinobi-sama. Do you really like Roy-sama so much? This may be an opportunity to create a divine tool. Liu Hao. Yes, no one knows when you will get the next forging opportunity, but don't waste the opportunity to make yourself stronger. Zai. Butterfly Ninja. No, it's okay, Dragon. Butterfly Ninja. Kaibatsujimusen is already dead. My lord plans to take us to find a place to hide in seclusion. Strength is not important to me. I can help Mr. Roy. Life is my greatest wish. Liu Hao. Okay, you've said so, then I won't be the bad guy in vain. Roy : at Butterfly Nin. Are you serious? Butterfly Ninja. Yeah. Roy, okay. Red envelope, since what you forged this time is the blessing of Zeus, let's try this one. Unexpectedly, the seemingly fruitless world of Demon Slayer, Kaimetsu no Yaiba actually received rewards far beyond the mission lottery. Roy didn't show any pretense and directly handed one of his noble phantasms to Butterfly Ninja. Chapter 74 Zeus's Blessing. Kaido takes action. The new time traveler. 5 updates. Roy was not on guard against the Butterfly Ninja. First, the Butterfly Ninja is too weak, and it is impossible for the opponent to steal his noble phantasm. The second is that he can now travel to the Demon Slayer world at will. Unless the Butterfly Ninja wants her world to be completely destroyed, she will do something stupid to deceive Roy. Well, the noble phantasm was originally created by Roy using the hand of Hermes. It is exclusive to him, so as long as he goes to Demon Slayer world and makes a thought, the noble phantasm will return immediately. The arms of the master. So, there is nothing to worry about at all. Miss Butterfly Ninja seems to have picked up something very powerful. Mr. Roy even gave her a noble phantasm. Seeing Roy's behavior in the group, Saitama was full of expectations, and then he also chose to receive the newcomer reward. Congratulations, you got Doraemon's props and mate tablecloth. Mate tablecloth? What is this? Looking at the tablecloth that appeared in front of him, Saitama was stunned at first, and then ecstatic. I finally don't have to buy discounted products. The world of the spirit of the food halberd. It's a pity that the ability I drew is the recipe of the Chinese little master, and it is of no use to Miss Roy. Seeing that the Butterfly Ninja was actually going to give up such a precious forging opportunity to Roy, Nakiri Erina couldn't help but feel a strong sense of crisis. She can't compete with Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, and little Sakura takes advantage of being a child. Yuukai Hamuki and Yamamoto Genryu's Ikeonu are both time travelers with Roy, and they have a good impression of them. Could it be that she couldn't even compete with the Butterfly Ninja who joined the chat group later? But she had no choice but to find her grandfather. You mean, Mr. Roy hates Sakura Flower Country? Nakiri Senziman frowned and looked at his precious granddaughter, feeling that it was really difficult to handle. So, Grandpa, do you want to change the name of this country? Nakiri Erina finally expressed her crazy thoughts. Change of dynasty. Nakiri Sensiman's eyes narrowed. This is too difficult. The Nakiri family is indeed the top family in Japan, but they don't have this level of armed force at all, even if they have the phoenix fruit. This is a cookbook from Otherworld. It contains a dish called 8 demon-breaking formations. It is said that this dish has the ability to control other people's minds. I wonder if you, Grandpa, can make it? Interrupting her grandfather's words, Nakiri Erina handed the recipe she got from chat 323 to Nakiri Senzaman. Later, Nakiri Erina said softly, "You also know the attitude of those in power towards China. Mr. Roy will come to our world sooner or later. We are actually saving this country. Are you right, Grandpa?" "You're right, Erina." Obviously convinced, the food demon king who ruled the distant moon held the recipe with trembling hands. He is saving this country. The other side. A world of everyday integration. Isn't Mr. World Nobleman too lovable? I originally thought that the butterfly ninja would have a problem with Mr. World Nobleman because of her lord's 4 daughters, but I didn't expect that it seemed to have no impact at all. Kasumigaoka, she who sneaked into Prime Minister Sakura'S residence with a depressed look on her face. Unlike Nakiri Erina, it is much easier for her to do it if she has enough strength. After sneaking in secretly, Kasumigaoka used Sharingan to cast a few illusions at will, and caught the current Prime Minister Sakura in his hand, and then turned into a 100-meter dragon and flew into the air. Hot breath. Under the horrified gaze of Prime Minister Sakura, Kasumigaoka spewed out flames and wiped out an island. Then she used the flame cloud to lift another island into the air, and smashed it down towards the other island like the golden lion's lion fruit. Boom. The power, which was more terrifying than the explosion of hundreds of nuclear bombs, destroyed the 2 islands in an instant, and also set off a tsunami of staggering scale, scaring Sakura's head to the point of peeing. TSK, this is really disgusting. He is obviously a big shot, but he only has such a little courage. Throwing Prime Minister Sakura to the ground with a look of disgust, Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S transformed back into a beautiful high school girl with red eyes and black hair. Dear God, you can do anything you want me to do. Please don't kill me. Prime Minister Sakura fell to her knees tremblingly, her whole body frightened to the extreme. Now I am afraid that even if he is asked to betray his country, he will not hesitate. I didn't really like this man in power at first, but now I can't help but feel even more disgusted when I see his spinelessness. Kasumigaoka, she was too lazy to waste time and simply said directly, "From today on, I am your master. I don't care about anything else. You can continue to be your prime minister, but as long as it is about China's policies, you must report to me. It's up to me to make the decision. BHDJ, understand?" "Understood. No problem, master. I will be your most loyal servant." Without any hesitation, Prime Minister Sakura chose to be a dog without hesitation. Just kidding. This woman is a monster who can kill a single person with just one strike. Besides, what's wrong with being a dog for such a great godlike being? Shouldn't this be an honor? As for whether Sakura Flower Country will harm its interests because of this, what does it have to do with him as the prime minister? He might even be able to rely on the master's strength to be Sakura prime minister for the rest of his life. The world of Demon Slayer. Little did he know that there were 2 women in the chat group who were secretly working hard because of him. The butterfly ninja opened the red envelope and saw a strange treasure that exuded the aura of violent thunder. Even if you just glance at it secretly, your eyes will hurt and you will shed tears. Sure enough, what Mr. Roy wanted me to forge was this noble phantasm. I didn't expect that he would trust me so much. But even if I really want to steal this noble phantasm, I won't be able to use it at all. I'm afraid I just need to free myself. One moment, my whole body will be drained, right? Butterfly Ninja felt a little emotional. She knew this powerful noble phantasm with amazing power, because this is the ultimate thunder treasure. I am the thunder that tears apart the stars. That Roy used to fight Jibril in the Kaimetsu no Yaiba world, and almost killed the opponent dozens of times in one go. The reason why this noble phantasm was given to Jibril for strengthening is also very simple, because the butterfly ninja now only possesses the blessing of Zeus, and the prototype of Roy's thunder noble phantasm happens to be Zeus, the great stallion in Greek mythology. Using Zeus's blessing to forge Zeus's noble phantasm, to what extent will this noble phantasm be improved? Roy was curious. Others in the chat group were also curious. Start forging. Butterfly took a deep breath nervously, fearing that he would not be able to produce a satisfactory result and Roy would be disappointed. Ding. Forging completed. The blessing of Zeus has been injected into I am the thunder that tears apart the stars. There are no gorgeous special effects, just the sound of the chat group. Did you make it? Unexpectedly, the process was so simple. Butterfly couldn't help but think, that's it. However, you still have to watch it to know what the outcome will be. So the butterfly ninja clicked on the relevant information of this noble phantasm to view. I am the thunder that tears apart the stars. Level 3. Type, noble phantasm against the earth. Noble phantasm against the stars. Can grow. Additional, blessing of Zeus. Additional skill 1, dimensional attack giant battle. Effect, attacks are sure to hit, and the power of the noble phantasm is increased. Additional skill 2, attack on the galaxy battle of the titans. Effect, ignore defense. Increase the power of the noble phantasm. This. Butterfly stared at the boss and couldn't even close his mouth. She had seen the previous data of Roy's noble phantasm in the chat group announcement. Compared with before, the changes are not small, and it is obviously a change towards a stronger direction. I think Mr. Roy will be very satisfied. Thinking that he could repay Roy as his benefactor so quickly, Butterfly couldn't help but feel very happy. Butterfly Ninja, it has been forged. Mr. Roy, should I still send it to you through a red envelope, or should you pick it up yourself? Because of concerns about Roy's privacy issues, the Butterfly Ninja did not directly post the results of forging the Noble Phantasm to the chat group. Roy, well, you can just give me the red envelope, and by the way, send the forging results to the group. Butterfly Ninja, okay, Mr. Roy. Butterfly Ninja, picture red envelope. Uekai Hamuki, I'll go. Just change the level of the Noble Phantasm directly from level 2 to level 3, and change from the Noble Phantasm against the mainland to the Noble Phantasm against the surface. What does this ignore defense and guarantee a hit mean? Yamamoto Genryu's whispered. In the previous life, Type Moon Zeus itself had the skills of ignore defense and sure hit. I can only say that the result after forging is very reasonable. Reasonable. Every time I see Roy's strength improve, I feel like my cheat is a lot worse on the strength meter. Liu Hao, is there anyone worse than me at cheating? The world of Godslayer. No matter how cheerful Liu Hao's character is, he can't help but feel a little depressed at this time. Even newcomers can forge Roy's Noble Phantasm to such terrifying effects, but he has become a well-known enhanced black hole in the group. Is this because God is jealous of talents and deliberately framed himself as a god killer? Uekai Hamuki, haha. I feel sorry for the leader sister, but think on the bright side. Didn't you successfully strengthen Thunder Fruit and Frozen Fruit? That's enough. Yamamoto Genryu's whispered. Yes, although Master Liu Hao, your strengthening probability is indeed very cheating, but you are also an occasional god, and it is still of great use. Indeed. Liu Hao, then I really thank you. Roy, at Butterfly Nin, thank you for giving me such a precious forging opportunity. Butterfly Ninja, nothing, Mr. Roy is our benefactor. If it weren't for you, many people in the Demon Slayer squad would have had a tragic ending. Jabril. But that guy Roy blew up your country to ashes, little girl. Butterfly Ninja : I have completely figured it out. A country that would do such a thing is millions of times worse than Onibatsuji Musen. Even if Mr. Roy doesn't do these things, I will definitely do it. I won't let those inhumane guys go. Liu Hao, huh? I didn't expect you to be so courageous. You really don't look like an outstanding woman that a small country can raise. Butterfly Ninja, thank you, Master Liu Hao, for your compliment. Uekai Hamuki. Ha ha ha. Butterfly Ninja is very cute. She is also one of my two-dimensional wives. Uekai Hamuki, unfortunately, my another two-dimensional wife has completely transformed into the shape of His Highness Roy. Woo woo woo. Butterfly Ninja. You. What are you talking about? No more. I'm offline. It seems that as long as the idiot Uekai Hamuki is around, the tropics in the chat group will always become distorted. Is this probably the talent of this woman? But Roy was very pleased to see the Butterfly Ninja emerging from the shadow of the country's destruction so quickly and agreeing with his approach. This woman has not been brainwashed by the concept of country, but can truly distinguish right from wrong. This is rare and very pleasing. In addition, she gave herself the opportunity to forge such a precious magical tool, which made Roy's favorability towards the Butterfly Ninja soar even more. If you have the opportunity, give her some gifts to improve her strength. Roy muttered silently in his heart, and then took another look at the Thunder Noble Phantasm he just took back, feeling that he couldn't put it down. It must not be far away from showing its true grandeur. Roy Saint, are you here? Suddenly, Stussy's charming voice sounded outside the door. Rouge frowned subconsciously in his sleep, obviously disgusted with Stussy's voice, because the owner of this voice had been bullying her a lot recently. Come in, Roy ordered casually. Yes. Stussy walked in respectfully and knelt down in front of Roy. Roy Saint, something happened over there at New World Wonokuni. Ignoring the exhausted pregnant woman beside Roy, and not caring whether he would wake her up, Stussy said in a deep voice, Kaido of the Beasts personally took action and transformed into a blue dragon to steal the heavenly gold that Dressrosa contributed to you this year. According to the survivors, Guard Marine said that Kaido did not commit the crime randomly, but knew from the beginning that the gold in the sky belonged to you, so he took the initiative to snatch it. Huh? Kaido of the Beasts. Roy looked confused. Didn't this guy watch the previous world broadcast? Doesn't he know that I am very strong, and even legends like Golden Lion, Rayleigh and Garp died in South Blue? I'm afraid he knows everything. Stussy smiled bitterly. It's precisely because he knew that he would come here to steal your heavenly gold. I just don't know what his purpose is. That's awesome. Has he always been so brave? He never expected that before he could go to Wonokuni to cause trouble for Kaido would turn around and come to cause trouble for him. Roy, who had almost destroyed the world not long ago, couldn't help but feel angry and funny. And just when he was about to tell Stussy to prepare the ship, a series of prompts suddenly appeared in the chat group. You go down first and prepare for the ship to Wonokuni, Roy ordered casually. Yes, Roy Saint. Stussy glared fiercely at Rouge, who was still sleeping soundly. from the corner of his eye, then turned around and left respectfully. Then Oi entered the chat group and saw at a glance that the woman Yukai Hamuki was going crazy. Yukai Hamuki, there is actually another time traveler in the Aokiji world. Yukai Hamuki, this guy has such a bad temper. He actually wants to kill me. Let me beat him to death first. Yukai Hamuki, this guy is so strong. Adnirona middle. Roy Saint Atastzat, hurry up and save people, bosses, otherwise I will be beaten to death. Chapter 75. The time traveler chases the time traveler. Li Yifeng, 28 years old, a time traveler. After being hit by a truck and dying, he traveled to the Aokiji world and obtained a cheat called the strongest Shinigami system. Then he got it wrong. He mistakenly thought that he had traveled to the Shinigami world. Thinking of the terrible Shinigami captain and the old Yin Biazen, he couldn't help but shudder. While cultivating to become a strong person, I'd better hide honestly first. So he hid for a full 10 years, during which time he not only upgraded his normal Ryatsu to 10 times the captain level, but also completely mastered his first Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka. That's right, it's Soul Society's strongest He-type Zanpakuto that belongs to Captain Shinigami. He is invincible. Even Aizen, as long as he has not fused with Hogyoku, he will never be weaker than him with 10 times the captain level Ryatsu. So, Li Yifeng, who walked out of the retreat with confidence, met several familiar characters that he had seen for the first time since time travel. Nagato, Yahiko, Conan. It turns out that I traveled through Aokiji, not Shinigami. Li Yifeng was very depressed, but soon fell into ecstasy. Before the decisive battle, Aokiji's strongest players were only Yukai Hamadara and Sanju Hashirama. There was no way he could be his opponent with Ryujin Jaka. Isn't he invincible? He was extremely excited to think that he could even unify the entire ninja world and become a celestial dragon in the Aokiji world. So he directly manifested himself in front of Conan and the other three, attracted their attention with his powerful strength, and was invited to join the Akatsuki organization. Up to this point, everything was perfect, just like the cool articles he had read in his previous life. But before he could establish a good relationship with Conan, the popular characters in the original work, Li Yifeng was confused when he returned to the Akatsuki organization. How could the leader of the Akatsuki organization be Hanzo of the Salamander? And this Hanzo of the Salamander is also a gold collector's edition. Although Conan, Nagato and others said that Hanzo of the Salamander became this weird appearance because he learned Sage Mode, Li Yifeng did not believe it at all. There are definitely other time travelers in this world. So he didn't care about conquering the world and pretended to be a celestial dragon. He directly looked for opportunities to sneak attack and kill Golden Hanzo. His purpose is very simple, which is to attract another time traveler. He believes that with Ryujin Jaka and the ability to control 15 million degree high temperature flames, he will never lose to his opponent. Woman, your strength is too weak. You are not worthy of being called a traveler like us. High in the sky of the ninja world, Li Yifeng looked at Yukai Hamuki with contempt, and shouted in a cold voice, "Go to death quickly. In this way, this world will be mine." Holy crap. You must be sick. Yukai Hamuki collapsed a little. Look at my face. Even in all the worlds, it is one of the most beautiful, right? You actually want to kill me as soon as you come up, instead of conquering me? You are such a disgusting woman. You actually covet my body? Li Yifeng's face changed drastically, and he shouted, Lozi likes Yukai Hitachi, Madara, and handsome men, not a weak woman like you. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yifeng violently waved the Zanpakuto that had not yet been released in his hand. Go to hell, Fuzan. Damn, what bad luck. I actually met a gay man. Suzu. Feeling the terrifying and sharp sword pressure, Yukai Hamuki couldn't help but grit her teeth and directly summoned Susanoo for defense. But unfortunately, the gap in strength between the two seems to be a bit big. Crack. Suzu's bone arm was cut off with a knife, and Yukai Hamuki even heard the sound of bones shattering on her shoulder. Boom boom boom. In the countless sonic boom clouds, Yukai Hamuki was blown away tens of thousands of meters like a meteor. Ah! Damn it! Watch me smash you to death! Screaming and falling to the ground, enduring the severe pain of broken bones, Yukai Hamuki also had a fierce look on her face. Roar! The giant Suzu, who was 30 or 40 meters tall, rose up from the ground, completely covering her whole body, and then punched Li Yifeng who was coming. HMPH, is it an incomplete Suzu? It's really rubbish, it's not as good as my ability at all. Facing the giant's punch, Li Yifeng sneered, and swung Zanpakuto in his hand. Everything is ashes, Ryujin Jaka, blazing hell. Boom. At the moment of Zanpakuto Shikai, dozens of sky-reaching fire pillars rose from the ground, and then all detonated around Yukai Hamuki. In an instant, hundreds of kilometers of land turned into scorched earth, and even the moisture in the air was completely evaporated. Is this the strength of that Li Yifeng? No wonder he can kill Master Hanzo. This is too terrifying. I remember that woman was from the Uchiha clan. Some time ago, she and another mysterious woman destroyed Iwagakure, known as Shurayashihime. I didn't expect that someone with such terrifying strength would be so embarrassed. In the distance, Conan, Yahiko and Nagato, who were watching the battle, were stunned to see this scene that seemed like the end of the world. They were all frightened. Even Nagato, who owned the Rinnegan, was so shocked that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Is this really the strength a ninja should have? Damn, it hurts. Uchiha Miki fell heavily to the ground. Under the horrific explosion, her Suzu was as fragile as tissue paper and was blown to pieces. If she hadn't opened the seventh gate of the 8 inner gates formation at the moment of the explosion, she would have been disfigured even if she didn't die. Damn it, this guy's strength is not weaker than the real Captain Shinigami. I want to use Tsukimi on him, but I can't do it. This is too outrageous. The blue steam formed by the evaporation of sweat covered the whole body, and Uchiha Miki's face became increasingly ugly. The opponent has most likely mastered Bankai, but now she can't even beat Shikai's opponent. The gap in combat power is terrifying. At this moment, Uchiha Miki really regretted it. I regret that I did not listen to the advice of Luo Hao'S and others, and seize every minute and every second to improve my strength, but spent all the Emperor's time on picking up girls. The worst part is that she hasn't picked up any girls so far. Even her best friend Uzumaki Kushina's first kiss was taken away by Roy. Obviously I am also a member of the system. Why am I so miserable? Uchiha Miki, Roy, help me. Uchiha Miki, you even stole my wife's first kiss. But you can't let me die like this. Uchiha Miki did not dare to fight Li Yifeng head-on again. While running for her life, she frantically asked for help in the chat group. Asks, is there really another time traveler? You are really unlucky. Luo Hao, I really want to go over and help you, but you haven't issued a mission, so we can't get through it. Tasakasura, Miki-sama, please check if you have any missions. Jabril, hey, I'm really embarrassed. It's a pity that I ate all my fairy bens in the battle with Mr. Roy, otherwise I could have given you a few more to support you. Why? Yamamoto Genryu's whispered, if a young man doesn't work hard, the boss will be sad. Now you know how lazy you are usually. You are usually lazy, but you're getting beaten now. Uchiha Miki, I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. The mission hasn't been triggered yet. Please help me figure out what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, the chat group prompt sounded. Group member Uchiha Miki has started the group live broadcast. Everyone in the chat group entered immediately. Asks, good guy, I thought you were in hell when you entered the live broadcast. Yuan Taoi's flames are really fierce. Kasumigaoka Shiyu'S, is the enemy a heat type user? Then I shouldn't beat you like this. Uchiha idiot. Yamamoto Genryu's whispered, this energy form always feels familiar. Uchiha Miki, there are high and low levels of heat type. If it were a 1,000 degree flame-like case of Pirate King, I would have no problem pressing him to the ground and blasting him. But this bastard can easily have tens of thousands of degrees of flame. My Suzu looks like crispy roast chicken in front of him. Yamamoto Genryu's whispered, damn it. I told you that you would be beaten like this. This is actually the old man's Zanpei Kuto Ryujinjaka. Asks, what? Kasumigaoka Shiha, I see. Is this the ability of the Shinigami captain you mentioned? No wonder Uchiha the idiot was beaten so badly. It seems that the other party showed mercy. Otherwise, this battle may end in an instant. Luo Hao, no, it's not that I'm merciful, but that this time traveler's combat experience is a bit mediocre. He relies on the strength of one hand to fly bricks and crush them. Please give me flowers. Uchiha Miki, sisters, please stop analyzing it for now. Can you help me think about what to do? Asks, Salad, you didn't trigger the mission, and there's nothing we can do about it. Roy, what Ast said is right. If you were in the Demon Slayer world, I could use the pass to rescue you. But if you want to go to the Hokage world, you can only rely on missions at this stage. Uchiha Miki, wow. But he didn't trigger the mission, eh? Kushina, Hokage world. A beautiful red-haired figure suddenly appeared in the sight of Uchiha Miki, who was running frantically for her life. Surprisingly, it was her best friend Uzumaki Kushina, whom she had longed for a long time. Scumbag. The moment he saw Uchiha Miki, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but pouted and planned to turn around and leave. But the next second, the overwhelming flames attracted her attention. Kushina, run. This man is a madman. Being roasted by tens of thousands of degrees of heat, she screamed repeatedly, but Uchiha Miki did not intend to let Uzumaki Kushina help her. She just wanted the other person to escape from the danger quickly. I have to say that although this woman is a scumbag, she is definitely in true love. It's a pity that the objects of Uchiha Miki's admiration basically like men, not women. That's, damn it, someone is actually chasing Miki. Seeing that Uchiha Miki was being hunted, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly became angry. It's okay for me to bully my best friend. Why do you bully her? Lend me the power of 9 tails. Kushina drank it and urged the 9 tails sealed in her body. HMPH. This person is not easy to deal with. This terrifying heat energy is no worse than Roy and Luo Hao back then. 9 tails snorted coldly. He had been frightened by Roy and Luo Hao for a long time and was very cooperative. he immediately mobilized the tailed beast chakra. In an instant Uzumaki Kushina turned into a glittering golden man. Nine-Tails chakra mode. In the original work, this is the form that Aokiji protagonist Naruto mastered with the help of Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. It can greatly improve Jinchuriki's strength, speed, perception and other aspects of strength. Uzumaki Kushina, protagonist Naruto's mother, Humphrey. Let's die together, boring women. This world only needs Sasuke, nothing is needed. Naruto the savior. Recognizing Kushina's identity, Lee Yifeng suddenly showed an expression of disgust on his face, and then gently waved to Zanpei Kuto, Songming. La. The high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees turned into a tornado wall, completely trapping Uzumaki Kushina like a seal. Uzumaki Kushina's shrill screams came from the fire tornado. Her strength is far inferior to that of Uchiha Hamuki. If it weren't for the protection of Nine-Tails chakra, she would be roasted to char in an instant. Damn it, Kushina. I'll fight you. Seeing that her best friend was in danger, Uchiha Hamuki's eyes suddenly became bloodshot, and she was about to open the 8 inner gates formation Death Gate to fight the time traveler. Suddenly, the chat group notification that Uchiha Hamuki had been waiting for a long time finally sounded. Ding. You have the opportunity to publish world tasks. Please check the tasks and choose whether to publish them in the chat group. Publish. Publish it for me quickly. Her eyes lit up, and she didn't even bother to look at the specific mission information. Uchiha Hamuki chose to publish the mission without hesitation. In the chat group, Roy and others finally got reminders of the mission. Mission name: Rescue Uchiha Hamuki. Mission goal: group member Uchiha Hamuki is being chased by the time traveler Lee Yifeng. Please save the group members and kill the time traveler Lee Yifeng. Task period: 1 day. You will be forced to return after 1 day. Task reward: after the task is completed, the chat group will rate each task member separately, distribute the number of draws, and the prize pool will be all the specialties in the Hokage world. Task members: 3 people, randomly selected from the group. Task member extraction begins. Congratulations to Nairo Roy, Asts, and Liu Ohao for getting the opportunity to do this mission. If you already see Uchiha Hamuki, don't read the stupid prompt. Hurry up and come across time to save people. You guys are just right. If you like this audiobook, subscribe the channel for more videos like this. And join my Patreon if you want to support me. Link in the description. Leave some comment and let me know if you guys like this story, or you have a web novel you like and want to hear its audiobook. I will be happy to create them for you. Please like, share, and leave a comment on the video.